We'll spend a little time just kind of reflections from yesterday. We'll give some kind of acknowledging some feedback we got on the evaluations and find out if there was any independent research. My understanding from my informal inquiry is that nobody actually will be submitting anything formally, but that you still have that desire and yearning to gather more quality information. So that's good because that's essentially the whole day. We're going to be doing a big portion of evidence review. Lynn and I will talk about the details of that this morning. Then you'll spend a little time preparing for your panelists. You have 2 expert panels today. We'll take a break before the first one, so at 10:50 we will break, and the expert panel number 2, because we had 1 yesterday, number 2 will be take us up to lunch. Then we'll have lunch for, I think we have about a 40 to 45-minute lunch break. And then after the break, we'll hear from the final expert panel. And then after, and then we'll take another break. And then the rest of the afternoon will be actually you sifting through and sorting through the evidence. So this is all about gathering, comprehending, and determining your strong and important information that leads you into day 3, which I won't even talk about right now. Let's just focus on what's in front of us for today. That's plenty. But this is just kind of our basic menu for the day. So Lynn has a lot to share this morning. And just kind of a general, what's the general feeling in your bones right now? How are you feeling? You don't even have to use the mic. Just shout it out. Good. Good. Super tired. Ready for a long day. I will note you all were in your seats by 9 o'clock, and we don't even have to start till 9:10. So this is very telling of the kind of the doers that we have in the group, taking your job seriously, and we really appreciate it. What else? One more little popcorn share. How are you feeling? Confused. Okay.
I don't know that I know anything more after yesterday.
Okay. Not sure what you learned yesterday. All right. Well, a lot more learning today. And with that, Lynn, are you ready?
I think I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready. All right. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. First, I'll just say welcome back. I know this is a long slog, and one of the things that we always get feedback on is, dang, this is a lot of time. And and believe me, we know very well too. So we're right there with you, and it's a lot of information. It's going to continue today, even more stuff that's going to continue. But we're here for each other. We're here for you. You're here for each other more than even us. And yeah, we're thankful for your being here. You'll notice there are a couple folks who weren't able to come back today, Justin and Andrew. Andrew had something come up on Monday and Tuesday and said, well, I couldn't be there those last 2 days. It was a family emergency, and so we made the decision that, we've told everyone that everybody has to be here for all 4 days to sort of have all the stuff all together. So we made the decision to ask him to not come back, so he wouldn't be here for the second half. Justin was, as you may have known, wasn't expecting this to be a 4-day process, and so hadn't planned in advance to be here all 4 days. It's very unfortunate that we have only 18, but that's 18 of you. That's still almost the same number as what we had before, and so thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. So Oh, I wanted to mention a few things that came back on the evaluations. Thanks for your detailed stuff in the evaluations. We hear of it from the researcher after the fact and respond. You'll notice that we have a schedule up here and two schedules in the back. A couple people had mentioned that scheduling, like getting an idea of what was exactly happening at which times during the day, so you could plan. You know, if you need to take a phone call or whatever during a break, or you want to know when lunch is, it's posted, and those times won't change at all today. This may be a pilot process where stuff is changing a little bit, but not today because we have experts scheduled at certain times. So I can guarantee that you'll be free at those times. Somebody also requested more explanation of what's happening in the small groups. So every time we move into a small group, we'll do a little bit more explanation of what exactly is gonna go on. Somebody also said that the printing on particularly the city charter was really hard to read. We know. We did the best we could with printing, but it wasn't good enough. So we've also emailed you a PDF late last night, to be fair, but you have a PDF. There'll also be a couple computers around in case you need to read that PDF. And they're mainly here for the research section in the morning that we've added at your request, but you can also use them for other stuff. So yeah, let me talk about that for just a second. What's going to happen this morning is very similar to what was planned, except with more sort of independence for you to research what you want to research. So in the large group last night, you collected a few things that you felt were like basic information that was really missing from the city, and we're going to add to that list a little bit in the large group. Other stuff that you'd like this independent research committee to go off and research on your behalf. And then we're going to split down into small groups because stuff is easier to work on in small groups. We have a few computers, and it's going to be self-selected. Anybody who wants to do research on stuff can move into those groups. And anybody who wants to continue to look into the documents that you have, because we know that's a lot of material, and there was some feedback as well that, hey, that was a lot. We didn't really have much time to really read through the details of that. We're still discovering stuff in it. We'll have time to dig more into that. All right, so now to the city. So I had a couple conversations with the city manager last night, who's our main contact. We haven't been in contact directly with the city council or the mayor. I mean, we've presented to city council about this and gotten their support, but our main contact is the city manager, who works for the city council, basically, but is not a political official, or elected official, I should say. First, I wanted to say that I wanted to just explain a little bit more of the like behind the scenes stuff, because I feel like we have maybe introduced a level of bias in a certain way by just not providing you with the full context of all the information. I did a little bit of that, but here's more about that, how this came to be and what the situation is. So the council and the city manager, you heard yesterday about sort of the potential conflicts of interest involved in this kind of decision, and they're really aware of that and also of division on the council over this issue. I have no idea what kind of division there is in the council, but it's a situation where they don't want to be in a position of like making a 3-2 vote on something like this that involves their own pay. I should also say, though, that one thing they have done, and I believe, I haven't looked myself, but I believe you can find this on old live streams of the city council meetings, that they have decided already, based on advice from the ethics commission, that no matter what they did, it will be for future city councils, or it'll be a referendum to voters. I mean, as you heard, it can't really be for them themselves. So that's already established in the public record, and I didn't mention that yesterday. So she talked about that, that it's an ethics issue if you are on council and decide your own salary. So they already decided to push that to a future council. Also wanted to say that my impression is that not my impression, I think this is fair to say, just without that introduction, um, that they really want help in making this decision. It's really a difficult and sort of thing for them to wrestle with themselves, which is why they're willing to, or wanted a citizen panel to consider it and offer a recommendation that will have a lot of impact. What you do will, my impression is that it will have a lot of impact because they, I think, have quite a bit of trust in the process. There is universal support on the City Council for doing this, for turning over some piece of this decision to a citizen body instead of them just discussing it themselves. And it should be said that's the first time that we know of that a City Council in the state of Oregon has ever done that. So that's a pretty big step. And that's a lot of responsibility on you to tell them what to do. And you'll be telling them directly what to do at the end of day 4, face to face. I should also say that I take no position on them being here today. I mean, there's good reasons to be and not to be, or during this process. They're worried about sort of political influence and the fact that these are politicians who may have different views on questions like those, actually, and sort of want an outside opinion, as it were, taking advantage of stuff that's happening in other cities and give them sort of a 10,000-foot recommendation without sort of the pro and con of political argument here in Milwaukee. On the other hand, they're not here to answer your questions, so you can go both ways with that. In any case, it's a kind of unique situation for us because we're often in the position of having political folks sitting in the back of the room coming over to me all the time, telling me what to do and telling me, trying to, pull up our memorandum of understanding and point out where they can dictate what happens the next day in the process. And the city is not doing that at all. They've gone in completely the opposite direction and left us 100% to our own devices, which has the disadvantage to you in that they're not here to answer your questions directly, but does have the advantage in that we're not getting a ton of political pressure, and therefore you're not getting a ton of political pressure. In fact, they set a rule for themselves at the city council meeting where this was decided to happen that city councilors wouldn't even be in the room. They thought just having them in the observation area could be too much, if somebody knew them or anything like that. They didn't want that to influence anybody or keep anybody from speaking out. So they've gone to the really opposite side, which puts you in again quite a position of trust and responsibility to tell them really whatever you want. You have the question in front of you that they've asked you, but you can answer that question in any way you want. Yeah, I'll just leave that there. So that said, a couple other things that the city manager came back with last night. Her name's Ann Ober. She recognizes that there's some information that's missing from those briefing documents or the questions that have come up that they didn't predict, and just basic stuff. And pointed out to me that Martha Bennett, who's one of your first expert panelists this morning, who's now a city manager in a different city, was for a long time the assistant city manager here in Milwaukie. So she has quite a bit of, I think Ann said, she has possibly more information about the city of Milwaukie than almost anybody else. So she's a good person to ask. There'll be 2 city managers here from 2 different cities this morning who will both provide great, kind of outside information, hopefully. But she in particular can answer some stuff about here. Now, she hasn't been at the city of Milwaukie in a number of years, but some of those basic questions haven't probably changed very much. And some questions may be similar to the similar sized cities that they both work in. The other thing is, if that's not enough, and if the independent research that you're doing and the looking through the briefing documents isn't sufficient this morning either, there's a sort of fourth stopgap that the city council has been okay with. They didn't want the city manager to come here. They didn't want to come here themselves, but they're okay with the city recorder coming here. His name is Scott Stoffer, and he wrote one of the memos in your briefing documents. The city historian, city recorder. The city manager is a non-political position, but the city recorder is arguably perhaps even more of a non-political position. So he won't be able to answer any sort of political questions, but he also has really intimate knowledge with just the way the city works and other general stuff, can clarify, fact check stuff if you have questions about basic info like that. So if that's necessary, if you want me to ask for that later on, I'll ask again today, midday. We'll see how things are shaken out, how you're feeling. Then we can request him to come in on Monday afternoon is the time when he's first available. So you'll already be into this sort of recommendation developing process, well into that by that point. But there may still be little, lingering just factoids that you want checked out, questions that you have for him. So that'll be available too. All right. Yeah, just one more thing about the briefing documents. I wanted to point out that there's 2 city charters in there, and I know it's like a dense information, but the part of the reason why there's 2 in there, just as a matter of, this is information that I know that I haven't shared, is that, and that may not be on that memo, is that the second one is sort of an update to the first one. There's sort of it updates parts of the first one. So just pay attention. That's this extra time this morning. Go back through and look at that stuff, and we'll have an opportunity to sort of go through all the various different briefing documents and look, because there's a lot of stuff in there. Okay, I think that's. I think am I missing anything? Okay. Any questions or comments or anything from you all at the moment? Yeah, into the mic if you would.
On?
Yeah.
Okay. My question is that, okay, the question's been asked, and now we give our recommendation to the city council, okay? Are they required to accept that recommendation, or is it just, hey, if they like the idea, fine, if they don't, fine too?
A very fair question. I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear yesterday. They are not required. The way I believe in that, they're not required. Our requirement for any city that we work with is that they provide a formal response to the panel, that they consider the panel's recommendation in public, and they're going to do that. You can stay for their discussion of it, in fact, and on Tuesday evening. Now, that said, as I mentioned, this issue is so sensitive. Obviously, they're feeling very sensitive about it. So I think it's likely that they will take your recommendation with a lot of weight, but they're not formally required to follow it. As the city's charter, I believe, says they have the responsibility to set the salaries or to send it to voters. So it will have to pass through them, but they may decide, hey, we still don't want to touch it, we're just going to send it directly to a referendum, or they may decide to enact it right there, or make an amendment and enact it, or something else. We don't know exactly. Yeah, that's the situation. Yeah, go for it.
So you said on Tuesday, after we're done, then you go somewhere and present it. Where do you go and what time and all that? And
Yes.
Can we all go? Or?
Yes. Sorry, I cut you off. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Yes and yes and yes. It's been changing a little bit, so we haven't had, this information changed actually just a few days ago. they made more time in the meeting, and they sort of they sort of changed the schedule on the meeting, but they have a special session scheduled to receive and discuss your recommendation. That is going to happen not at City Hall, because I think for one thing, there's not enough room there to fit if you all come, but it's going to happen at the Public Service Building, which is on Harrison at about 30 seconds. There we go. So it's going to happen more or less right after we're done here. I think that last I heard of the scheduling, it's going to be pushed a little bit later, so that they could hear your recommendation and go straight into discussing it in public, in front of you, with you there. So that'll happen. I think the last I've heard, it's going to happen something like 6 p.m. on that day, on that Tuesday. So we know that that was not part of your original agreement or anything like that. But as many of you that would like to come and are willing, would be amazing to have you there, obviously, and read your recommendation to council, formally present it, answer questions, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's a building that has a police station in it. So that's a big building.
Called the Taj Mahal.
Okay. Yeah, it's a big building. Other questions for me at the moment? All right, cool.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right, so our evidence gathering, as Lynn mentioned, it's more independent research in session today, if you want to do that. It's digging back through all the source materials that were provided to you throughout yesterday, in advance and throughout yesterday. More expert panels today, so hearing from 2 additional expert panels. And then as a 4th option, if needed to fill gaps, you have the option of requesting more information from the city's reporter. Does that make sense? Okay. So what we want to do before we go into small groups is find out what additional questions you might want to be asking and that you want to go do some independent research on this morning. So this was something that you asked us to send this initial list over to the city of, we want some basic baseline information from the city of Milwaukie. And what we want to do is see if there are additional questions that you would like to have a subcommittee of yourselves do some research on. So if I could ask one of the moderators to put this beautiful piece of paper somewhere. And we'll bring that back up to make sure it's visible as a reminder for everybody. Okay, great. So the questions that you had in front of the city yesterday that you raised that you would want more information about is a job description, city council and mayor, including responsibilities and approximate time commitments. Second question was around election campaigns. Are they self-funded? And then the third was how much of the $46,000 for additional supplies is actually utilized. So those were that was your starter list of basic kind of information you wanted to know about, specifically the city of Milwaukie and the elected council around this issue. So I want to just give you an opportunity to offer additional questions that a subcommittee, like I said, will go and see if you can do some independent research and find some answers for yourselves. And we'll use our mics and yes, and our cards. Thank you. So just flip your card up if you want to get in the queue.
Sure.
Okay. Let's try it. Can Jackie hand that one down?
Oh, sure.
Let's see if that one will work. Oh, wait. Oh, we've got it.
Thank you. One of the other questions that came up yesterday from my small group was whether there's any measures of effectiveness or like a rating, who evaluates the city council and what is their rating on them?
On effectiveness?
Yes.
So what is the measure and who evaluates?
Yes.
Okay. So this maybe we'll put up on that one. Okay, and the purpose for us doing this in large group is so that you all have an opportunity to elevate those questions you think are most important to get answered, so that we're not asking a subcommittee of you to go off and try to figure out what those questions are. But this is the thing that we'll ask them to do the inquiry on. Does that make sense? So it's not kind of up to them to figure out what's important to ask. You will obviously have those opportunities later when you're thinking about questions for the expert bios or the expert panel. But this is a little different because you're doing self-research. You're doing research for yourselves on this. Okay, Steve.
What? So you want us to do research, and maybe I'm a little lost here. So what sources are we going to use to do this research? I mean, I feel like I'm really in the dark here. I mean, I'm just not, say for instance, I want to look at how they gave raises in the past.
Uh-huh.
What was, how did they do that,
Yeah.
Did they just say we're giving each other, or what is right now, what is the current procedure to do that?
Well, this being the pilot portion of this process, we're actually responding directly to what we heard from all of you yesterday, which is we don't necessarily have time, or nor do we feel like we should be spending time outside of our in-session time to do that independent research. And because we have questions we want answered, we are willing to dig in and lean into that. And so our kind of solution to that, process solution to that, is to organize you into that task. So we're organizing you around what are the substantive issues you want to explore, but we can't advise you on where to find that information. It's up to you to help each other find that information. And so I guess what I would suggest is those of you that feel like that's something that you do or want to do or can do well, is kind of internet research essentially, that you might choose to be in the subcommittee to help with that. Yeah. And I think that's the best I can offer at this point. I can't tell you where to go for the information, but we can organize what information are you actually going to be looking for in the limited time that you have. I mean, this is about prioritizing what's important to find out. And so it gives you just a, maybe not the biggest window to do it, but it is a window to explore. Laura, sorry. They're on like delayed reaction this morning.
Press the power.
They haven't had their coffee this morning. The mics.
Yeah.
Testing?
And another question I would want answered is what has inflation in Oregon and Milwaukee been since 2007? I think whoever looks for it, I would suggest looking maybe at a couple different sources just so we can get an idea. I know there's different ways of measuring that.
Okay. So I think let's do this now. So the two options that you have for moving into a small group evidence gathering exercise is to self-select into doing independent research based on this list of questions. And we will have up to 3 different computer stations for you to kind of work with each other. So we'll see how many people want to do that. Can I just show of hands how many of you would be interested in that versus the other, which is going back and actually trying to make sense of the source materials you were given up to this point in this process. So hands around internet research, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of you. So we'll probably do 2 groups.
Which one is this?
We'll probably split you into 2 groups. Does that make sense, Lynn? 7 people, 2 groups for.
Makes sense.
Okay, so we'll get you all set up. I don't know where, but we'll figure that out quickly. And the rest of you, which would be 18 minus 7, let's do the math, 11 people. So I'll probably divide you into 3 more groups, and you'll go over to your usual and accustomed small group tables over here. And you will also be digging through the source materials first to find the information on this list of questions. That's really what we're orienting to right now, is this list of questions. Is there any additional instruction, Lynn, for the source material groups? Is their scope a little bit broader? Or is that?
Yeah, no, I think their scope can be a little bit broader. Yeah, that it's looking back through the materials. There's a lot of stuff there, so just another opportunity to sort of have more time with them. It's up to like 50 pages or whatever that is, so it's quite a bit.
Yeah. And you may be looking back through the questions that were elevated yesterday about that came up from the group of, maybe there are some answers in the source materials that we can try to connect the dots for the collective body. And you will have a chance everybody will have a chance to report back to the large group. So you'll all get to have the benefit of the findings. No matter what group you go to, you'll all benefit from the findings. Okay? All right, so those of you that are planning to do internet research, who is guiding that? So we have is that the internet research groups? Okay. But is that where the computers are going to be, I guess? Is the
I will
question.
make sure they're over there, right?
Okay, so you'll be in groups 3 and 4, tables 3 and 4, if you're doing internet research. So you can take your stuff with you and make your way over to those 2 tables. And then tables 1 and 2 will be for the rest of us who will be looking at the source materials that you had in front of you already. And we'll get you organized. And we have literally 30 minutes to go through this, which may not sound very satisfying to you, but we do have to stay on task with getting the expert panels in front of you today. So we'll mark that time. 10:10 is when we'll call you back to the large group.
See if he shows up. Trying to help, but I feel like.
Oh, these up here. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if they want more. Yeah, for sure. A person use these up here.
They'll be on the live stream, but when they're standing there. But as long as they're cool with that, then. Yeah, keep those there.
Oh, wait, well, yeah, we have it up.
Yeah, people want to do. But I'll put it on another screen. That's what I'll do. I've got it. There's like a thing in front of it. I wanted to say something, so I'll figure it out. Thanks. No. Yeah, I'm gonna throw them in a extra plastic bag over there, something like that. Great. Yeah. I mean, I was trying to think, like, I mean, we could push a little bit into the question time.
Depends on if you think we don't know. Are we gonna get more of this? Are we gonna have
Yeah,
in some ways, I'm kind of like, research.
totally.
How's that? Are you gonna tell us where to go? So, 3 minutes. I mean, oh, see, it was kind of
Yeah. It's really nice to be working with you.
yeah. That was nice to have, like, okay, like, okay, we get it. We're getting it now. It's like somebody saying that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's really nice. I feel very comfortable with you and like staying in this way with yourself in this. If you're telling people it goes in other directions. It makes me stressed. That makes me stressed more than what's actually happening here.
Yeah, because you get distracted.
Yeah.
Other externalities.
Yeah. Totally.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess we'll just kind of
It goes.
goes. Amanda and Alex are taking notes for the independent researchers. They all asked for like a notator. But these guys, I told them, I said, you guys just need to take your notes and capture what you found and then share it back with us.
Yeah, totally. And then is there time today when we can sit down and talk about how we can do it on
It's
the
kind of
lunch?
a plug and play at this point.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the rest of the day. So we don't need a full moderator meeting, then just the two of us can walk off somewhere and do that. Okay.
Now I want to know. Right. Where the questions here, just for
Okay, everybody, 10-minute warning. 10 minutes.
apply to this community.
Yeah, I guess they can send you stuff. I'll show you some construction stuff.
Yeah, just,
Well, everyone should be ready. Perfect. And then you guys can take it from there.
basically,
Okay, so you have time maybe to try to answer one last question or capture one last little piece of tidbit that you found. And then I'd like you to start to move your way back to the large group. You'll bring your materials with you. Make sure you have ready what you're going to report out to the large group.
yeah.
they got to declare. Yeah. So,
Okay, let's make our way back to the large
so if they
group
get
so we
$200
can
a month,
do our
they're
report
down
out.
$1,200 a year.
Just so everybody's clear about tracking this information for yourselves, options are take notes in your notebooks, listen with care so you're absorbing this information. What's going to happen is later today, the last portion of the day, is when you will have an opportunity to actually kind of, I guess, document evidence piece by evidence piece what you think should be important and strong to move forward. So it's up to you to kind of be capturing this stuff for yourselves along the way, leaning into each other to make sure that you're kind of capturing this and sort of informally documenting it, and then we'll kind of more formally document it later this afternoon. So you all did a lot of research. I saw a lot of highlighting going on and a lot of playing with devices. So it looked like there was a lot of information gathering that was happening. So let's give everyone an opportunity to share back. We're not going to scribe or take any notes for you. So I just want to kind of make sure that you're prepared to take those notes for yourselves. And if you leaned on one of your small group people to do that, maybe they're the ones that will kind of keep that and help carry it forward for everybody. So let's start with the small group that was here doing some of the source materials research, or review rather. All right, I can't see the front of your card, but I do know your name is Naomi.
Okay, so we found some information about how long approximately they work each month.
Okay, so it was something around approximate time commitment,
Yeah.
this question? Okay.
The council members, it said they work about 20 to 40 hours, sometimes more each month. And the mayor often works more than that. And it also says that the council members are often older, retired, financially secure, flexible, and have flexible business commitments.
Okay.
And there was some more information through the International City Council, City or County Management Association that talked about the roles of the mayor and council members. It says the mayor is a public face of the community who presides at meetings, assigns agenda items to committee, facilitates communication and understanding between elected and appointed officials, and assists the governing body in setting goals and advocating political decisions. And the council members are the legislative body and community policymakers. They focus on the community's big picture goals such as community growth and sustainability. The elected officials hire a professional city, town, or county manager based on that person's education, experience, skills, and abilities, not their political alliances. And the elected officials supervise the manager's performance, and if that person isn't responsible and effective in their role, the elected officials have the authority to remove him or her at any time. That's pretty much what we found.
Okay. All right, Luna, a question about that piece of information.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, you said something about the mayor, and I just wanted to make sure we are only deciding for the city council members, right? Like, we're not figuring out if we need to pay the mayor more, it's just the city council members? Because that's what it says explicitly in the question.
Put my mic down there so I don't accidentally talk into it when it's off. No, it's the, let's see, if in the question in your panel. Oh dear, that's a typo. I'm so glad you caught that. No, city council members and the mayor. Dear, I thought I'd pulled that from the final. Okay, I'll go back and check that, but it is city council members and the mayor. It's a little bit, yeah, Yeah, no, that's just a typo. I'm not going to make any justification for that.
Okay. Okay, good. Okey dokes. Let's go to another piece of information you may have found from the second small group that was working on the source materials. What did you find?
Well, the only thing that I found out, they helped me, was to understand what a stipend is a little bit more. So, and I guess we stayed pretty much so focused on that.
Do you want to say more about that? So can't hear you and
My concern was about what a stipend is exactly, because I hadn't really heard of it before I come here, so, and Vicki helped me with that, so, I guess I'm just a little bit out there a bit and still a little bit confused on what resources to use, because this here doesn't really seem to help me too much,
okay.
okay?
Okay.
So,
And Jeremy, you had mentioned this morning something about stipends. He had done a little some semi-independent research.
Yeah, so this morning I had looked up stipend on Wikipedia. Wikipedia.org is pretty reliable. Gives a very good definition. I won't quote it. I don't have it in front of me. But I think it would help us all if we could pull it up on stream or pull it up on the screen to all kind of have a review of the literal definition of what stipend is. There's a little bit of difference between stipends and expense reports or per diems, or there's a lot of different languages we use in kind of the billing world when we try to get money back from our personal time investment. So I think it would just probably help the group as a whole to kind of read out what stipend is, what it means, to clarify the definition of that, and how it benefits folks, and how that's different than being paid a salary or a wage. Yeah, I think that is kind of what I found this morning as I looked regarding stipend. Something else is while we were just digging through documents for the city on the city of Milwaukie, Oregon.gov, I think is the website. I found kind of like a bombshell document that really it's a PDF document. It's about 365 pages, and it covers like it's 2019 data of all of the information that we've been given here in our binders, as well as it kind of covers a lot of the questions and stuff that we've been asking. So I would like to figure out how we present that from a professional standpoint, or whatever your process may be, but I think it's relevant to the entire discussion of what we're having here.
And just before you do that, did anybody capture information about stipend, definition of stipend that you want to share with the group at this point? Okay, so
Yeah. Okay, I'll jump in on that. Just the practical issue of a document. Yeah. So I think that fits into that sort of independent research form, or the panel's research form. If you tell us what the web link is, put it on there, and just fill out that form with what it says. Then let's see. I say, we can print out. Well, I don't know if we want to print out the whole 350-page
I was gonna
document.
say, it's very big.
But
Also, in return, in terms of like copying what it says,
Yeah.
like there are like spreadsheets of data in there with just numbers of how much it costs, how much budget stuff was spent, how much each council member gets, how the city manager approves things, how they judge people on efficiency, and it's just a lot of data. So I think that the document itself, if you go through like 10 pages of the document, and I can kind of call out those page numbers, but I think it'd be worthwhile showing the entire group to have a discussion around it.
Yeah.
Some research on it.
I'm good with that. Yeah, if you want to call out certain page numbers, print certain page numbers for everybody, that works for me.
So the one thing I would say is the lift that is your responsibility as a group is to identify what pieces of information you think are important, and to put that out there for the group, because it's one thing to kind of say what the source is and sort of where people can find it, but it's your responsibility to bring it into this session if you want it to be considered as a relevant, important, strong piece of information. So it's kind of up to you all to bring that stuff forward. Yeah, go for it.
And is that because the city didn't provide us that, or because you guys didn't provide us that in the beginning? Or is that because this is just kind of a new piece of?
No, it's the general.
Research
No,
that we
it's the
found.
general protocol. Is that wherever you're getting your information, whether it's from the experts or the materials that were given to you in the background, or this kind of unique independent research that we offer today via the session, it's still up to you to determine which substance you want to bring forward for yourselves. That's the part. That's the leap. That's where you guys have to decide what to do with it.
Can
Yeah.
I jump in on that? So just the rationale behind like what, it sometimes feels a little restrictive, why only one page or a few pages or one document or that kind of thing. It's just because there could be information overload. So,
Yeah.
but at the same time, and we have such limited time. So that's sort of what Robin is getting at. Like, if you can help kind of winnow down a bit, and then, it's a big document, maybe it's really important. If other people, can help do that too, that's okay. But we just don't want to introduce, okay, here's 1,000 pages of documentation, then we only basically have the rest of today to sort through evidence. That's it. And then we have to start moving into using that evidence. So that's the rationale. But yeah.
No, it wasn't to just throw a curveball. It was just really to help everybody with updated information, right? So the documents we were given in the beginning were just, they were from like the 40s or the early 1900s. We got a spreadsheet, the big paper that compared to other cities and stuff like that. And I just feel like maybe this data that came literally off the city of Milwaukee's website, and it was updated in 2019, and it kind of outlines everything. It kind of supersedes like everything that we've been given so far, and almost not necessarily starts the research project over again, but kind of gives us like the backbone data that we need to be informed to make the decisions to kind of help guide this whole conversation.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think we can work on that. Would other folks like to see? Yeah, I have comments about this.
My comment was going to be, could Jeremy send that document to Kelly, and then Kelly could distribute it to everyone else via email? So that way, instead of trying to print it, because we had those other PDFs, would that work?
Yeah, I mean, for me, that would work. I mean, that's the best way to get it in front of everyone. I just want it to be like legitimately presented to the group as a,
As a source.
as a
yeah.
source.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
fair enough.
Up to date.
Yeah.
Up-to-date source.
Yeah, okay.
Works for me.
Yeah.
So I'll send it to Kelly.
Perfect.
And then
Awesome.
Okay,
Kelly
thanks.
can help distribute it.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
All right. So a little bit more time to check in on those who did more independent research, the internet research that you did.
I'll start. So we were looking for anything that we could find for the job descriptions for the city council and the mayor. And I ended up pulling from the Milwaukee City Code quite extensively, which doesn't fully outline, but it does say all of the mayor's duties. And according to the code, the mayor has the power to appoint for various committees, and there are 9 committees in Milwaukee that the mayor can appoint for. He fills the vacancies on those committees. He signs all the ordinances and all the written resolutions and council orders, but he cannot veto any of them. So the mayor is basically sitting there signing everything that is going to be enacted into public law for the city of Milwaukee. And he signs all the instruments and writings as authorized by the charter. And for the council in general, all of their power, all of their responsibilities are outlined either expressly or impliedly by constitutions, statutes, and common law of the United States and Oregon, which is unfortunately super vague, but that's the way a lot of these legal documents get written. And that means that anything that the charter says the council can do is what the council is going to do. There is an entire sub-chapter for the council that explains all their meetings, what they need to be doing, how quorum is addressed, whether or not they can hold a meeting, so how often they can meet. And it also explained, well, one of the things that I noted is that the code itself has not been updated since 1981. So we are about 38 years versus 2019. So there may have been a lot of changes that could be updated that have not been enacted to bring up to accuracy and relevancy.
So in the couple minutes we have left for this segment, were there any other questions that you raised as a group that any of you felt like you were able to find answers to? Luna?
So I did some research on inflation rates. I found the average inflation rate for the last 12 years, added them up, and found that average. So, yeah, for Oregon. So since 2007, the average inflation rate has been 1.84. If you apply that to the 250 that the city council members make, then you get 460. And if you apply that to the 300 that the mayor makes, I think you get, they're all written down here. I wrote down, I didn't write the mayor up there. You get 552. So if we were to blanket statement, just give them a raise based on inflation, then that would be a total of $15,624 that the city would have to pull out of thin air every year. And that's not even including current inflation or like future inflation rates, that's just the past. So going straight from that, like just based on inflation, not giving them any other kind of raise, is quite a bit of money to pull out of anywhere.
Okay. Just wanted to add on to that without looking at the budget, there's no way to speak to where the money is coming from. One of the documents that we were given talked about the balance being budgeted. There's rollover balance portions of the budget, so there may very well be that amount sitting right there unused. We don't know without looking at the budget, so I think that the phrase, the money coming from thin air, isn't quite accurate, because without looking at the budget, it may be sitting right there. We don't know at this moment.
Just to add on to that again, you make a very valid point. I did some research on the total city budget, which is $68 million roughly each year. That's what it was this past year, 2018. And the percentages, 30% goes to personnel services, 37% to capital outlay, 22% for materials and services, 2% for debt service, and 9% for transfers to other funds. So I don't know what that last transfers to other funds one means, but I'm assuming capital outlay has something to do with construction. And once the construction dies down, it might be easier to find that money.
Okay. Cheryl, did you have your card up? This will be probably the last comment we can make at this point about the information you gathered, not the last time you'll have a chance to share with each other.
I looked at the financial reports for last year, and the council budget that we have in our materials says $46,000, and the actual expenditure was $49,965. So they exceeded it by $3,965.
Okay, and are you, I see it, that same 46K, is that the question you were trying to answer? It was down here
Yes.
around how much of the allocated 46K was utilized for
Yes, yes.
additional supplies? Okay, so some more information coming through, maybe still lots of questions, and now is an opportunity for you to formulate those questions to ask of your experts. So for the next half hour, I'm sorry guys, you only get half an hour. We are going to bring you back to small groups and have you work on developing questions for the experts. It's going to be different than yesterday. We won't be voting on the top ranked questions. It's just a matter of you all helping each other in the small groups come up with what you think are the most critical questions to be asking at this point. And then as a follow-on step to figure out maybe who of the four experts that you'll hear from this afternoon might best answer that. So the primary is what are the important questions we need to be asking right now, and then you can look to see who you think might be able to respond to those. So help each other out, and then just try to have those top questions for yourselves, have those ready, so that when we go into the session with the Q&A, it'll be a little more open range, but we will ask you to kind of bring your critical questions forward. All right, so I'm just going to ask, we have 18, so I'm going to have the first 5 here. Laura, Jeff, Luna, Jeremy, Vicky, you'll be group 1. And then Sandy, Steve, Anna, Leilani, and Victor will be group 2. Christy, Jackie, Cheryl, and Naomi will be group 3. And then the 4 of you will be group 4. And you can go back to your tables, back and forth, back to your tables. We'll bring you all the way to the break, and then we'll hear from the experts after the break. So you'll break at 10:50 or 10:55. We have to be ready in our seats by, I believe, 11 o'clock for the expert panel.
Okay.
I think this is yours,
This
right?
is mine, yeah. Thank you. Cool. Do you have everything under control? I think so. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, there was there were two. Yeah, yes. Aaron, Andrew, which we knew about last night, and then Justin, which I mentioned. Yeah. So I was just removing Justin from here, so we should have 18. We do, yeah. We should have up to 18. I was just going to look at what that did to the final demographics here.
Why didn't you let them make it?
Because they were already all already used. A bunch of folks drop previously, and we sort of, I think we're going to do we continue to evolve the alternate system, but yeah, we had double the number of alternates this time that we normally do, and it clearly still wasn't enough. So
That's a problem with sufficient.
it's about it gets better the larger the panel is. So a panel of 30 or 40 or 50 or whatever, then you have less of this problem because the numbers can shift a little bit. It doesn't matter. Panel of 2024, it always gets screwed up a little bit, no matter what. That said, if we had 15 alternates from the beginning, then we had 12 alternates from the beginning. 12, and you saw only 3 of them were left because some of the alternates dropped. 4 or 5 alternates filled into the panel already, so we were only left with those 3. One alternate didn't show up who was supposed to be here yesterday, who would have been a male alternate of about the same age as one of them who left, so I guess we have to select more. In Switzerland, they selected an entire second panel, which I think is probably the direction we have to go. Yeah, people drop out. It's just the fact of. Yeah. Right. I mean, that's the thing is all those alternates we have to pay and feed, and it's all these people who have to keep all this time off. So. Yeah.
That's not true, and that's her. When I let you get my email, you're like, no. No, I don't, not right now.
My God. My good God. What else can we do?
I know.
Oh, God.
She's really struggling.
Yeah, I can tell. My gosh. It's like it's not it's so hard because.
Conscious. She's not conscious of it.
Yeah. Just,
So, because every time I walk over there, she'll go.
huh? Yeah.
That's all right.
Gosh. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, break time. So we've got 10 minutes before we have to be back in large group seats to hear from the expert panel. So please give yourself a break. Hopefully everybody's got a good question in your back pocket at this point. But do give yourselves a break now, or wrap up in the next couple minutes. And we will be at 11.
And how's it going?
Oh, that was good. It was funny. Right at the end, I'm like, okay, again, go and break. It's not going to tell you that this is your time to go and break.
Uh-huh.
And one lady got the paper I wrote the questions
Yeah.
for them.
Yeah.
And all right, well, you're the spokesperson. She's like, what?
There it is. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
I think a lot of people are fairly.
Fairly
Seems
what?
like there's a lot of people who are kind of happy about having performers sitting there.
Yeah. I think that relieved a bit of tension for sure, yeah.
Although there's some questions on how long ago were they here, what's your
Yeah. Yeah. Totally.
Mostly opt out. Now, it hasn't been that bad. I'm waiting for Tuesday.
I know, that's what I thought this weekend.
And then I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
We'll see. I need. Tomorrow. Morning, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I'm worried about that even this morning from Thursday. Yeah, tomorrow and Wednesday. But I guess, I don't know, I doubt it. Oh, that's right, Tuesday.
I go to a Unitarian Universalist church, the Hollywood Senior Center.
Those are two words.
Just a cable, smaller and they're easier to use than the two sticks. In the mood when the weather gets bad, I want another hat.
Probably just make your own.
Sorry, quick question.
Yep.
Tomorrow, the kind of public observation present outs
Yep.
that you've invited folks are 12:45
Yep.
on the next 2 days in a row, same time?
Yep.
And still moving target on the city hall thing on Tuesday night?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out. 6-ish,
Okay.
I think. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when you turn your hobby into your business, though, it's not as fun all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's right.
I make a lot of stuff. I use a sewing machine and people ask me to do things for them and then it's stressful.
Yeah, and then if you buy it, it's awesome.
Yes, well, but they're presenting together, so that's why I changed it to 30. I'm sure they're only going to use 15, but you know, yeah. Thank you, sir. Hi, you know.
I figured there was a reason. Yeah, and then they were asking, one of the people was asking about the other screens.
Yes.
Some of the other ones, double checking on the screen, so they're good.
Okay.
Yeah, they're both down. So
They're both. Oh yeah, they're both down. True.
Hey. All right, so are we ready to get back settled in to hear from some more experts this morning? Yes, we are. Hope you had at least a little bit of a refresh break. So this will work similarly to yesterday. We'll hear from our two experts this morning, Martha Bennett and Sherilyn Lombos, who are both here. And you're welcome to come up and get situated here at the table. Each of them has prepared up to 15 minutes presentation, so we'll give them each up to 15 minutes to do. No, they're doing it together. So a combo of up to 30 minutes. Is that still okay? So they'll work together to talk, to present, and they'll have up to 30 minutes to do that. We'll follow the same pattern of giving them 5 and 2 minute warnings. And then at that point, we will open it up for. We'll wait. Yeah, so they'll get 5 and couple minute warnings, and then once they've concluded their presentations, we'll open it up to the Q&A. This time we haven't voted on the top questions, so we won't be doing it that way, but you've all been working to help each other develop strong questions, and the way I'm going to sort of organize it around the room is I'll gather a question from a small group 1, then small group 2, 3, and 4, and we'll just kind of cycle through that way. And then hopefully we'll get a lot of your questions asked and answered. And just remember that you still have another panel to hear from this afternoon. So if there are questions that are still lingering, you've got them still that you can hold on to and ask later. So welcome. Thank you for being here. And we'll turn it over to you. Oh, and make sure you speak into the mic. And I can give. Can we borrow so that we would both.
Only I have the cute one, and you have the hard one. And we noticed the camera, and I think city managers, we hate cameras. So I just want you to know that we're both feeling super awkward about that thing on the chair right in front of us. So thank you all for inviting us. I'm Martha Bennett. I'm the current city manager of Lake Oswego.
And I'm Sherilyn Lombos, city manager of Tualatin.
So we're going to get started, and we're going to do this presentation together because we really think that the back and forth and perspectives of both of us together are actually going to be more meaningful to you and what you are doing. Before we start, too, I think we're both really interested and intrigued by how Milwaukie is answering this question and how healthy democracy and the citizens jury is working. So we're as fascinated by what you all are doing as I think you are about what we have to say. Hold on just a second.
Absolutely.
All right.
I guess we get to introduce ourselves.
You want to go first?
Sure. So, Sherilyn Lombos, and I've been in Tualatin for going on 13 years, which is actually a long time for a city manager. The average lifespan of a city manager in one particular location is about 5 years, nationwide. But I've had a great run in Tualatin. So, I came from Southern California, the city of Manhattan Beach, and before that I was in Fremont, which is Northern California, and before that I'm a Midwest girl, so I went to the University of Kansas, go Jayhawks, and so in Tualatin we've got about 150 full-time employees and about $120 million budget. Got 9 departments so every department except for fire. And we'll talk about kind of council manager form of government, so that structure of kind of what I do. But I see myself as the CEO of the organization and rule accordingly. So.
My name is Martha Bennett. I am currently the city manager of Lake Oswego. I've been in my position there for about 11 weeks, so since the third week of August. Before I was the chief operating officer for Metro, the regional government here in Portland. I'm happy to answer questions later, probably offline, about Metro if you'd like. Before that, I have actually a more traditional trajectory, I think, than Sherilyn. I spent 5 years as the city administrator at the city of Ashland. Ashland's a really unique government in Oregon for a bunch of reasons. Partially because they run, I would call them a full service plus city government in addition to the traditional urban services. They also run a telecommunications utility, they run the electric utility, they don't anymore hold a permit for a ski area. They own an airport. They own the hospital. So there I had a really wide diversity of experiences. Before that, I worked for the Columbia River Gorge Commission, which is a bi-state regional compact agency based in White Salmon, Washington. Again, offline, I'd be happy to answer any questions because it's perhaps the weirdest government in America. Metro might be second. So I think I've actually made a career in working in really unusual forms of government. Before that, I actually was the assistant city manager here in Milwaukie, and I understand that you might have some questions. I will say I can answer questions for how it was 20 years ago, but I am not qualified to answer how it was then. Before that, I was an assistant to the city manager, which is a general purpose. It's a utility infielder position for a city government in Albany. Albany is about 50,000 people now. Again, a full service city, every city service that Sherilyn mentioned, including fire and library. I went to graduate school at the University of California at Berkeley. Before I went to graduate school, I worked for the city of Portland. We'll talk about the Portland's form of government. It is third on the list of weirdest governments in America. We actually have quite a lot of them here in Oregon. And then I'm a graduate of Willamette University in Salem. So with that, we're going to get started.
Wow, yeah. Well, any questions about our background or anything like that?
We'll do questions afterwards.
All right. So we wanted to talk about forms of government in the United States. So there's a number of different forms of government, but we're going to start with the commission form of government. So you may be familiar with commission form of government. That's the city of Portland. Nationwide, Portland is the largest city in the United States that has the commission form of government. There are a number of governments, 11.9, and this information comes from the International City Managers Association, ICMA, that put this together in, 2018? It's fairly recent information. But most of those cities are very small that have the commission form of government.
Yeah, so in the commission form, the elected officials act as the council, but they also run the departments. So as you probably know, at the city of Portland, each one of those city councilors is also called a commissioner, and they have different areas where they have direct operating responsibility. The upside of the government really is that it's very accessible to the citizens. If you live in the city of Portland and you call your city councilor in charge of, say, the transportation department with a pothole complaint, probably you're going to get a really quick response. The downside is that sometimes depending on how well the counselors get along, sometimes the departments are kind of siloed and they don't necessarily collaborate together very well. And I will say that I think if you just look back 30 years at the city of Portland, you can see times and eras when the city councilors did work really well together and there was a lot of work done in advancing community vision. And then other times where the commissioners didn't work so well together and there was a lot of conflict. That meant that bureaus didn't get a lot done.
Typically, each department is run by a city council member, and they're like the city manager of that department. And so they're full-time, they get paid full-time, they have staff. And like Martha said, the downside is that they're like their own little fiefdoms. And very often, they don't have a lot of accountability between them.
So the next form of government we want to talk about is the strong mayor form. And I think when people think about mayors, they most often think about places that have the strong mayor form of government. And in the strong mayor form of government, the mayor is the chief executive officer of the corporation. The mayor may not serve, usually doesn't serve on the city council. And so the mayor is actually the person who runs the city on a day-to-day basis. They are independently elected, so they're accountable to the voters. But they aren't necessarily on the council, and sometimes there is conflict between the mayor and the council, which means the mayor may try. I'm done.
Thank you, Martha.
Yeah. Other people cut me off in different ways, usually with a timer, but it's okay. This works. In some cases, the mayor and the council work really well together. So some of the largest cities in the country are the strong mayor form of government, places like Chicago, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, but the only one we have in Oregon is the city of Beaverton. And they adopted this form of government in the early 80s, in the early 80s. And so they have had only 3 mayors since they adopted this form of government. Like I say, the only one in Oregon is Beaverton.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. Oh, no, it's on, I think.
Yes, and so the mayor is essentially like the city manager. So full-time, hire fire authority over all the department heads, but directly elected. So it takes on a much more political environment in the day-to-day operations of the organization than the form of government that Martha and I serve in right now.
Okay.
So council manager form of government, my favorite. So the council manager form of government is essentially like you have elected body, and then you have they hire one person, the CEO of the organization, and the CEO has hire fire authority, all day-to-day operations of the organization. It's the most common form in Oregon. In fact, other than Portland and Beaverton, it is the form of government. There's a couple of minor modifications to it with city administrator form, but primarily all the cities that you know and love in this area are council manager form of government.
So, and we're going to go deeper into the council manager form. I will say that I think we sent a flyer in your packet. There's other forms of government, mostly in New England and the Midwest, that we're not going to talk about, like the town meeting form of government, because it doesn't exist on the West Coast. And so if you're local government geeks like we are, it's a very fascinating form of government, but for your purposes, we don't think it's useful for us to deep dive on it.
That one should be working now.
Oh, okay. Oh, it is.
All right.
We don't have to share.
Although we're quite good at sharing.
We are.
So the form of government, the council manager form of government, was really one of the many progressive era reforms of sort of the Teddy Roosevelt era. So during that time, there was a recognition, both at the national, state, and local levels, that there was actually a lot of corruption in government, and that the corruption in government was resulting in inefficient, ineffective, and unfair service delivery. So if you can think about some of those cities that I mentioned, Chicago, Philadelphia, New York, in many of those forms of government, the political parties were dominated by, the Tammany Hall era, right? And the jobs and the service delivery that being done in those communities was really based on, did you have a friend or relative who was either an elected official or had gotten hired by an elected official in government? And so,
or could you pay?
Right. And that's the other form of corruption, of course. And so the form of government was really birthed in the Midwest and in actually the northern part of the South in Virginia as a way to combat corruption. And the focus at the time was that the executive leadership of your local government should be someone who is technically qualified and who is politically neutral and politically independent from the partisan politics. And in some parts of the country, this is manifested in the council members, and in fact, in Oregon, this is largely true, being elected on a nonpartisan basis. In other words, you don't have to declare your party affiliation to run for city council. That's universally true in Oregon. There are some parts of the country where people still run as Democrats or Republicans, but for the most part on the West Coast, city councilors are independent. And these were all reforms designed to get party politics and corruption out of local government service delivery. Because if you think about it, everybody needs water, everybody needs sewer, everybody needs streets, everybody needs law enforcement. And so the idea that some people were getting it and others were not based on their party affiliation was really not a good thing for communities in our country.
And the council manager form of government is also acknowledges that technical staff, professional staff, not just the city manager, but department heads and people throughout the entire organization are not cronies of political officials. So they're not appointed by the political officials like the elected officials. They're hired by professional qualifications, and so it runs deep into the organization, unlike what this came out of in those large cities that Martha referenced.
Yeah, and if I could just do one more history point, if you go back in history during that era, you'll find that a lot of the people who are the original city managers came deeply out of a profession. There were a whole lot of engineers who became city managers. So that drive towards professional technical qualifications is really at the heart of this form of government.
There you go. this just really talks about, gets more in depth into what we were just describing. So it emulates the structure of private business, many corporations. So you have a board of directors. In city's case, they're elected, so they're the board of directors, and the board hires a CEO. So in our case, it's the city manager to run the day-to-day operations of the organization. The board establishes overall policy and vision and direction, and then the CEO carries that out through the organization. So
Yeah, I'm going to go to the next slide because I think it's a really, oh, no, that's the video.
well, we can get into that. So do you want to set this up?
So the International City County Managers Association, last year, actually, maybe even earlier, this is brand new, did a quick video that we thought would be helpful in understanding sort of the roles of the city manager in the form of government versus the roles of mayors in the strong mayor form. But it'll only work if it'll work.
Test it, I think it should work.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing.
Which form of local government provides the best structure for community success? You are probably familiar with the mayor-council or strong mayor form. Here, the people elect one politician, the mayor, to lead the community, hire staff, and oversee all day-to-day operations and service delivery. Having a single politician at the top of the structure has its disadvantages. The elected council is largely unable to effect change because the mayor is solely responsible for the budget and staffing. Political agendas can contaminate what should be transparent, ethical, and efficient service delivery. And it also leaves that go-to person more susceptible to the influence of special interest groups, leaving ordinary voters with less say about what goes on in their community. The council manager form of government was created to combat corruption and provide for the professional management of local governments. In the council manager form, the people elect a council, including a mayor, and they collectively create a vision for the community and set policy. The council then hires a non-political professional manager based on experience and credentials who implements the council's policy and delivers services equitably. The manager remains accountable to the council because if at any time the council decides that person is ineffective, they can vote to replace the manager. Having the entire elected council setting policy makes it difficult for special interest groups to influence policy. But the council manager form of government isn't just about curtailing corruption. It's about managing services in ways that get better results. An IBM report found that council manager cities are nearly 10% more efficient than mayor-council cities. Historically, nearly 2/3 of U.S. municipalities with Moody's AAA bond ratings are council manager, as are the majority of all America's city award recipients. So visit icma.org today to learn more about how your community can adopt or retain the council manager form of government.
So Milwaukie has that form.
Yep.
You have to. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. So this is a drawing from the Tualatin City Council's, we do a placemat that sits in front of the City Council. And the Tualatin City Council is a fairly new city council. Of the 7, 3 of them just started this year, and 2 other ones are 2 years old. So of the 7, they have basically 2 years experience. I mean, the most they have is 2 years experience. And so we spent a lot of time last year and again this year talking to the city council about the form of government and that what their role is and what the staff's role is. And so this just takes you through a little bit of what we've been talking about. But on the council side, they set the what, so the vision, the policy, they represent constituents and keep staff in the loop. They establish goals and priorities and direction. They approve contracts and budget. They share information back with constituents. On the staff side, we do the how. So we provide advice and technical assistance. We carry out projects and programs. We align goals with resources. And then we kind of set up these expectations. So on the council side, you can expect that the council, the elected officials, make decisions. They ask questions, that they're one body, that they speak with one voice. They partner with staff, and communication goes through the city manager and the department heads. On the staff side, expectations are that we will provide technical expertise. We'll offer neutral advice. We'll foster high-performing organization, so professional and responsive, and then maintain and sustain an effective partnership with the council. So that's just really a little more in-depth and meaty, chewy than what kind of the high-level council manager form. So this sits in front of the council on a weekly basis or a bi-weekly basis. They meet every other week, and so it's a good reminder to them of what they can expect from staff and what we can expect from them.
Okay, so we are going to go through now sort of the question that you guys have been asked to answer. So what does it look like to be a mayor or a city council in a council manager form in 2019? So in my estimation, a councilor or a mayor devotes between 20 to 40 hours a month to their job. Now, some people devote more, and we can talk when we get to your questions about why that might be. But essentially, I think of it as a 3-to-1 ratio. For every 1 hour they spend in a council meeting, they're probably doing 3 hours of work outside of that meeting. They might be reading a packet. They might be meeting with a community group. They might be a liaison to the city board or commission. They might be attending a countywide elected official coordination meeting. But they're probably spending, in our case, in Lake Oswego, we meet usually between 7 and 10 hours total a month between the two meetings that we have. They're probably spending 3 hours of time outside of those meetings. So they're probably spending, my city council members, 30 to 40 hours a month being city council members.
And that's probably true in Tualatin as well.
It's a pretty considerable amount of time if you think about this as a volunteer gig.
Yeah. And consequently, in Oregon especially, councils tend to be more financially stable, have the financial resources to be able to do this. Maybe they're older and retired. Often older, retired, financially secure. They have flexible business commitments, so they may be self-employed. But it generally attracts a particular type of person because of this volunteer status and the commitment to spend some time outside of the council meeting.
Yeah, so for example, in Lake Oswego, we have 7 city council members. 6 of them are over 50. Only 1 of them still has children at home. There are 2 out of 7 of them are women. And I would say they all are in a financial position to be able to afford to dedicate that amount of time to volunteer for their community. So really the consequence of that is you often don't get young people with younger children. You do some places, and you often don't get folks who are very diverse because they may or may not have the ability to sort of dedicate that level of essentially volunteer time.
Right. In Tualatin, of the 7, one's a stay-at-home parent. They all 7 have the ability to be flexible in their jobs if they have jobs. Several are self-employed. None are retired, so we don't have an older situation, but all of them are financially able to make that commitment.
So we know the city of Milwaukie gave you a packet of other cities that are around 20,000 people in terms of how they pay, but I thought I'd give you a couple of examples of other cities that are a little larger and how they deal with their counselors. So there's 3 examples I want to share of places where city council members are paid. The first is the city of Gresham, and that's a relatively recent change. Their voters approved a charter amendment to allow their counselors to be paid, I believe in 2016. It's not been very long, and they pay the mayor at about $61,000 a year. They think they've set the salary to be about a third of a department director's salary. They think that the mayor is probably spending in the neighborhood of 15 hours a week being mayor. And every council member gets, the council president, who's sort of the person who presides in the absence of the mayor, gets $27,000 a year, and the rest of the council gets $25,000 a year, Plus, they all get a share of health benefits, and they may or may not, and this is a legal question, I am not a lawyer, I will not answer it, they may or may not be eligible for membership in the public employee retirement system. The city of Tigard has been paying their mayor for quite a while, about 8 years they've been paying their mayor. And they have made a recent change. They've done this by ordinance. It's not in their charter. They used to pay the mayor about $40,000 a year, but the current mayor and the current council president believe that they're splitting the duties of the office, and so they are moving towards paying the mayor 1/4 of a department director's salary and also the council president the same amount. And then counselors are paid about $10,000 a year. They also all get health benefits and a training allowance. Now, many cities provide training to their counselors, but in Tigard's case, it's slightly different in that the council member actually gets control over those funds. In our case, for example, we do have budget for counselors to go to training, but it's managed in the city manager's budget. And they don't have to ask my permission; they get to go. But the accountability for whether or not we're following that budget actually lies with me in my office, as opposed to in Tigard, where council members have full discretion over how they spend that money.
And Tualatin is exactly like Lake Oswego.
And so the last place I want to talk about, because I spent 8 years there, is Metro, the regional government. So the Metro charter, even though the chief appointed official is called the chief operating officer, is very much a council manager form of government. But they do pay the counselors because they recognize, because of the size of their districts and the size of the region, that it would take more than a volunteer to be able to do those jobs. So the council president, who's the chief elected official, the equivalent of the mayor at the regional level, gets paid the same as a circuit court judge in Oregon. And then the council members are all paid 1/3 of that same salary. They also all get health benefits, and they are eligible for PERS. And then there's another sampling of cities we thought we'd share with you where the reimbursement is really directed at just covering the direct costs of being on the council, not seen as a salary. So Lake Oswego, I think I just shared with you, the mayor gets a $400 a month allowance that's really designed to cover his direct costs. And it has been a woman in the past, so it might be in the future, so it could be a she. And counselors get around $175 a month just for direct. The idea is just to reimburse their direct costs.
In Tualatin, there's a couple of things by charter. One is they get $20 off their water bill a month. It's specific to their water bill. Very random. And then a few years ago, maybe 5 years ago, they instituted a technology allowance, so $750 for their entire term. And that allows them to get technology. We are all electronic, and so, but we don't issue iPads or tablets or anything like that. So they use that for their technology. And then they're directly reimbursed for all of their expenses, of course. The final thing, they have access to our health benefits, and if they choose to opt out, they get $100 a month for the opt out. So many of them do that because it adds to them a little bit.
And then when I was in Ashland, we paid the mayor $500 a month, and we paid counselors about $250 a month, but they all got access to health benefits. So they got full coverage. So if they were family folks, they got full family coverage.
We thought we would talk just a little bit from our perspective, the pros and cons of paying council members. So some of the pros it certainly recognizes the level of professionalism and the effort required to be a counselor. Like Martha described, it's a significant amount of time and commitment, and so it does recognize that. We think it would encourage a more diverse pool of candidates, potentially, so younger, less financially able to make that commitment. And then finally, it may professionalize the role of the counselor, so acknowledging that the working together in teams, the training aspects of it.
And I don't know how I drew the short straw having to talk the cons, but I will. So I think that when we talk to our colleagues in jurisdictions where they do pay people, what we hear for the cons are, first of all, is the potential to confuse the role of the manager with particularly the mayor in terms of who is in charge of execution of the day-to-day operations of city activities. I think right now it's pretty clear in a lot of jurisdictions, the mayor's role is really outward facing and the manager's role is really operationally facing, and so there's a potential to confuse the role. The second is it can make the desire to run for office a little bit more partisan and engage a higher level of politics. I do know that that has happened in Gresham in particular, that there's just a lot more, these roles are a lot more hotly contested. That's good and bad, right? And then last but not least, some of our colleagues have shared that they think that some council members run for re-election solely to retain the salary and the benefits, not because they love the job and want to do the job. So we also want to offer some thoughts about other things that other jurisdictions do to recognize the level of activity and work that's required. So the other things that some cities do is they reimburse the direct expenses for technology. Sherilyn just shared one example. I know that a big move in local governments in California is to provide funds to reimburse childcare and elder care for folks who want to volunteer their time, so that younger families or people with younger families and people who are taking care of other family members can afford to be gone from home. Especially in the evenings when you might have a lot of community meetings.
Transportation costs, not everybody has access to a car. And so reimburse car expenses, but actually transit or transportation, providing for that might generate a more diverse pool of folks that don't have access to, a car.
And then I've learned in my life that if you really want people to show up for stuff, you feed them.
Yes.
Because that's something that sometimes gives if you're spending your evening at a community meeting as opposed to spending it with your family. And then, of course, there's a conversation that could be had in a local jurisdiction about could you reimburse folks for vacation time that they have to take to do this role. These are all designed to make sure that folks do not financially suffer because of their volunteer time. As I say, we're not telling you these are good ideas or bad ideas. These are just some other things that other jurisdictions are trying to address this question of getting folks involved in local elected politics who can't just financially afford to. Okay, I think we did it. 4 seconds to go.
Look at that. We didn't even practice.
We didn't practice. No, you weren't supposed to know that. No.
Oh, one of these, yes, of course.
Yes, of course, we can share.
Okay, so thank you. As I suggested earlier, we'll go kind of small group by small group to get things going. So from the first small group, what's one question that came up from your small group? And if you want to direct it to a specific individual, you can, but you don't have to. We need to use, let's use the mics to get everything on.
You kind of answered it, but I was just wondering, like, if you could talk more about, like, what the change has been in the cities that have moved to more of a salaried position for the council members, like, in terms of who's running and their demographics.
So I think it's too early to tell exactly in Gresham, other than we do know that the council races have been more expensive since they made this change. In other words, the campaign has cost more money, which just suggests that the job is more desirable. As I say, that's good and bad, right? It's not one or the other. But it's too early to tell, I think, yet whether it's going to change the demographics on the Gresham City Council. I do think it recognizes the amount of effort that it takes to be a counselor, but I don't think it necessarily has changed dramatically who wants to be on the council.
But I want to kind of give it some equal time for each of the groups to start. So group 2. Is it on? Okay. So you did talk about this, but I was hoping that maybe you could reiterate where you got the 20 to 40 hour figure, and is it your city's average, or is it state, national? I mean, how did you get there?
I think it really varies. So on the Tualatin City Council, of the 7, one of them comes to the council meetings. They don't. That's all they do. They don't participate in any committees. They have a full-time job that takes a ton of time, and that person commits to coming to the council meeting. The rest of them, so another extreme is one of our council members spends an inordinate amount. I would bet 20 hours a week on council commitments, City of Tualatin commitments, whether that's meeting with constituents, participating on committees, regional committees, answering emails, reading the packet, and maybe more than 20 hours. So it varies on the Tualatin City Council, and my bet is that it varies very broadly. I think those are two extremes, and I think that most council members or elected officials put in probably the average of 3 hours for every 1 hour in a council meeting.
This is just based on our experience, I think. I mean, both of us have been in the business for 30 years. And so our experience in working with council members is that we ask them to read packets. We ask them to go to meetings. We ask them to be liaisons to community groups and neighborhood associations. We ask them to attend meetings of other elected officials, either at the county level or at the regional level. We ask them to belong to and participate in civic groups. And by we, I mean the collective we, not the two of us. Although we're kind of pushy, but as a society, we expect our elected officials to do all of those things. And so I have one council member too who just reads the packet and comes to meetings. So that person is not spending 10 hours a week at their job. But I have another person on the other extreme who goes to everywhere. He might be spending 30 hours a week on the job. But on average, to do the job well, you need to not just show up to the meetings that you're assigned to, but you need to come prepared to those meetings, and you also need to do the civic engagement. Because the reality is that only council members can represent the values and the visions and the aspirations of the residents of the community. And so that means that they have to essentially be the leader for conversations about those things in the community, whether that happens at a neighborhood group or whether that happens in other places. It's really kind of just what it takes.
But I would add to that that is not unlike non-elected officials. I mean, you think about like the sports groups or like a school, not an elected position, but like a big volunteer position. You're like the chair of the board of the Little League in town. And that's a ton of time and energy and effort. And why do people do that? They do it because they're passionate about it. They have a heart for it. They want to make a difference. So I don't see it that differently of an elected official. Of all of the elected officials in Tualatin, they have those characteristics. They're passionate about the city. They want to make a difference. They really care. And so they have, all 7 of them have a history of volunteering for other organizations outside of being an elected official.
Okay, group 3, Christy had her card up. Are you from group 3? Yeah.
So I have a question. You guys both of you have a lot of experience. Have you guys heard of or been anywhere where there's a review process and based on performance? I mean, you guys have both said that you guys have individuals who are at both extremes. Mm-hmm. One barely does anything, and the other one is putting in a ton of time. And I'm wondering if you guys have...
So it's called elections. And I don't mean to be snarky at all, but
No, I know, I understand that. I'm just saying we're being asked to do this, and there's no way we have any control once we've made a recommendation, and it sounds like you guys don't either.
So let us make sure we understand your question. So you mean a review process for whether the salaries are working, or you mean a review process for the individuals on the council?
No, I mean for the salaries. I mean, or the wages or whatever you guys are.
So, no, we don't. I don't think we know how well it's working. I think that what you could do, what I would suggest to my council if they asked me this question, is you could recommend that there be a sunset clause, or I mean, it's an option available to you. If you wanted to say, let's try this out, you could create it as a pilot project. That's if I were being asked that question by my elected officials, I'd say one way to get at whether or not it's changing is I might say make it a 10-year pilot. And I would say don't make the pilot too short, because the reality is that all these kinds of changes take a lot of time and several cycles. So that is one option available to you. I don't know, do you have other thoughts?
No.
Okay, group 4. Our question kind of goes off of that, but we're looking at a different thing. We want to know, how can you evaluate the effectiveness of the council, and is there a place where you could give them a rating besides the election?
No.
So as a city manager, we struggle with this a lot of how to help our council elected officials be effective. But in reality, if they choose not to engage, I'm going to say stuck with that for 4 years or however long the term is until the electorate makes a change. And the city of Tualatin has struggled in their council rules of how do we deal with somebody that doesn't show up? They're elected and they don't show up. And because we had that situation, we don't have it currently, but we did a few years ago. And they ultimately came to, well, we can kind of make a public statement, like a censure statement, but ultimately we don't have, they're elected. And so really the election process has to take care of that. But as city managers, it is a high priority to help them be effective and not to have that situation.
Yeah, and let me just say a little bit more. Is there any way to, outside of an election, for folks to register their discontent about the performance of a council member? No. I will also say that in most cities, especially council manager-run cities, the council will meet at least once a year to talk about how it's going and what their processes are like. We usually call them team building sessions, where they might talk about how effective they're being as communicating as a group. They also will probably annually, and I know they do this in Milwaukie, they annually do a goal setting session where they articulate what their agenda is, usually for a 12 to 24 month process. And so there's opportunities for the council members to work together when things aren't going so well, to make sure that they all are in agreement, not necessarily about the subjects, but about how they're going to work as a council member. I also will say that sometimes the success or failure of a council member really rests on the willingness of the chief elected official, the mayor. He or she has to sometimes be the person who steps in and says, hey, we were really counting on you to show up, you didn't show up. Or, hey, I thought we all agreed we were not going to be mean to staff in public. And so you really rely heavily on that chief elected official to be the person who supports and encourages the rest of the members of the council to do the work that needs to be done. And as chief appointed officials, we can support that, but we can't. It's just not it's not appropriate. It would be role confusion for us to step in and tell a council member that they're not doing their job. That's just not effective. Like I said, we can help them be effective, but we can't. There's no way for us to say you're not doing your job, and nor would it be appropriate.
Okay, so we're back to group 1. I do see you. I think Luna had. Hello?
It's on. I just wanted to ask where a potential increase would come from and what would be the consequences, good or bad. For example, like where would the money come out of the budget? Would taxes increase, things like that?
So most cities, Tualatin, I familiar with, go through a budgeting process every year or 2 years and make policy budget calls during that time. So if there was a big increase going from like 0 to, whatever, 100,000, let's say, the council would have to seriously think about, and the budget committee, where that comes out of. So we don't have a money tree. We talk about the money tree in Tualatin of it doesn't exist. And so if you add 100,000 in expenses, you have to find a way to where that comes out of. So I would expect that would be the same process here. If you want to start a new service that costs X amount of dollars, either you have new revenues that come in, which we're very limited in revenue generation in Oregon, or you cut something else.
So I would say you have to ask the city of Milwaukee that question because we can't answer where the city would, I'm not as familiar with their budget process anymore, 20 years later. So I don't know how they would budget for that, but I thought I saw it actually in the packet of materials that they provided you with an estimate of what it would cost. Did I not see that? I thought I saw it. But you'd have to ask them. So it would go to wherever their overhead departments are budgeted. Whether they would choose to offset that with a reduction in services or look for new revenues, that's really a policy call that they would have to make.
Group 2.
I don't think you can answer these questions, but yeah, so I'm going to reword it just a little. But so in the past, collectively you've been on for 30 years. Has the responsibilities of the city councils that you have been involved with changed over the last 12 years?
Yeah, council members are expected to do a lot more than they used to do. Well, I shouldn't say so much a lot more, but they have to do it in very different ways. I mean, I would say when I started, there was not a single council member who had a Facebook page or any kind of social media presence. And now they all have them, right? And they're all dialoguing with residents of their communities in that way. Also, I think that Milwaukee, because of where it is geographically, has always been heavily engaged with the city of Portland and Metro and TriMet and ODOT and Clackamas River Water and Clackamas County. But I would say the level of group decision making that's made about key issues that face the community has probably increased substantially in the last 25 years. The need for Milwaukee to be very active with Clackamas County, with ODOT, with Clackamas River Water, with the city of Portland, with TriMet, with Metro has gone up since probably 25 years ago.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Group 3. Cheryl.
I was wondering, in your experience or in your opinion, are more cities going to salaried than stipend?
I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting question. We put up the ones that we're familiar with, and there was a handout. In my experience, I've never worked for a city that paid other than direct reimbursement, and so none of the cities that I've ever worked for have gone in that direction.
I think we gave you a handout that shows nationwide sort of what percentage of cities pay their elected officials, and I'd have to rely on that. I don't know if that's more or less. I will say I believe a lot of cities are wrestling with some of the questions that you guys are also wrestling with, the questions of how do you get more age diversity, how do you get more gender diversity, how do you get more racial and ethnic diversity on your elected bodies as our communities are becoming more and more diverse.
Well, and I think that it not just elected officials. In Tualatin, we've changed the way that we're engaging our community. So we always provide meals, right? When we want to get people, we provide food. We provide transit passes, and we provide some childcare options just to get people involved. And so I think that has been an evolution in community engagement. So not just at the elected official level, but you want to involve your community. You know, you gotta provide the things that they're worried about that's going to get them there.
I had just wanted to clarify on our first question about effectiveness and efficiency ratings, just because in the video that you showed, there were comparisons in style on those measures, and I think that it mentioned IBM did a study, and then we have this sheet from something called the International City County Management Association. And so I wanted to be clear that we're just curious, not from within each city, but whether there's larger resources on those kinds of effectiveness and efficiency ratings that we can be looking to.
Yeah, there are. Whether or not I can get them, or we could get them to you by Monday when you guys are done is a different question. But there's a lot of research that's been done about the council manager form being more efficient, being more ethical. Places where you don't have sort of challenges to your elected or appointed officials for making decisions that are self-interested as opposed to in the public good, and being more financially well-run. There are the International City County Managers Association, for example, runs a performance measure program where you can benchmark the performance of those cities against other cities. And there are also industry standards for most of the services that we run, fire departments, police departments, water departments, which can show you how effective or efficient your local government is. Sometimes communities, though, the size of Milwaukie, 20,000 people or so, have a resource challenge in belonging to those kinds of associations because it takes a certain amount of staff, sort of discretionary staff time to be able to benchmark yourself against other jurisdictions. And so sometimes smaller communities don't have the resources to participate in those programs. We could probably show you how bigger cities do, but I don't know that we would have a great deal of information about how moderate or smaller cities do.
Back around in a minute.
Sure. Hey, thanks. It's been very good to hear all this. My question is around the budgets and expenses and stuff like that. So we're looking for examples of specifically what are like memberships and credit card expenses, and how do they affect the budget. And also the education, like through conferences, travel and training, that type of stuff.
So in my city, we budget for counselors to go to training, and normally we budget for them to go to one conference at the national level because there's an association of cities called the National League of Cities. And then we budget for them to go to one statewide conference like the League of Oregon Cities Conference. And then we budget for them to go to a handful of more local trainings. And then we budget the associated expenses. So and not every council member goes to all those things, but we want to make sure we put in the budget sufficient resources for them to do that. I imagine in Milwaukie they do that they have a track record of where do council members go and what do they need to budget. Our council members are not issued P cards, so we do have a council purchasing card, credit card. So if they go and stay in a hotel, we send them with that card so that they can pay for the hotel, and then when they come back, they give it back to us. So they are not making spending decisions on behalf of the city when they're out and about, but only when they're traveling on behalf of the city.
Same thing in Tualatin. We budget a couple of $1,000s per council member for those very types of things. So a national conference, a state conference, any local trainings that they would want to go to, and that basically covers it. Some use it, some don't. And then they're reimbursed for all their direct expenses, of course. If they want to make their travel plans, accommodations, we're happy to reimburse them, but we're also happy to cover those. They don't get credit cards, but we're happy to make all the arrangements and even prepay hotels or airline.
They want us, in our experience, our council members want us to keep them out of trouble. So not having us, There's places people get in trouble, and having somebody else's credit card is one of the places. And so having the city sort of do the legwork for their travel is one of the ways that they avoid ethical problems.
And none of this affects their stipend? Or
No.
None of that? Yeah, that's
Outside of
completely
that.
separate.
Now, the goal is to make sure that if they are doing work on behalf of the city, that they're not paying for they're not subsidizing the work of the city.
Nobody from group 2 has a question? Group 3? All right, Jackie?
I was actually going to go back to Luna's question about coming from the budget. You guys said that it came in one of our memorandums, and I think I found it. Is it coming from the capital outlay, or is this the transfers, contingency, and ending fund balance?
So I'll tell you how we did it at Metro, and I'll tell you how we do it in Lake Oswego. I can't tell you how they would do it in Milwaukie. Okay? So in Lake Oswego, we do what's called cost allocating all of our overhead functions. So the city council, the city manager, the finance department, the IT department, the human resource department, and the facilities department. City attorney, yeah, city attorney is actually the most straightforward. They're all overhead functions, right? As I joke about the fact that as much as we make the city more efficient, really everybody in my office is just a transaction cost. Sorry, if you had economics, you'll know what I'm talking about. And so we have a complicated methodology by which we allocate the costs of those departments, and it really depends. So for example, for city council members, we allocate the costs back to the line departments based on the number of items that the departments have on the council agenda, right? So the best proxy we have for how much each department costs in terms of the city council's budget is based on the amount of time the council has to spend working on those issues. So no surprise, I think that the planning department probably pays for about 40% of the council members' time. The engineering and public works departments pay for about 25% of the time, and the rest is distributed to all the other departments because most of their business items in front of the council are pretty small. So that's how we do it in Lake Oswego, and it's similar with the other overhead departments. Like for example, the information technology department is allocated based on the number of pieces of technology equipment each department has. So at Metro, we did something very, very similar. We had the council members were in a single budget, and we had a cost allocation methodology. Now, Metro got a lot of federal money, so our cost allocation methodology had costs that we could allocate to federal grants and costs we weren't allowed to. We had allowed costs versus disallowed costs. So it was a little bit more complicated, but the counselors were in an overhead department, and then we cost allocated those council members back. I assume that Milwaukie probably has something similar, but you would need to ask either the city manager or the finance department how they allocate currently, and I assume they'd use a very similar methodology. So that would mean, in our case, the general fund, which is the fund that gets the tax money, picks up about 48 or 49% of the costs of the council, and the rest are distributed to our utility funds. And so there would probably be something similar, like some of the work of the counselors would be, well, let me just be clear. In Lake Oswego, some of the costs are borne by the general fund, which is the tax-supported part of the agency, and some is supported by the utilities. So that's rates. Local government cost accounting is funny because we have a lot of laws about what money, I talk about this, in Oregon we have laws that say we can't take money from the left pocket and put it into the right pocket. From the experience of a local resident, it doesn't really feel that way. It feels like a dollar is a dollar is a dollar. But in local government finance in Oregon, a utility dollar is not the same as a tax dollar. And so you have to be super careful about how you spend those dollars. If it comes from a utility service, you have to be able to demonstrate that that the dollar you're spending is related to providing that utility.
Or the building department.
Right. Yeah, the building department's even more restricted.
Right. Same type of thing. It's very similar. We're not as complicated as Lake Oswego, but.
No thing. Well, Metro's really. Well, budget's not complicated.
Okay, so we still have another 25 minutes if there are additional questions for your expert panel.
We're happy to not answer questions.
Up to 25. Okay, Steve. I see you in the queue, and then Luna.
So I was looking at when you was putting up the pay structure for like, it's $61,000 a year. Okay, well, that's not for 20 or 40 hours a week, is it? I mean, how is that? I'm a little confused there. And then you got the council members making, I forget what exactly it was, I should have wrote it down. But I mean, if they're only contributing 20 to 40, I mean, those are full wages. I mean, those are full-time.
So this was a decision made by the city of Gresham. We can't tell you exactly why. What I can tell you is the mayor's salary is set to 1/3 of a department director's salary. So it's benchmarked against what a department director is paid. So the city, the community decided that's how much they believe is required to successfully perform the job of the mayor of Gresham. This is not I mean, it's okay for you to disagree with it or me to disagree with it, but this is simply what they decided to do. And the same thing is true with their counselors, is they said that being a counselor is about 1/3 of the work, not quite, a little bit more, 40% of the same work of the mayor. So if the mayor's 1/3, then the counselor is 40% of that. And so they are compensating folks at that level. They believe that in their community, that's what it's taking. And as I said before, when we say it takes 20 to 40 hours a month, that's based on our experience with our cities. It doesn't translate into what other communities have decided it takes to perform that job. And when you guys make a decision or recommendation to Milwaukie, I'm sure it'll be based on your assessment of what you think it takes to be a successful city council member on behalf of the residents of this community. Am I making sense?
Yeah, it does, but it's pretty vague.
Yeah, and the other thing I'll tell you is that department directors' salaries in Gresham are probably higher than they are in a lot of other places because they're over 100,000 people, and so they're comparable cities who they view as competition for their talent are probably places like Eugene and Salem and Hillsborough. And so Milwaukie, I know because I used to work here, is benchmarking against communities that are between 20 and 30,000 people. So they're looking at places like Newburgh or Oregon City, West Lynn, and so it's just a different market. If you see what I'm not trying to be vague, I'm just trying to say there are a whole bunch of different variables that I assume a group much like this in Gresham took into account when they decided to adopt this salary level. I don't know, I can't answer it.
That's fine. A little bit more. So there's no change in the requirements from the city of Gresham, let's say, as far as the time that the council spends on than say Walton or West Lynn where you're from. It's all the same?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's probably specific to the expectations in each community. And again, both Sherilyn and I have experience with elected officials who both work a lot more than that, 20 to 40, and work less.
And I haven't worked in Gresham, but I can't imagine but so the salary's set, but the variance by different mayors or different council members, it's got to vary much like what it does in our experience.
Although in Gresham, they have a long tradition of having very, very active mayors who you see a lot of places. And so, I mean, the current mayor is very busy in his work as mayor. And the previous mayor also was very active in county and regional and statewide politics. And so I expect that this is tied to the experience that those mayors have had in that community.
Okay, Jeremy.
Going back to the benefits, could you give us some ideas in the comparison sheet that we got where it compared Milwaukie to other cities of the similar size? There was a line item there for memberships, and we were just kind of curious, what are memberships and what are they like?
I don't know in Milwaukie specifically, but in Tualatin, the council has the council is a budget. They have a budget that includes a number of different things, but it also includes memberships and dues. So the city is a part of the National League of Cities, the League of Oregon Cities, the Japan American Society, it's like an economic development thing. So there's a number of organizations that we're part of, and some of them are specific to elected officials. And so those costs get drawn from that membership and dues line item.
Yeah, and when I was in Ashland, for example, we actually reimbursed the mayor to belong to a couple of service organizations in the community. So it could be that some of those communities are doing that as well.
So a little while back, you guys said something about how the council hires a person, like a CEO kind of, who I'm assuming is the city manager, correct? To oversee the people in, like, the whole city council hires and needs to be working, all the departments. So I was just curious, does that city manager have to look over, in Milwaukee's case, the 158 people budgeted to be hired by the city?
Yeah, the city manager in Milwaukee is responsible for the operations of the city, including, and I'm sure, I know, under the charter, is responsible for hiring and firing everybody except for the city attorney.
Okay, so does that mean that the city councilors don't have to directly oversee anybody except for the city manager?
And in fact, they're restricted.
Okay.
They're not allowed to oversee city, to influence the hiring and firing of city staff. Now, when I worked in Ashland, it was what was called the city administrator forum, and the city administrator and the mayor jointly appointed department heads there. So that's just a little variation, but in city manager forms of government, councilors are usually prohibited from interfering with hiring and firing decisions of department directors and below.
So the city council in Tualatin sets the budget, and then if we have vacancies in the organization, so a year ago, our Parks and Recreation director retired, and so I get to hire a new Parks and Recreation director. The city council is not involved at all in that. They set the budget for the Parks and Rec department, or the city as a whole, and then I have hire fire authority for the entire organization. And they set the what, and we do the how. So they say, we want beautiful city, safe community, and then they set the budget, and I say, I'm going to hire a police chief, and that they're going to patrol these areas. The council doesn't get to get involved in that at all.
Great job having the question.
I'm going to take this as a good sign.
Okay.
Really respect the work that you guys are doing. It feels super fascinating, and as a city manager of a community, a like community of Milwaukie, I just want to say that it's super impressive, and coming together in an endeavor like this is inspirational to me as a city manager. So thank you.
In regards to what we're doing here, do you see this kind of working, or maybe a trial period that could come up and be applied to your cities? Would you take that on, or would you make that recommendation?
I think that and I wasn't trying to be vague to Steve. I really think this is the decision that has to be made community by community. Those of us who've worked in city government a long time, we're strong advocates for local control because we believe that communities have identities. If that makes any sense, communities have their own character, their own flavor, and these decisions really need to fit that community's context. And so would I take the recommendation? No. Would I suggest that Lake Oswego could at some point engage in a process where they convened a demographically representative panel of their residents to answer a similar question? Maybe, yeah. I don't think you should take anybody else's answer, and I don't think Tualatin or Lake Oswego or any place else should take your answer and try to apply it into our local community context.
We were talking about, might Tualatin want to do something similar for a different question? It's like, what are pressing questions that we could answer, that the community could answer in a similar fashion? It may not be pay, but it might, I don't know what it might be. Martha and I were talking a little bit about that before.
I have a really big question right now about whether we should build a community center and swimming pool in cooperation with the school district, and this would be an awesome way to wrestle that question to the ground, because every single user group in our community wants us to build their facility, and traditional community meetings only cause people to shout at each other, which is fun, but not really very fun. It's not fun, and I'm sorry to be snarky on a Sunday, but I do think that this process is super important. It's a super interesting way to convene a dialogue of folks who might not see the world the same way, and look at all the facts and sort of wrestle them to the ground and make sure that you are making a recommendation that really fits the situation that you have. So I think this is a great process. And as I said before, I'm not sure I'm going to take your recommendation, but I might say, hey, what's an application for this process in our community?
Yeah, and just for the record, as experiences, it would be a lot funner not to have to deal with the money aspect of it.
Yeah.
But I understand that pretty much everything comes down to the financial pieces. But yeah. Thank you.
All right. So thank you to both of our presenters. A round of applause. And thank you for showing up on a Sunday and presenting. I'm going to hold you for just a couple more minutes before we send you to lunch. But we have just a little bit of time, and I'm wondering if we want to. Let's just do a little bit of debrief on that. We had questions. Yeah, so similar to yesterday, what questions were answered? What new insights have emerged? And potentially what new questions have emerged? So as we're kind of moving through this, I guess, wrestling the facts to the ground. Do you feel like you're wrestling the facts to the ground? What questions do you feel like just got answered for you that were critical questions you had? Laura.
I think we got a lot of information about what the city council does, and some things I heard were they're attending meetings, they're out engaging with the community through social media at different meetings, trying to talk to community members, and they're also reading information about issues that they're voting on.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I just feel like that conversation right there was probably super helpful. And I think that like if we would have that up front to kind of like almost initiate the overall process of what we're doing here, just from an education standpoint, from a background standpoint, right? And I get the feeling that, and I can talk to me personally about this, but I have no political background, don't know how offices work, don't know how public services work. I understand I pay the bills and they don't come after me, and that's pretty much that's the limit of my knowledge, my expertise around how government functions. And I think just having experts in from the beginning would be a little more insightful, to at least maybe not influence, but to at least kind of help educate what we're kind of basically trying to judge.
And is there a particular piece of information or education that you felt was really valuable that came out of that?
I mean, I felt the whole conversation was valuable, and not to be just broad about it, but if I had to put my finger on it, it was more of just like they were able to give us a concise, like a clear answer to our questions. And I mean, for me, I guess I had a lot of questions around the benefits, and the budgeting of those benefits, and what do they use their credit cards for, and what do they, and I guess some more clarity could come from the city finance office, like the city of Milwaukee's finance office. Like they could probably give us more details, but just having an understanding of how the council functions and how city managers get hired and who has control over the public workers. Just having kind of that insight, that was probably the most helpful out of this conversation. It just tells me how they work, how the process works, the differences between a strong mayor versus, you know, the council that we have. I forgot the name of it already, but the city council like we have. So yeah, that was helpful.
Okay. Lana?
Okay. So to speak to an insight that I had based off of what was just shared, I have a kind of shift in I wanted to know how effective, what's the rating on our city council? And so after this conversation, I kind of get that how they're reimbursed / paid is kind of more related to what kind of a city you are and the size of the city and the needs of the city and the size of that. So that's just a change in how I'm looking at it, that it's more about like, oh yeah, how big is Milwaukie and what are we trying to do here? And she said overall, I think it was an answer to Anna's question, that it's a bigger job for all of the council members with social media now. And then just thinking about, like, I know that Milwaukie is a growing city. And so, of course, now, like, oh, yeah, the job, despite who's doing it or how well they're doing it, just the job itself is going to be bigger, is what I heard.
Luna, and would invite anyone who hasn't had a chance to weigh in or ask questions up to this point. Just feel free to kind of get in here and surface what's coming up for you so that the rest of your panel benefits from that thinking.
I was just really grateful for what they said about the pros and cons and the other things to consider, because I didn't fully think about that stuff. And as far as demographics and the diversity on the council and people who might have to be taking care of their parents or their children and not being able to be there for that. So I thought that was some really valuable information to take into consideration.
Okay, so we will probably have a little more time after lunch, and you've had time to kind of process a little bit. We may have a little more time just to kind of check in on what new questions are emerging that or have emerged for you. Thinking really about what will be, it's somewhere up here, the strong and important. Which you suggested, you and former citizen jury panelists have suggested is it's relevant to this context. So it's relevant to the issue before you. It's able to be verified. Placed in context, again, that's about sort of compared to what. Some of you have touched on some of that. Based on multiple sources and information that shows consequences or impact. So as you're sort of thinking about that and you're trying to unearth and still discover information that will help you kind of get a suite of good, strong, and important information to help inform you about your recommendations to the council about this question, let that sort of be part of your thought process. Is I'm looking for these types of pieces of information that maybe fit into some of these categories, or the checklist, I guess we were calling it at the beginning. So we're going to send you to lunch, and we're going to ask you to come back at 1:10. Very precisely, 1:10, we will be back in our seats. So give yourselves a real break. For now, we've got a lot more to do this afternoon.
Before you get up, can I please get some direction about this and what we have extras? I don't know if you don't, but so that people are aware you're the first in line. So it's chicken, baked tortillas today. We have both corn and flour tortillas. We have another tray of the chicken, but we don't have any more of the steak, which doesn't mean you can't have the steak if you aware before you pile it on your plate. We only have the one tray of veggies as well. So just a little bit of awareness there. We have extras of the beans and rice. We have both coffee and beans, and peppers. We also have multiple things of salad. So just as you're loading plates up, being aware of the fact that there are certain folks or so that are trying to eat. So if you need anything,
Yeah, I want to be a council member at Lake Oswego.
It's so fun. Anyways, it was just interesting because everything. Yeah. I don't know what breakfast does. I keep thinking they're just right. And I don't know whether they have like a bottle of emotions, right? And it's like every 5 minutes I hear remind myself to drain. To be the person that you're like, no, drain it out, drain it out, drain it out, drain it out.
I think you're just working on like other things. I mean, that's how I think you figured this out. Is that, like, you're working on like I need bread, milk, eggs. Did I leave the stove on? And I'm here like,
And I'm like, does this turkey taste good? Does it taste good? We haven't had turkey.
that's an afternoon. Need the
I was
sugar.
waiting. I was waiting.
I'm just
Keen for
curious.
sugar boost.
Mr. Nominee.
So, yeah.
Did you parts? It was ready. That baby, don't you just put it on there? And then just went. I heard that like, I was like, that's the first
We'll just snag that flip off the city's website.
It is very interesting.
really fighting, trying to make sure he's getting.
But he is working on his process. I'm working on mine.
That's right.
I like it.
And I think this morning,
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Ah, yeah, just a second. Yeah.
Right.
we need to see. I said, we need to see.
Then we can answer them today.
I didn't know that. I just looked up, I think I just did. I dropped it. I That's my Right, I've never done this, but this is not, maybe we have that, that's different than what I do. Sir.
Freddie?
What time do you, yeah, should we grab lunch and?
Mm-hmm. Let's grab lunch and then.
Where do you wanna?
I don't know, somewhere where, yeah.
My mentor, the one.
Out in the hallway or something, what do you think?
Just maybe letting them know we're gonna meet just us, unless we want to meet everybody.
Yeah, no.
Or we can.
Yeah, none of the rules apply, which is fine. I'm just adjusting I like seeing it down on this table. It's like they're staring at you.
I don't know. Yeah.
I'll grab my book.
Okay, yeah, grab your book. Design meeting out in the hallway, but we don't need to meet over lunch.
Yeah, what do you think?
American style. When I compare the small groups in Northern Macedonia, here in Northern Macedonia we can work with American and there you really work with moderated more like here, just like just because there's no contact.
I mean, I'm failing at it, but I'll try harder.
Their time is they I mean, they engage so much in the content and they will
Oh, okay. Yeah.
hey, in Germany also they engage in the content or art and lecture. Like it's American, but just to not engage in like political issues or something sensitive, and you don't want to separate the process from like content.
Yeah. I think there's when you there's a problem here if you do that. It is zero. I can see how it, especially culturally, that for sure. Yeah. Like the definition of what is bias. But it's also been over to Europe. I lived for years in England. People here involved in free flow, so I mean, They all said it. Senior committees, not necessarily in a bad way. Want to dictate, influence what's going on. In addition, we have a process that we are pulling ourselves away from that ability. So it's almost like, no, we absolutely totally influence the process. And then the best thing to look at is take a step back because we know how hard this is. So it's easy to do. Whereas other countries very reserved in their opinion. It's kind of a flip-flop at the moment. They're listening up, and then in the process, they're making more information.
Maybe
But we also think that kind of not to separate from the government or the city government in this council. Because it was the crown that in a way the expert that spoke were from the city.
Yeah.
And it was a different topic, it was about public transport and so on. But I mean they wanted an input from the population for people that use public transport. So they had their own experts, they had moderators also engaged much more in the topic. So it was also they had not this separation between like the organizers for the particular process of design and like the city or the town government. So not a mix, I guess. Also the organizing committee of the whole thing was from independent people, but also from the
Yeah, officials, yeah.
state officials.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Interesting to see if that was due to the question. This is the question. Transportation isn't necessarily a political question. It can be, but it's just a common good. Then I think delves into what most people buses. It can be, but I think if people are just looking at public transportation, you want more public transportation. Just that. So I wonder if the question is different. The question is different.
Well, I have another thought about this because I have a friend who's she and her boyfriend backpacking their way through trying to get this beautiful town in Ecuador under a huge statewide strike. And so everything's shut down. They can't get to this beautiful town. People are in the streets, and they're just mingling with protesters. And it's like it's nationwide in Ecuador, so it's just overrun everything else that's happened. The course of business, tourism, or otherwise. And it was interesting to hear their stories about that because it just feels so different from what we do here. We're a very democratically policed country. And so I wonder if that's part of why this approach has emerged, facilitating and being almost to a fault removed from the process of not really because of the desire to bring back some of that voice to, if moderators create a void of discourse, then I don't know how vocal Japanese citizenry is, or even Germans, if they're, I know France, for example, has a very strong tradition of striking, and so, I was there for a while, so I do wonder that, we don't strike at all, that is so rare for us, and we barely vote,
We have mail in ballots in this state.
I know, Oregon is the highest.
70%.
I know, and that's the highest in the country.
We basically made
Yeah.
You still have 30% or more.
We just don't even mail it in. It's the highest in the country as support it. So we're doing the best out of it. What do you think about that? Do you think, does that resonate at all with? Yeah.
Platform is only as an input for what the government wants to say. And you can just maybe accept it. But maybe this platform is not designed as an acceptance of government, and here it's trying to bring this kind of inspiration to
Yeah.
don't bias so.
I think the thing is like if there isn't that void, if government and officials aren't saying anything, if government and officials do say something, the populace will be silent, like by default, unless they're so offended on something that they must rise up. But I mean, we these people don't. I imagine maybe one of them has been to a council meeting and is even familiar with how local government functions. I mean, Jeremy couldn't remember the title of the authority, and so I think that's so indicative. Pretty much all of them just there's zero engagement. It's just really, and so I think that impacts. I think it's a passivity that culturally. Because I thought about this quite a bit too. I mean, our country was in a political strife. Doesn't really know how to respond collectively or discuss our values. I don't know if a lot of that's happening in Europe too. A lot of conversation about values, and so it's I don't know. It's interesting to watch this happen in some ways, like a microcosm reflection of what's happening culturally, like nationwide. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and I do feel that way. If I can just manage to shut up, then I could help amplify the voices, and that is like ultimately the purpose.
Yeah.
Right. But I wonder if in Japan and Germany, if that silence from the moderators is just not required because the people, the participants already feel a baseline voice. They're not afraid to speak up. They're not pressured. They're not complacent or apathetic. I just wonder.
Yeah.
Like Germany, what do you think? I mean, are people, I don't know anything about Germany. Like, do they strike a lot? Yeah.
But they do, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
But I imagine was that group dynamics here are quite well there are some who do not speak up too much, but what is most interesting is that there are two or three groups it's always they honestly
Yeah.
the exact opposite. Honestly.
Yeah. I'm surprised too.
The younger generation is often
Mm-hmm.
here. I mean, we have so many young
I think that's a hallmark of the generations, the new generations in the U.S. They're very vocal to a lot of the criticism of the older generation. And I have to wonder, like, how much of that is just sort of the classic cycle of generations and power moving from generation to generation to generation. But I don't know. I'm surprised.
for example in Northern Korea and Japan.
Yeah.
Where like the older men said to the younger women, "Oh, don't you want to say something because I don't have anything to say."
Yeah.
Like this kind of
Yeah, right.
behavior.
That's so interesting. Milwaukie Expressway and Nielsen, right there's a nice drive-in. Nice drive-in on this side, you go all the way up the hill. It's right there. Big red bus is on the right. Multiple and one and then you'll be back out and you're directly exactly on Hill 37. And dropping right down that shopping center. Order ready to go and switch it. Yeah, we have each one on one side. But it's unless they're tied to make offers to it. 20 minutes off the top of the wall. Maybe it is. Cheese trick. the next one is all these so I get the opportunity to get down and and today I also got and then I just wrote down that was last year. No, because usually there's so I have done that. Because my computer wired. Oh, yeah. Yep. And then they are giving you bread. They may give The idea is that you can hold the lid down, and it shows where it's from. But yeah, but now we have and then there's all the bars and all that. Don't do it. They have
year is 29th.
I love videos. It's one of my favorite programs. No, like last year. I'll show you. It's one that went. Okay.
For example, one of the questions that I get a lot is what appointments are required to serve on boards for that, and like our tradition of how
So. No, and it makes me crazy, but it was so good.
Can I throw in a question? At that point,
It's the same idea. All that like and then they slice it.
Yeah, no, no worries. Each other what you need. Look at your name tag, and then I'll sign it. I didn't know what I didn't know how formal it was, so I just said I'll just go all out.
I'm Kelly with staff, but I was letting you know there's expectations.
I'm good for now, but
Okay.
yeah.
Drinks, otherwise.
Well, the cookies later too.
Yeah.
I might need a cookie at the end.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. You're pouring. Exactly, yeah, for making it clear. So they're like, well, yeah, I'll wear a suit.
Here's the binder at the end that has the centerpiece and all of the vendors that we've been talking to. Those guys are she is JD, yeah. I honestly have not looked at it.
Okay. Yeah.
Wanted to see if.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, that's the.
Good, so that's why we have.
Not my area.
Okay, well, feel free to.
Okay. And then like whenever it starts, I guess usually gonna hang out over here and like well, she'll be this guy and like after she's done I can go to the desk.
That would probably make most sense rather than having to sit there the whole time.
Well, yeah, that's I'm happy to just.
I would be squirming the whole time.
Yeah, I mean I'm fine doing that when I'm talking. Yeah. And then usually the slides are already up on. Okay. So I have my laptop in the car, but if perfect, yeah.
All right, good, good.
Right now, especially one right
Oh yeah. Exactly. So I can talk about why you might do it. Think about it too fast. I remember reading that like no one goes to someone on for 20 years, right?
And then that was also like, I had to like reset my internet because I was doing it, I was like, can I come over 3 years over? And then they go, it's okay.
Okay, everybody, let's make our way back to our seats and get ready for our next expert panel.
We have a little bit.
We're a little ahead of time.
Yeah, we have some time here to fill.
Oh, we
because
do. Oh,
this
that's
is
right. We are going to do a little bit
debrief.
of,
Yeah.
yep, a little more processing the process. No, processing what you're learning.
Are you thinking Ken will go first
We can also
before us?
process the process, but
Whichever order it is in the panelist binder. The tabs, the order of the tabs in the panelist binder is the
so how was lunch? Everybody feeling like you're getting adequate breaks, adequate care and feeding? Be sure and give us, continue to give us feedback at the end of the days about how things are going for you at all levels, from a just kind of comfort to processing information to understanding where you're at in space and time with the process. All of those are good feedback areas for us. So I wanted to just check in. You've had maybe a little force to absorb the morning's information and the conversations that you're having with each other about the information. So just what new questions might be emerging for you, or even any new insights that came your way as you kind of were able to rest back a little bit during the break? And again, those of you who have not had a chance or haven't jumped in a lot with the conversation, I know you're all actively participating in small groups, but if you are so compelled with a thought, please share it. It'll be to the benefit of all of your peers sitting here today. Of course, Kelly's competing with cookies right now. It might be better. Yeah, we just keep feeding you sugar so that you stay awake. Okay. So what's coming up for folks? Questions? Are you just needing to sort of sit with it? All.
Is all those stuff on?
The question is, the councilman, they're getting paid $250 twice a month. How much more do they want?
I think it's off.
The microphone wasn't on, so let's try turning it on and repeat.
Oh, sorry, this got turned off.
Hold on, it's not you, it's us again.
Yeah. Okay, try again.
Try that again.
The congressmen or the people are getting paid $250 twice a month. How much more are they wanting, or do we know that?
So Lynn shared some about that this morning of what the council wants. So maybe let's let Lynn share with you what they've said to him about what they want.
Yeah, so I didn't, I think, specifically say this morning that they don't have any, there's no proposal on the table. There's no request or anything like that. There's no baseline. It's up to you to tell them what you think they should have, if anything.
Yep, so you're not responding to a proposal that's on the table. You're being invited to create proposals or a proposal in response to the question that's before you. That makes sense? Okay. What else? Cheryl.
Thank you. Running around it.
So an observation, we got a better idea of how government allocates their budget. And my personal opinion is that we should not be worried about their budget allocation as it applies to our decision on what our recommendation is going to be.
Okay, so you're starting to parse out the bits of information.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Starting to make sense
It's kind
of
of
where
an
they sit for you.
observation of they are responsible for their budget and how they allocate things. That's their responsibility. So my opinion is that we should not worry about that allocation process on whether, bottom line, on whether or not it would increase our taxes or whatever, however they decide to take this forward.
Okay.
That was a WebEx. No, that was Zoom.
It was Zoom.
That was good.
I have weekly Zoom meetings, so.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. And what is our official time to start in our attempt to make this simple, we didn't actually put the specific time. I can look for it in the book. 1:20? Okay. So we've got a couple more minutes before we'll roll into that. Naomi.
I was just thought of a new question. If they were to raise the taxes.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. If they were to raise the taxes, would that have to be voted on by the people?
Do you want to lean into your fellow panelists to see if they have found that answer? Did somebody? Do you want to repeat the question, Naomi? Sorry.
If the taxes were raised as a result of this, would the people have to vote on that?
My opinion as a citizen, yes, we should be able to vote for that because it's ultimately going to, impact us, and then we need to see the value that we're going to get out of it. So there's two ways to look at it, right? It's like, how much am I paying? What am I getting for that payment?
Okay. Is that responding to your question? Okay. All right, so we will give you more opportunity to kind of process some of this information, but we do have one more round. So we will invite our presenters up. We have one on the phone. Yep, so we have one person on Zoom and then another person who's with us in the room. So welcome to come up and have a seat. Just for the presenters, because we are all old hats at this, but for the presenters, a reminder, we have 15 minutes per presenter to share information out with panelists. And you will have a timekeeper that will help you kind of track We'll hear from both of the experts before we turn it over to our Q&A portion. And the citizen jury has been working to create questions. So we'll be sort of going around and in somewhat of an open forum with the rest of the time that we have, we'll allow them to do some Q&A with the two experts. So thank you very much to the both of you for being here. Be sure and introduce yourself and then we'll get started. And I believe, Williams, you are first. Do you want to look for me or do you want to use
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Jay Forrest Williams, and I'm a professor at Portland State in the economics department. And I specialize in economics, what is known as other regarding preferences and behavioral economics. So this is the idea that people make choices that when they make them, they care about not only their own outcomes, but other people's outcomes. So that's what's known as other regarding preferences. Within that, one of the main things that's looked at is charitable giving and volunteering. Right, so that's kind of the background where I come from and what I wrote my dissertation on and have research on. All right, so I'll talk about economics and volunteering and broadly, what does that mean and what do we know? All right, so volunteering, if you look at a definition, right, it technically means giving up something freely to other people. That one did. Thanks.
Just a little louder.
Okay, it's just, yeah. I mean, I talk to 80 people at a time without a microphone for 4 hours a day. So, this is actually easy. Now that I have a microphone, I have to yell. Yeah, so, did everyone hear what I said at the beginning? Okay, right. So I'm an economist, and what I study is other regarding preferences, which is the idea that when you make choices, you care about not only your outcomes, but other people's outcomes. Right? You try to optimize your decision making with other people's outcomes in mind. In economics, one area that's commonly studied is charitable giving and volunteering behavior. That's what I specialize in primarily is other regarding preferences, and a lot of it looked through the lens of charitable giving and volunteering. Right? So if you look up the definition of volunteering, the standard definition is just the idea that you are willingly giving away resources freely to other people. It does not necessarily have to be time, although colloquially, everyone just associates volunteering with giving time. And you think of donations normally as non-time gifts, right? So gifts of money or physical objects, right? And so I'll use the traditional nomenclature, even if it's not the technical correct one, right? Because that's the one we all kind of as a group have agreed upon. Volunteering is gifts of time and effort, right? So we'll differentiate those two things moving forward. All right, so what do we know? Well, basically, we know that for volunteering to technically be volunteering, it needs to be you give up time and effort, and you get nothing back in return. Or if you do get something back in return, it's something rather small, but you're not paid in cash, basically. Right? You might get a mug or a T-shirt, special access to some event, like if it's at a museum, you volunteer at the museum, they bring in an exhibit, maybe you get to see it before it goes to the public, right? It's kind of a compensation, but you're not paid in cash for your time. That's the main distinction in volunteering. Okay. And the question is, okay, well, why do people even engage in volunteerism, right? This is something that bothered economists for a while. I don't know how many of you know economists, but we find it odd that people would just willingly give things away to other people because you should want all the things to yourself, and so this is a perplexing issue, right? And it came with two reasons why people would volunteer or contribute to public goods and charities, right? Even if it's money instead of time. So the first reason is the idea of what we call pure altruism. And it's the idea that what you care about is the total value of the public good or service being created. So you think, let's just use money because it's a little bit more tractable. You think that we should have $100,000 spent to alleviate food insecurity, so donations to food pantries, et cetera, right? And that's your goal. $100,000 is the correct amount, and you donate such that we get $100,000 there. And if that's true, if people behave under this pure altruism motive, then every dollar someone else gives, once you cross the $100,000 cap, means that you want to lower your contribution to match so that it stays right at $100,000. So if pure altruism is the main motivator, all you care about is the total level of the good or service being provided. If you think you've crossed the threshold for what is optimal, you start giving less, right? Because you've over-provided in some sense. So that's the idea of pure altruism. You just care about the total amount being provided, but you don't care whether or not you provide 1% of it or 20% or any amounts, right? You just care about the total amount given. Impure altruism is the idea that you may care about what is created and how much it is, but you yourself gain some satisfaction or some benefit from having provided to its creation. Right? So yes, you would like to save kittens and puppies, and that's a noble cause, you might think, but you feel even better knowing that you have contributed, not that so many have been saved. Right? So that's the idea of impure altruism, that you get some benefit directly yourself from having contributed to the cause. Whereas in pure altruism, you just care about the cause itself. Right? So pure altruism, economists find basically no support for this behavior. Right? People, even if they have an optimal amount in mind for the correct amount that charity should receive or a public government should be funded by, they don't behave that way, right? What ends up happening in this paper here that I cite is probably the best example that we have from almost a decade ago. Basically what they do is they say, here's $10 for you, and you can keep any of it you want, or you can donate any of it to a well-known charity. And every dollar that you choose to donate to the charity, I, the experimenter, will subtract $1 that I would give. So no matter what choice you make as a person in the experiment, the charity gets the same amount of money. Right? So if you choose to increase your personal contribution, the experimenter lowers theirs by the exact same amount. So you can't influence how much money the charity receives. All you can do is influence how much you have contributed to the charity as a percentage of the total. And if pure altruism is true, then all you should care about is the total the charity gets, not how much you contribute. And yet, overwhelmingly, people choose to say, I would like to contribute some of my $10, knowing that it doesn't have an impact at all on how much the charity actually receives. Right? So you have to be doing it for some reason. And you might think, well, maybe they're just silly and they don't understand the rules or something like that. But there are lots of quizzes done to make sure they understand the process by which these choices matter. And it just appears to be that some people seem to get some benefit from directly contributing to a cause, even as it influences the outcome of the cause, which is what impure altruism suggests, right? That you just get something yourself, and the level isn't the primary driver of what happens, right? So here are all these reasons why you might give for personal benefit, drivers of impure altruism, right? And I guess I should point out here, economists don't think impure altruism is bad. It just, these are things that you might want for yourself. So the first one is a term most people haven't heard of. It's warm glow. It's somewhat of a poetic term, but it basically is the idea that you just get some personal satisfaction, like you feel better about yourself knowing that you helped. Okay? So you just have this warm feeling inside of you, right? Conversely, the opposite side of that is you could have some sort of guilt aversion. You feel guilty not contributing, so you might give out of a sense of guilt, right? We call that cold prickle, but it's not nearly as fun as warm glow, right? But it's the same idea, right? You feel compelled and you feel guilty if you don't give, right? So you're alleviating that guilt. You could give out of reciprocity. Maybe you've been helped in the past, so now you feel like you need to give back, or you think you might need help in the future, so you give some now. So that's the idea of reciprocity. Reputational effects, right? This is why buildings are named after people, right? With volunteering in particular, like it's very salient. You can see the person giving effort, right? So then people are like, oh, that person, she's a good person, right? She's out there in the cold, picking up trash on the side of the road in the rainy days, right? That could be a reason. Another one is that's pretty popular, at least among people I know, is what you do is spend all your days inside of a windowless office typing on a computer. It'd be nice to, like, I don't know, do something outside with your hands. So Habitat for Humanity and things like that is a nice way to do something different but still giving back, right? But I'm still productive, but I'm not sitting in the office doing the same thing that I always do. And then another popular one is networking, right? You can meet people who share, at least theoretically, similar interests and passions as you by volunteering. And all these things benefit you in some way. You're still helping a cause, but you're gaining extra things that just help you. And I should point out that none of these necessarily invalidates the other, right? They're not mutually exclusive. You can have all of these things happening at the same time. I could volunteer because I want to meet people, I feel good, other people know I'm a nice guy, right? I'm giving back to the community who's helped me in the past. You can have all of them happening simultaneously. Okay, so none of them necessarily invalidates any of the other ones. So now in terms of non-monetary compensation, right, so this is, you get something for volunteering. They're intangible benefits, and most of those are the drivers in pure altruism, right? You networking, you get to meet people you wouldn't otherwise meet, right? That's an intangible benefit, and that might drive in pure altruism. The tangible benefits, money is one, of course, that's not normally seen in volunteering, right? It kind of defeats the purpose of volunteering, but these others do exist, right? You get food for participating, right? You were all fed a lunch. It smelled delicious when I got here. It made me upset that I ate before coming because Mexican food is delicious, and I had a sandwich. But so you're getting some compensation for being here, like shirts or apparel. If you volunteer for something, sometimes you get a shirt that has the event and then it says volunteer on the back or staff or something, right? And then, like I said, early access. If you work in a museum or something like that, you might get to see exhibits before they're released to the public. And you might find that beneficial, right? So, are these tangible assets a problem, right? Tangible compensation. Well, maybe. It really depends on the value of them and how they're proposed. Most people believe that givers are intrinsically motivated, right? You have a desire to do good for its own sake. If you're offered some sort of monetary compensation especially, then it creates extrinsic motivation. You have some other driver that makes you do what you want to do, right? So you're no longer doing it because you feel like you need to do it for yourself, but because you're getting paid to do it. And then Titmus, who's one of the first people, at least in economics, to argue this is a concern, says that this could actually lower total output, right? And you can think about it this way. If you're doing it because you feel like it's something that should be done, you're going to do it to the fullest extent that you feel like it's worth it. But once there's a price tag associated with your time, you're getting paid a certain amount, then it's very salient. And if there are other wages that exist in the market, you have a means to compare it to, right? So if you're like, well, I like doing this because I care about it, and I don't think about the price or how much, in economics we call the opportunity cost, what you're giving up in your time. You could be doing something else, right? It's not necessarily really salient and clear to you, but once I say, okay, this is $15 an hour, you compare that to other things with which you might get paid $15 an hour, and you might decide to actually work less, right? Because the reason you're doing it is for the public good or the joy you get out of doing it, and now, because it's got a very clear price tag attached to it, you might decide to give less effort, and it also could change who decides to contribute, right? So you could switch from people who are contributing because they care about the outcome, they care about the thing that is being provided, so they're intrinsically motivated to care about saving puppies or food insecurity or whatever it is, to people who just care about being paid, right? And that could have an effect on the output as well. Okay. So it's the idea that you could crowd out, push out of the market people who would just naturally want to do it with people who are seeking extrinsic rewards in terms of money or any other thing, but money is the main concern that Titmus and others have looked at, right? And most non-monetary compensation that you see in these kind of volunteering situations, like T-shirts or mugs or food or candy or things like that, likely don't crowd out behavior. Right? That's more or less the consensus, at least in economics, is that if you donate blood and you get a mug from the Red Cross that says you donate blood, that probably isn't changing who decides to donate blood. I have personally never met anybody who said, I want to donate blood to get a mug. Right, and it probably isn't changing that, right? So small gift exchanges probably don't matter, but if you have large monetary compensations, that's when the concern exists, right? If you start saying, well, if you donate blood, we'll pay you $50 to donate blood, then you end up having these concerns that are raised, and you actually might have less total donations of blood, and you might have blood from people who are less likely to be able to keep the blood because they have some sort of disease or things like that. So that's what's been observed, at least in blood donation markets, right? You actually raise more in blood donation drives by not paying people money to donate blood, right? So, and kind of a last point here, right? If there's a third party, so there are onlookers who observe you, does it affect your behavior? For monetary gifts, the answer is yes. If you're choosing to donate money, and you can see what other people are donating and they can see what you donate, there does seem to have an effect. You tend to match roughly what other people have been donating. In terms of volunteering, it's less studied, right? So there's no clear answer yet on this, whether or not if I'm volunteering and we're all volunteering together and we know other people are watching us versus if we're just doing it and not being watched, right? Does that change our effort, how productive we are? That's unknown, right? And I guess I think I've run over time, decided to restart, so I'll end there.
Was that your last slide? Okay, thank you. So yeah, thank you, and we'll switch over now to our Zoom participant, Kellen. And we'll start the clock. You have 15 minutes.
Give me just a second to check on that. It's a little bit of a complicated tech situation.
Okay.
And thanks. Yeah, you may have noticed we restarted the clock and let him go another minute because there were some issues at the beginning with microphones. So that's the reason there. Give me just a second to figure this out.
Handsome.
Oh, yeah.
You can change it to speaker view.
Yes, I will. In a second.
So
This is going to be a little bit difficult, Kellen, if you can hear me. Okay, great, because I'm going to have to turn audio on and off here in order for there not to be feedback. So, so do you have the presentation queued up on your screen? Can you share your screen with the presentation, or would you like me to page through it? In which case, you can do that, and you can just say next slide, and I'll go through it. Yeah, go to Zoom and go share screen. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. No. Yeah, if you go share, and then you might have to click something else to share a particular part of your screen. There we go. Perfect. Got it. All right, super.
Okay, so you won't be able to hear us during your presentation. I'm going to put the video on the clock, though, to let you know how much time you have left. Here, I'll show you.
Where will I look to see how much time? Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay. Okay, I see that.
Low-tech solution, in a way. Low-tech solution to a high-tech problem. There we go. That's perfect. That works. Excellent. How's that?
Yes, I can see that.
Great. All right. I'm going to put you on the big speakers and on the big screen. Well, you're already on the big screen. And then we'll come back to you in 15 minutes, all right?
Okay, I'll try to be even faster. Okay.
Okay, super. Thanks.
Not yet. Not yet. Hold on.
Oh, wait, she can't.
The clock's not moving, so I'm thinking maybe people can't hear me.
Okay, start the clock.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay. Okay. So I apologize for the darkness. I'm teaching in New York this semester, and so it's already dark here. And I apologize in advance if there's loudness. I'm also teaching in New York, and so everything is very loud in the street. But hopefully there will not be very loud things. So I was asked to give a short presentation to this group. I'm a law professor, and I teach and research about local government law and land use law. And I'd actually written an academic article literally called Compensating City Councils. And so Robin and Lynn reached out to me to talk to the group. And so I guess I want to first thank the group in advance because it's always, as an academic, so great to see citizens actually engaging in democracy on the ground and not theoretically as just an academic exercise. So I think it's great that y'all are giving your weekend up to do this. I think it's very important. So I'm going to basically talk through, and I was originally scheduled to talk yesterday, and scheduling conflicts changed. And so some of this you may have gotten from some of the speakers yesterday, and if so, I apologize. I wasn't able to listen in on the talks yesterday, but hopefully at least some of this will be new information. So I am basically going to go through these kind of 4 points. We're going to talk about how compensation involves 2 questions: how to determine compensation, and then the separate question of how much to compensate. We'll talk very briefly about the procedures used to determine city council compensation, and then we'll focus on this 3rd and 4th point, some of the legal and policy concerns with determining compensation for elected leaders of cities. And so we'll go through the concerns raised by overcompensation, the concerns raised by undercompensation, and why pay for part-time officials is a particularly challenging issue. And then I'll end very briefly with a few strategies and tips for trying to avoid both over and undercompensation. So again, the first point is just to kind of make sure that we've laid out that there's 2 different questions that are interrelated. So the question y'all are focused on is how much to pay local elected legislators or other elected leaders. The related question, which you've already determined on the answer by engaging in this process, is like how, the process to determine that pay. And so the city of Milwaukie is engaged in what I think is a great process, this citizen jury process. There are other procedures possible, and they are less good. So I actually think it's terrific that this is the way you're doing it. And if you have questions, I can talk about why I think it's terrific this is the way you're doing it. But we're not going to focus that much on this because you're already using a great process. The first question, the one that we'll focus on, is the question of how much. There's no right answer to that. The precise amount of compensation that is appropriate will vary not only based on differences in specific city empirical data, like what's the population of the city, how much governmental power does that particular city have, things like that, the size of the city, other types of empirical, objective data. But it'll also differ just because of differences amongst different communities about how to balance underlying value differences, about whether you're more concerned about overcompensation or undercompensation and where you strike the balance. And so again, there's no right answer, but there's some strategies and tips for thinking through the process, which I'm going to try to talk through. So as I said, I don't want to talk too much about the procedures because you've already picked a procedure, the citizen jury process. But if you do have questions, like these are some of the other procedures that some cities use. And as I mentioned, the citizen jury process, I think, is a terrific option of these options. I'm going to skip over that in the talk and focus now on some of these legal and policy concerns. And a lot of this is common sense. This is not necessarily, difficult legal abstract thinking. This is common sense. But if you think about it, when you're trying to figure out how much to pay elected leaders, whether they're elected leaders of the city, state, Congress, anybody else, what you're trying to do is balance different values that are competing values associated with volunteerism and professionalism. And so when we're thinking about concerns about overcompensation, we're thinking a lot about values associated with volunteerism. And so, one of the first ones that comes to mind often is just this value, I think what our previous speaker was talking about, the value of volunteering. And in the legal context, this is often phrased as civic republicanism and the idea of a citizen legislature. And that this has kind of had a deep history in the United States, that we like the idea of people giving back. It's called public service for a reason. And so that's a deeply held value, and that's, a reason to say, no, this shouldn't be compensated either at all or too much. Another, on this side of reasons not to want to overcompensate is just the obvious fiscal savings. When you compensate elected leaders, that comes out of the city budget. And so even though it might be a small line budget item, it does come out of the city budget. And there is a, kind of a secondary fiscal concern, which is, I don't think it's in your case as much, but often when cities are thinking about moving to a truly full-time elected council, there's some concern that because now the officials will be full-time, they might engage in like too much governmenting and actually not just cost the cities more in terms of their salary, but because they'll be engaging in more governmenting, like engaging in projects and proposals, that it overall will cost the city more. Again, I don't think that's Milwaukee's concern, because I don't think you're fully moving to full-time. Other values are, again, an underlying value that people differ on is like, how big should government be? So this idea of limited government and not wanting to have entrenched politicians, even if they are local politicians, in office. And so wanting to set it up so that it is a volunteer or low paid position, so that encourages more rotation, because people probably will not stay in that position forever because they're not getting paid. And then final thing to mention on this side of the scale is one reason that's often cited for not needing to pay either at all or too much for local official positions is that there's other non-pay benefits. And again, your past speaker spoke a little bit about this, but things like the fact that if you're in public office, that can be a jumping off point to other public office. Or when you go back into the private sector, that's like a marketing tool for yourself on your resume that you've served in public office, things like that. And so there isn't necessarily the need to offer more compensation. On the other side of the scale, so now it was concerns about overcompensation. On the other side of the scale are concerns about undercompensation, and these often relate to values associated with, professional service. And so one of the again, first ones that people tend to think of is, if a position is not paid or paid in a very minimal way, that can really limit the pool of people who can afford to take that position. Not everybody has the luxury of being able to afford to volunteer in their spare time, because they might not have very much spare time. And in particular with part-time office, this can be challenging because, people like myself, I'm a professor, I have a fairly flexible schedule. Maybe a small business owner might have some flexibility in their schedule, and they can attend, meetings during the day. I could attend meetings during the day. But people who are teachers or work 8 to 5 in offices, unless the schedule is structured in a way, that just might not be an option for them, that type of part-time service. Concerns about undercompensation are also raised in terms of legislative capacity, because most people in a lower paid or non-paid position are doing it as kind of more of a quasi-volunteer service, they usually are keeping their other outside employment unless they have independent means of wealth or they're retired. And so when people have outside employment, that just by nature means they have less capacity to devote to the government work that they're doing. And obviously you have staff and you have full-time employees at the city who are non-elected officials that can help with that. But it can be a concern that you might get cost savings in the short term because you're not paying very much, but then in the long term, again, the job of governmenting might take longer. It might actually be less efficient in the long term. And then again, a related issue is that, again, because people who are in part-time or these lower paid, non-paid positions in government service tend to keep their outside employment, they necessarily are going to have more conflicts of interest. All of us have conflicts of interest, even if we don't keep our outside employment, but they'll necessarily have more conflicts of interest. And again, there are ways to deal with these ethical concerns by having a robust set of ethics rules. But cities need to think about that. That's another kind of separate step that needs to be thought about in terms of, well, what do you do if the local council member is the only plumber in town and he's bidding and he has to vote on the bid about the plumbing issue? Does he recuse himself? And if he recuses himself, does that mean he's recusing himself a lot and his constituents actually are kind of losing representation? So there's some complicated concerns there that are raised in particular in the lower paid part-time positions. So I think I kind of mentioned, I've hit some of these things, why particularly the figuring out pay for part-time elected officials presents this special challenge. We have 20,000 municipalities in the US, and so they're just so different, both in terms of their substantive, objective characteristics, like the size of the population, the makeup of the citizens, like the diversity, the different socioeconomic factors, the geography, all of those things. But they're also really different in terms of their legal status. And again, I'm happy to answer questions about this, but different types of cities have different types of legal status under state law. And so it's hard to make generalizations. But again, as I mentioned before, the part-time position, people often label it part-time because, there's one meeting every other week and it lasts 2 to 3 hours. And so, yes, that sounds like a part-time position. But often part-time positions, even if they don't quite reach the full-time level, they may fall further on the scale than the pure 6 hours a month that the public meetings would indicate. Most responsible elected officials don't just show up at meetings having done no work ahead of time. They tend to do research. They tend to try to work with the staff or other city employees to spend time doing work on that. And a big part of especially local elected officials' job is constituent services, which is a political, not legislative activity, but it's expected. And you hear quotes all the time about city council members saying, my job doesn't end after the meeting. On Sunday when I'm going to church, on Tuesday night when I'm at the grocery store, I am doing work because I run into citizens with problems and I have to talk through them with them. And then finally, again, we often think about city council members just, going to the meetings and voting on issues, but I'm not going to go through this slide, but I'm happy to answer questions, or I would just encourage you to take a look at it on your own. Again, it varies by state law, but these are some of the things that even in smaller and mid-sized cities, city councils are responsible for. And so it is a fair amount of work. And again, staff are often helping, and non-elected employees in the city are often helping with these things, as well as potentially the mayor's office, the city manager's office. But city council does have a fair amount on its plate. All right, almost 2 minutes. So I lighting it up. I am a fan of local governments, and so I had to put one Parks and Recreation slide on here, but city councils are creative. And then the last slide I want to conclude with is some strategies, again, I apologize loud, some strategies to avoid over and under compensation. So the first tip is to use a process that will avoid some of the systematic distortions that other processes involve, and you've already done that. So using an independent commission, that's actually a great first step. Other tips that can help are, and again, I don't know what this group has done, but maybe you've already done this, but getting testimony, whether written or in person, from both current and former city council members about their duties and their responsibilities, as well as testimony from non-elected staff, city staff, council staff about the role of city council members. Taking into account changes in empirical data, so like one that might change over the years since people have last thought about how much to pay city council members, is something like the number of constituents per council member. That might have changed. I'm not aware of Milwaukee's growth, but it's a city in the Pacific Northwest, and a lot of cities out there are growing. And so if 20 years ago, Milwaukee council members had, say, 5,000 constituents each, but now they have 10,000, well, that ramps up their amount of constituent services they're doing and the kind of the duties of their work. A fourth point is to compare to peer cities, and I saw that you were already doing that. You looked at some of the peer cities. You might want to take into account how those peer cities determine their compensation, because if they haven't changed it or updated it in 30 years, then that's maybe not the most helpful comparator to look at. So you also want to take into account how recent their changes have been and the process that they've used to decide their changes. The fifth point I can mention when if in the Q&A there's any questions about it, but putting in place a rule that there's any change will occur after the next election so that current office holders don't have any self-serving motivations. And finally, just recognizing again, there's no right answer. There's inherent trade-offs in balancing the values of volunteerism and professionalism and deciding what matters more in different communities. So I will stop there. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. So I'll bring the other presenter back up, and we'll open our Q&A, similar to before lunch break. So if you've got a question and you want to direct it to a specific person, or if you want to just throw it up there and see where it lands, you can do that as well. But really thinking about what are some of those critical questions that you identified in small groups earlier, and maybe even the critical questions that you identified in small groups yesterday that have not yet been sufficiently answered, in your opinion. All right. Laura.
Probably been asking this at every panel, but I still feel it's a little unanswered. So, I guess to both of you, in some ways, the first presenter more generally on volunteerism, but does compensation change the kind of people, in particular, like the diversity of people who are running for city council and getting elected to city council? And
So at least on my end, I don't know. In that most of the literature on economics and volunteerism is not looking at people trying to get into elected office. It's looking at who shows up and how long do they work at soup kitchens or animal shelters or things like that. And that you could easily say it might be a very different subset of people than people who are trying to give back via public office. So I'm not sure I could answer that knowing what I know about volunteerism.
Helen, do you want to respond?
Yeah, and I think, unfortunately, the only context that I've seen that looked in is with full-time versus part-time, so not volunteer versus paid. But there has been some indication that with full-time versus part-time, so actually going to full-time versus like a stipend at part-time, potentially affects the diversity of candidates because of the differences in diversity and wealth basis. And so I think there was a study about San Antonio's city council. They went from very low paid stipend part-time to median. It's not like a super high salary, but it's a full-time position now paid at the median of San Antonio, Texas's median income. And I think this is, again, I did this research 2 years ago, but I recall there being some study there that diversity increased. But there isn't actually a lot of data on that.
Jeremy?
My question is kind of regarding economics and how councils may volunteer their time or give charitable giving. Like I don't know if you can answer this, but do you have any like insights you could provide where maybe there's a little bit of proof that that councils actually do volunteer their time in some public manner?
So not, I mean, at least on my end, it hasn't been studied. I would say economists have not looked at it. Maybe people in poli-sci who do kind of behavioral poli-sci might have, but economists, and to what I know about psychology, because there's a lot of overlap with my research there, they have not looked at that in particular, so I don't have an answer for you, unfortunately.
Okay, sure. So you couldn't provide a way of measuring results if there was a way, or maybe you have an idea in theory.
I mean, I haven't thought about it off the top of my head. And like I said, as far as I know, I don't know anybody who's collected that data. I mean, a lot of answers today are mainly data driven, and to my knowledge, no one's collected the data and systematically analyzed it, like either over time or cross sectional from different municipalities in similar regions of the country or something like that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Here, hold on just a second.
Oh.
Okay. You want to talk to us?
So Kellen, did you hear the question? Do you want to respond?
Something about volunteerism. I actually could not hear the whole question, but I thought it was for the other speaker. But if it's for me, please rephrase the question. I just couldn't hear it.
Okay. He said it was mainly, do you want to ask her or do you want to move on? Yeah, we'll repeat the question for you.
Yeah, so I was asking regarding charitable giving and volunteer time, if it was common or if it had ever been studied from a data standpoint, if council members contribute their time or their investments into giving these charitable donations or volunteering at soup kitchens and doing the community stuff. Like how do we measure the results in the past or in any current campaign?
In my context, I do not study charitable giving or volunteerism. I'm sorry.
Sure, no, it's all good. Thanks.
Okay. Was it Steve?
And the question I have is, when I volunteered for a lot of things and I've never expected to be compensated for them. So when does volunteering become that you expect to be compensated for it? Because to me, when you volunteer for something, there is no compensation. So I guess I'm a little confused how all of a sudden people are volunteering and now they're expecting to be compensated for volunteering.
Well, it's not necessarily that you expect any sort of compensation. It's just that most economists believe that there is, even if it's non-tangible benefits, there is some form of compensation that people receive from volunteering, even if it is as abstract as you feel better about yourself knowing that you gave. But there are plenty of cases of charities providing tangible goods, whether it be just a T-shirt or a mug or something, early access to an event. And it's not that you have to expect it or you need to do that to volunteer necessarily. It's just that those things do exist, and from what we can observe empirically, those small gifts don't change individuals' willingness to give their time and effort and how effective they are at giving it, right? So it doesn't. So what you were talking about yourself personally, you volunteer with no expectation of receiving anything. Those organizations that give small gifts, like I said, these are non-monetary gifts traditionally, don't experience any dramatic change in the number of people who give and the type of effort those people give when they're there, right? So that's just to be pointed out. But you could argue maybe that's not pure volunteerism because they're getting a T-shirt or a mug or something, right? Or even like when you vote, you get a little sticker, right? That is some form of compensation, as silly as that is. Although not in Oregon because we vote by mail, and they never mail me a sticker. But but it's just to kind of highlight in the slide, that was the point, is that you can still have volunteering where you get some, even if it's something tangible, it's very small, that doesn't seem to kind of crowd out or alter the people who are willing to do it and how hard they work when they're there volunteering. The concern is always if you start paying people in cash, and that then it switches from volunteering to a job. And people approach those two things seemingly, potentially very differently, right? Both in terms of who's willing to do it and how hard they work, because you treat it from a passion to a means to an end, potentially, right? Not necessarily everybody does that, but there is that overarching concern in the literature, for sure. And there's some evidence that it exists.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't.
We can.
Yes. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was getting weird feedback. Yeah, I would just echo that and say it depends on kind of what I was talking about earlier in the slides about the competing values of volunteerism and professionalism, and what box we put local elected office. So at some point there was, like way back in the 1700s, a move to have all members of Congress essentially be non-paid volunteers. And it's fairly early on we put that in the box of no, we want that to be on the professionalized side of things. With state legislatures, it varies. States are kind of across the board on where they go with that. And again, it varies with cities as well, which box they think that is, whether that local elected office is viewed more like volunteering for a local charity or is considered more like something that we actually want to give people a professionalized incentive, including compensation, to engage in. And again, there's no right answer to what each city decides, but it's just kind of framing what you think for your particular community, local elected office falls more on the side of, and recognizing there's going to be trade-offs in either end, either side.
Just trying to wake everybody up. This is your last shot to ask questions of this expert panel. So Jeremy's got more.
So these are just kind of curious questions and just kind of firing off the top of my head here. When do you guys think there should be a line drawn between a council member going from a voluntary type service, a public service, into a salary wage-based service? How can you give us any kind of information that may help guide us? We have no experience in political infrastructure and no background in politics really whatsoever, other than voting. Of course, we vote. I vote. I can't speak for everyone, but where do we draw that line between volunteer and a compensation wage?
Kellen?
Are we inviting
It just went silent, and I'm getting weird vibration feedback. So it just went silent for the last minute and a half.
So you did not hear the question?
No, she didn't. Hold on, just a second.
Okay.
It's very hard to do this. All right, Kellen, sorry about that. Did you hear the question?
Now we can.
Okay. I know you can't hear her. I'm sorry, Jeremy, could you repeat the question? Yeah, are you ready? Yep, I'm ready. Something must have happened.
Okay, so my question is where do we draw the line between a volunteer position within the council into a salary-based or a wage-based type of position? Like, where can you perhaps advise us, considering we have no political experience and no government background? So we're trying to understand maybe this isn't a voluntary position. Maybe this is a wage-based salary type of position. So how can we identify with where the gray ends, where the colors begin and the gray ends?
So yeah, that's a very good question. You have a hard job. There is no clear black line that divides the two. But I think some of the things I mentioned in the last PowerPoint slide are ways to get some sense of whether your community has kind of evolved across that line, getting testimony from current and former council members about, how many hours do they put into constituent services? Do they put into pre-meeting scheduling and these other things that I listed on that long list of council duties? And recognizing, that could potentially be self-serving, and so wanting to balance that by talking to other people about it. So talking to staff members, talking to non-elected officials, and again comparing to other cities to see, when did they make the decisions? Other similarly situated cities, to the extent you're able to find them, when did they make the change? And then again, looking at that kind of empirical data about things like, how many members does a council member have in terms of residents per council member, and has that changed significantly? Has the city evolved in ways that have made it over the last X number of years such that the decisions that council is having to engage in are more complicated for certain reasons, whether that's because of new state law responsibilities, whether that's because of a change in the composition of the community from, formerly all agricultural or timber to being a more mixed community of like other needs that are happening. I'm not from Oregon and not as familiar with Milwaukie, but I think taking that data into account, which again, for a volunteer group, you don't have the necessary resources to do that, but that could be part of your recommendation about like steps that need to happen next in terms of, for you to make an informed decision would be to get that type of data and testimony from other sources.
From my own background in research, I don't really have much to contribute. I say more or less try to stay in the econ and behavioral econ lane. So in terms of structure of government and how and when you pay them, and size of city councils and things, that's beyond my purview.
We had a question mostly for you, Mr. Williams. How are council member campaigns usually funded?
So I honestly don't know, right? And like similar to the answer I gave before, I know that there are economists who look at political economy and how funding happens and who gives. And there have been some people, and I'm familiar with one or two papers on monetary donations to campaigns, but they're not in the context that I think would be helpful here, in that they're looking at what motivates people to choose to give to certain candidates and how much they do give. And I don't know if that's the question that you're wanting an answer to. Okay, yeah, so, because a lot of, at least on the behavioral econ side, the questions often come down to why do people choose to engage in charitable giving, whether it be monetary or time, and then conditional on, why do they do it, how much do they give? Those are kind of the starter questions.
Carolyn, would you like to answer that question? Okay, just a second, actually, hold on, just a second, let me put you on the, I have to switch things so it doesn't get feedback, just a second. All right, in like 5 seconds, you can start.
Okay, I'm gonna start. They are funded in the same various ways that political elections anywhere are funded. In a smaller community, it often relies on just local donations. I'm in New York City right now, and it's obviously very different here. They are funded by big real estate developers, unions, different groups. Some localities have campaign finance laws that limit the types of funding or the amount of funding available, but there's no one single answer. It's as various as state legislative offices that are funded and congresses.
Okay, I'm seeing pondering faces, brows. So we won't drag this out, but I do want to just, any last questions for these experts that are here? Okay, we have one from Laura. And a little comic relief. Okay, Laura, go ahead.
I was just going to ask Helen if maybe you could look for that study about San Antonio diversity and send that to us if you can find it.
Media report, actually, thinking back, so I don't think it was like an economist hard data study, but I'll try to find the news report that I have cited in the article, and I'll forward it to Lynn, and then you can have that to take a look at.
Okay, and you all can also still supply independent research, so something that you want to pursue and submit it through our normal protocol of the independent research, you are also welcome to do that to share with the rest of your jury. Okay. All right, well, let's thank our experts for being here with us this afternoon. A round of applause. Thank you. And we will transition now to a little more debrief. So thanks again. Okay.
Yes. So I'm going to have to just do, I'll do a second. I'll put panel 2 for the other one, and then I'll do a new one. All right.
So I asked you this morning, at some point, I asked you, how are you feeling in your bones? How are you feeling right now? How are you feeling right now?
Responsible.
Responsible?
Heavy with responsibility.
Okay, heavy responsibility. Is anyone tired? Yes, people are tired. Tired of sitting. We should give you a break. We will give you a break. But while it's kind of fresh, what new information did you learn from this expert panel? Vicky.
So listening to them and going into the last lady's list of powers and duties of city council, is that what Milwaukee City Council have, all these powers and duties? How do we know that? Because there's a whole lot on this list.
So
that's
how
important.
Yeah, so how do we know the City of Milwaukee Council's powers and duties?
I will actually respond because this was what I was finding, is it's in the city charter. It was one of the things that I found this morning, that it was specifically more the mayor, but in the charter it said that the council and mayor have all powers that are either expressly or they are implied that they are allowed to have. So there are certain powers that by the Constitution, no government can have. They are for the people. There are certain powers, and I'm sitting here trying to recall Constitution. I apologize. But one of the ones was they can fill vacancies. They can sign ordinances, which I seem to recall seeing on here. They're going to approve, land use. They're going to approve the meetings. They're going to approve if we vote in a referendum and say we want this, they sign that into law and then have to enact it and make sure it follows through. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So found some answers there in the city charter is the short response, and then you talked a little bit about what you found. Okay. What else did you learn? New information that is helpful to you, Luna?
I don't think that, I mean, I definitely found it valuable what they had to say about, what he had to say about economy or economics specifically and how that relates to volunteering and what she had to say about the responsibilities and things like that. But personally, I think now with all the information we've heard, I'm in a little bit more of a processing stage than asking. So I think I've had all my questions answered, which is nice.
And I would just add to that, I feel the same way. In a sense, the only other question I would ask from the other person would be like a previous or current person from the Milwaukie city, like they were recommending. I forget what the slide was, but she had recommended find somebody with existing or previous experience within the council setting, help us understand what they do from a day-to-day basis. Obviously, we got some light shed on that, but yeah, just of local authority input at this point, but it feels more of like a processing standpoint mentally.
Okay, so you're mentally kind of now just processing what you got. Okay. Others are nodding. Does that mean we hear you, or does that mean we're in that same headspace? Same headspace. Okay. Great, because that's what we're doing next. Haha. Other than new information that might be brought through independent research, we have committed to sharing this citation and maybe some minimal from the 365-page document that Jeremy found on the city's website. And then I just heard one of your experts say she would offer some connection to the San Antonio example she gave. Is there anything else that's coming through this process by way of new information?
Yeah, there's one thing to add. One thing to add, which is that, as I mentioned this morning, I don't know why I'm looking at you. Well, I mentioned this morning, the city has not offered former city council people, but has offered the city recorder, who may have some additional local knowledge if you want. And I just have to tell them that you'd like to hear from that person or not tomorrow afternoon. Can I ask for an opinion on how people feel about that?
And let's talk about what would compel you to want to follow up with more questions. So how will you know if you really need to kind of phone a friend that way? Christy?
Sorry. I don't know, for me, I would just, if we're going to bring this individual in, I would hope that they would actually have information that is going to help us and not leave us with even more questions. That is my major hesitation at this point. I don't know about anybody else, but
What do others think about, Anna?
Yeah, okay. So in my personal opinion is that the very minimum questions that we have left are only going to be answered by someone from Milwaukie. And none of our, well, I mean, besides the two this morning, are not even from Oregon. So I think it would be nice to have someone from Milwaukie maybe answer our questions. Or at least get some insight. That's just, they might.
Okay.
I know, but.
So, yeah, let's talk about.
It's just a possibility.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So what you're saying is, it'd be nice to have somebody to answer what you said, to answer your remaining questions. Is that right?
Yeah, just a few questions. Because, I
A
mean,
few questions.
the only questions that haven't been answered are because the people who are answering our questions are not from Milwaukee.
Okay.
So it would be nice to maybe get someone who might be able to answer them.
Okay.
Even a might.
Okay.
There we are. Okay. I just feel like there are some details that we need, but I'm feeling hopeful that if this document that we're gonna get access to, whether through email or because I went to the City of Milwaukee website, they do have a budget up. That's something that I would like to dive in further. I feel like just some more specific numbers to be clearer on, how balanced is the budget? Is there money for an increase? I have budgetary questions left, and so I think that diving into a budgetary document is all that I need to get clarity on where I'm at. And so I feel like this is a tough question to answer without knowing even, is that the document that we're going to be pointed to? Because if we're just going to read the budget next, I don't think that we need to hear from a reporter. That's my opinion.
So, yeah, Vicki.
My point about the women, is it working? That talked this morning, I thought they were great. And they're from the Tri-County area, and it gave us examples of what each city does that is in the surrounding area. And I thought it was necessary to hear from them so we know, the other thing is the Milwaukee demographics don't meet Tualatin, Lake Oswego, that kind of stuff. But then do we pay as much in taxes? Is there money there to be able to give these people more money,
All right. Luna, Christy had hers up already. Lana already had hers. Yeah,
Sorry,
we're
that
done.
was my.
Luna.
I just want to add in as somewhat of a middle ground between what Anna and Christy are saying is like, I can see the concerns of wanting to avoid the information bias that we saw in that video and not wanting to overload it and end up getting even more questions and being confused. And yet at the same time, I think if we can craft like important and specific questions that don't leave a lot of open-ended space, then we might be able to get a couple last-minute details that we need to make that decision.
So I think you all are raising a process question, and I will, oh yeah, go for it.
I just want to say that I'm okay either way.
Either way?
I don't have a strong opinion.
Well,
I'm
you're
okay either way.
Yeah, and I think you're raising a process question we might need to respond to after the break, which is kind of when is that point at which you have to decide to call that person or not? Because I'm hearing varying degrees of, it'd be nice to fill in some of the gaps of the information, and we also feel like we need to kind of see what we've got, what we're working with. And that's what you are doing the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, I feel like this, and this is all super helpful to me, and also for Das, and my impression is we don't have to give an answer right now. You can decide tomorrow whether you want to hear from this person or not. But I think there's going to be a couple people.
Cheryl?
So my impression is that the recorder is like the historian. And that recorder probably wouldn't have any kind of records or knowledge of number of hours spent or that type of thing that I think that most people are looking for. So, I would think that the recorder would be kind of a waste of our time.
So identifying the types of questions you still have sounds like a pretty constant theme around deciding to or not to reach out, and that was sort of how you were thinking in terms of the questions. You were developing questions, and then you were sort of looking to see which expert might be able to answer it. So you might want to just stay in that same frame. And we'll check back in on this after, at the end of today and tomorrow morning, probably. Anything more on that? Okay. All right, so I think we're ready for a break. Oh, sorry, Steve.
I'm not sure, maybe some working.
We're all getting a little chippy
I got
with
it.
these
It
mics.
just turned on. Yeah, maybe somebody could tell me, because I don't know, what does the recorder bring to the table? What is he capable of answering? I don't know, I know that he sits in the meetings and he records the meetings, okay? But does he really have any answers to our questions? Or could he answer, for that matter?
I'm not sure that I can answer that, but
maybe somebody in the group here knows.
maybe someone in the group can, and also if you come up with some questions, as people suggested, then maybe we can figure out if that is a person that can answer them or not, I suppose.
Does he actually listen, or does he just record?
Okay, so if anybody has knowledge about this, or we can just say, let's focus first on the content that you need to know, and then we'll match that or not with this person, with this role, I guess. Luna?
To the best of my knowledge, the recorder sits in the room and acts like somewhat of a secretary, writing down everything they say, so they do have to be listening, and they may not know the specific details of what goes on for the city councilors outside of those meetings, but if anyone's going to know that we have access to, it's going to be them.
Okay. Okay. All right, so let's take a break. I think we could afford 15 minutes. Can we? I think we can afford 15 minutes. Let's take a... We are running ahead of schedule, so we're going to meet back here at 2:45, and we'll get going into the next segment. So, nice work sticking with it, everybody. Give yourselves a break, maybe even get some fresh air if you can step outside for a minute.
Right.
Section you're altering. That might be good.
Yeah, let's have a little meeting.
So should I grab it?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know if I can unsee your face. I'm not saying it's not your face.
I mean, thank you.
Yeah. 2 minutes. That sounds good. We'll be back in 2 minutes then.
Okay, sounds good.
Are we gonna have?
Be back in 2 minutes, yeah.
Are we gonna have
We'll have a little meeting, yeah. A meeting.
My folder got kicked, so I don't have to crawl underneath the table.
Oh, sure, I'll grab it.
Absolutely. Yeah, we. See, you're doing it again. You gotta do it.
Got it.
There it is with the.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, so we're getting in the messy section. You can tell we're just like it's this is unlike the CIR. This that sort of stuff, though I yeah. It's so good. It's taken me a little while to like it's so important. The CIR, I feel like something other. The CIR, I feel like the sanctity of the process is number one, and then after that is like care and and in this process, like the panel's wishes are number one, and as long as they are within the process, then we should follow them.
because they should be making decisions. So that's a different, like, I mean, in both the processes, like, the citizens are the ones, doing all the work and all that stuff, but
But it, I mean, CIR would also provide a recommendation to the citizens.
no, they don't write recommendations. They write statements of information. Just so they basically, the CIR basically stops it here. Well, it doesn't stop here. It gathers evidence, and then the next 2 days are all about sorting that evidence, prioritizing that evidence, refining that evidence, getting it word limits, numbers, all this stuff. And then on the 4th day, adding little bits of why certain evidence might be important to the pro side, why certain evidence might be important to the con side. But basically, it stops with determination. This one is not doing any of that editing stuff until the very end, and instead just doing all this other stuff in the meantime.
Should we go here?
Yeah, sure, we just hang out right here, I think. Where is everybody? God. Okay. I guess we'll go to them.
Got into knitting conversation,
Oh,
which is my
nice.
weakness.
We'll be right here. Right here's good. Right here's good.
Oh wait,
We'll
is
just
this
be right
where
here.
we're
Yeah, we'll just be right here.
Oh, okay.
I think, did she lead you over that way? Are we giving you different directions? I think we'll just come back over here.
Cool.
Okay.
I didn't see Mike.
He said he was running back, he was running to the restroom, but that was a few minutes ago. So, yeah.
Great technology ballet. Oh my god, no,
Thank you.
I don't even know what you were doing.
Oh my gosh. A little weird a couple times.
I was super happy it wasn't you.
Yeah.
I was just like, nope, I would be sweating. Just like,
thank you.
You're just like, this is. All you can do is laugh.
you gave yourself permission to take time, which I think a lot of people get really befuddled in front of a group and just try and rush through, but you're like, this is going to take a couple seconds. I was like, I'm going to remind myself of that next time I panic when technology fails me in front of a room.
Thank you. That's very kind of you guys.
I'm glad there was only one Skype in.
Oh my gosh.
Can you
Yeah.
imagine doing it many times?
You can flip in between them and whatever.
That
Yeah.
was actually went pretty well.
Could be worse. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It connected fine. The connection was good.
Yeah,
that's true. The sound quality was good. There was only feedback like 3 times. 4
Well,
times.
thank God it was like weird, like David Bowie feedback,
Yeah.
and not like, yeah. Sorry. Like, yeah. It'll get really silly as I get tired. I promise you, like, the diminishing returns.
Oh, yeah.
So mine are weird. Fair warning.
All right. So next section. Next section. You remember remember? Did I mention this? I think I mentioned this morning. No, I said we're going to decide.
Yeah.
That's right. And then we decided, but we didn't tell anyone yet. So yeah. So F3 is out. No F3.
Okay.
Instead of F3, we'll still come back to the large group, but we will be doing a report out from what the information they have, what the bits of information they've collected are. So still the same thing where they'll be putting.
Should they use the voting pages?
Yeah.
Yes, we do, right? So
Yes,
you
we want them
have
to use this.
Yes.
Yes, exactly, we do. Because this section is now, instead of voting, it's just going to be a report out and a categorization on the sticky wall. And in fact,
I can take those down now.
that would be awesome. I'm thinking maybe we should put up another sticky wall. I don't know. Or is that one enough?
We clear it and it's not.
Probably not.
Because that's like
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually
And
a
we
big
can
one.
group, we can group
Yeah, I
categories,
know.
so.
True, yeah.
There's even more space underneath those two big stickies.
That is one thing for us to remember though, if this was an oversight, they don't go up there because there aren't cameras there. So
Right.
if it's going to be an orienting tool for them, at any point, we have to move it. We have to put it somewhere else.
What I did for my group is I just took a bunch of pictures. It lines up really well. I did set to 4, and then I just let them see on my phone. That worked for the ones who were like, hold on.
Yeah, that was our troubleshooting, but that's not gonna work for this.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
complicated. I mean, after today, tonight, I'll be typing all of them out. So it's just for today. I mean, actually, yeah, they don't even need to see them today.
So this is just
things can end right after this.
so it's only gonna be used as an organizing
Yeah.
space, and then they won't like, we ran into it earlier, they won't need to reference that. Okay,
No,
so.
this is the place where.
That's a good thing for us to know for Rachel to say, what city will she
Yeah. It's super awkward in the space. Usually there's some other wall that's like.
Right, yeah.
Just to be, so we will be putting up pieces of evidence for 32 minutes, so this is
I
the
will
last
be,
meeting.
so we should take all that down.
And if you respray it after we take it down, you just.
That's what I was gonna ask, does it take any like study drive time?
No. Okay. Then my question is, will they need to reference those pieces of evidence at any point? There are still always.
I'm gonna type them all up, and then they'll have them in front of them when they actually need to use them on paper.
Okay. There's nothing after that.
No. Nothing after that today. Day ends after. It's just sort of a Robin to use as organizational tool, or rather, if one of you could actually who's the wall person. Ta-da. Okay, perfect. So if you can help her like organize during that time. And you're also the staff charter, right, as well?
Yeah.
So if somebody else could take on that role during this time, I don't know if it'll be needed, but Mike, you're sort of doing that already. So great.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what we've all been doing.
That's great.
Categorization, so not many different consolidated like pieces of evidence, so this is when small children come in and category, you know.
Right, yeah.
So I'm sure it's consolidating like pieces of evidence as well as categorizing those different kinds of buckets, if you will. Is that sort of the goal of that whole section?
Not entirely. So there's not actually much categorization. The categorization is meant for this big group session when they come back. The small group is basically everyone, and this is unlimited. Dump out your brains onto these sheets. There's a gazillion of these sheets. Everybody can write as many sheets as they want, as much evidence as they've collected. There's a limit in that there's a certain amount of time here, but that was a long time. But yeah, I mean, they still need there's a document that has been emailed already by Kelly. There are computers around still. There's still stuff in the air.
The PDF repeat of the things we have, right? Or the new thing
The
went
new
out.
thing went out as well. Yes.
So should we offer up the technology one?
I think we should, yeah, because I didn't think to say that before, but yeah, we should because yeah, there's been full of new stuff.
Are we
Yeah.
self-selecting back into groups or they're being pre-sorted?
Pre-sorted for this one.
Pre-sorted?
Yeah. Random sorted for this
And
one.
I'm sure you guys have been doing a phenomenal job of doing the expectations of what's about to happen. We reinforce that, right? Is that
Right, yes. Yeah, so this one, okay, great, super, yeah.
And so just to what is the purpose of these evidence?
Purposes are for providing them a basis for their rationale to take forward. This is the stuff that's going to back up whatever their recommendation is. So they're not going to use this stuff explicitly again until there's four. I mean, they're going to reference it tomorrow, I'm sure. They're going to have this sheet in front of them, and it may help point them towards certain options or others, but in terms of the actual words, these words that they write right now may end up in their final statement, because they will probably hopefully incorporate some of them into their rationales.
And I think we should take the strong and important information checklist over there to the table, because that'll be their guiding reference for this exercise in particular.
Yes, that's a good point. So that's sort of the frame here is is that, as it says here, they're basically vetting the information they have. Is it strong? What's the most strong, important little bits of information they have? I have a bit, I put it down on my thing. Cool. And they don't have to agree on it. Each person can just submit a bit.
Is it a specific format, because then there's a big gloss, like for the questions, how do you want it? Is it a specific format, how do you want that to?
I think same thing, and actually as a
Category?
theme, yeah, and I should realize I should probably make a bit more clear announcement about this, but the headline section of those pages is meant to be like really big letters, just a few words. Like, I'll give an example. Oh, go ahead. Yeah. And then.
Everybody knows what that kind of generally is, and then the piece of information that's captured, like we don't have to have every single word of the piece of evidence, but it's the thematic thing that helps people go, okay, that's inflation. Yeah, although it's, yeah.
Yeah, maybe a couple more words than that, but yeah, just a few words on the top.
Yes. Now I know actually. Yes.
Yeah, maybe that word it does it. Yeah. Right. And naturally, I think people in the small groups will not duplicate each other very much because they're all they should be talking out loud as they're doing this and talking to each other. So we don't need to facilitate that, combining process too heavily. If two people have like slightly different ones, that's cool. They'll just end up in the same place on the big chart. It doesn't matter. They're going to get just a heap of evidence. It doesn't really matter if they're duplicates here. We're not voting on anything, so it's not as essential. No, there's no voting on this. Not voting. Yes, there's no voting. No voting happening on the evidence whatsoever. So it's just going into a big pile all together, but categorized for them to pull from later. It's creating like a big bucket of data for them.
Yeah. So what they're looking for is strong report information that might show them, give them some like informed decision making on some of those evidence, right? So it's not about reasons to or not to, right? That's not what they're doing in this exercise. They're a step prior to that. Tomorrow they get to do that. They get to actually come up with criteria. They get to answer options. Today is really about where are we finding some really strong report information that we may very well need to rely on once we get past the ideas and options that we created, but then we go back to our evidence pool and say, which of these pieces kind of help inform the options that we would choose, but it's not the like reasons to it. And I think that's an important distinction for us to help. We don't need to direct them, but that's an important distinction for us to have that we'll try to articulate up front.
Still non-judgmental.
Oh yeah, that's a great way of saying objective. It's just data.
Gathering the data in little bits.
Sticky and
Getting to the
It's great if we get done as you talk points
Let's start. That's great. Perfect. I'll start. I'll start and then you can fill in.
And actually, I'll just help her do that, and then I'll fill in.
I mean, we're not going to use the sticky boards.
Do you have a receipt there, Doug?
Yes.
Yeah. I could use that one.
You want the other one up?
All right, everybody. If folks can make their way back to the table here. I know things are happening behind me, but don't pay attention to this. It's getting toward the end of the day. My face has already been on camera in a very strange way. More or less everybody back? I think we do. All right. It's pretty loud. This is very loud. All right. So, we're here with a ton of evidence at your fingertips or somewhere. And Steve, your card is up. Is that just left over? Okay, great.
I have no problem putting it up today.
Great. Okay, all right, sounds good. Well, I'll come back to you after I've said a little bit here. So I have all of this sort of mountain of evidence now. And this next section for the rest of the day basically is to pick through that mountain and find the little gold nuggets and put them on the same pages we've been using the whole time. You've been doing that just for a solid hour in small groups, picking through all this data. And there's a little bit of new data that's in the mix in that there's this PDF that went out by email to all of you, and the computers will be out as well in case you want to look at that, or people can pull it up on their phones. But there's a lot else in front of you, all those PowerPoint presentations, all the documents, all the notes you've taken over the course of the past couple days. So this is the opportunity, to pull out those little bits that are the most strong and important. And we sort of put the strong and important criteria over there that you've agreed to. But you're looking for, essentially, the stuff that's going to be most useful to you on day 4 is when you're going to see this again, to use as, let me back up. You're going to see it tomorrow, but you're going to use it on day 4 as part of your recommendation. So this evidence is going to be the basis for everything else moving forward. It's going to inform what options you suggest tomorrow, how those options get combined or changed. And then on day 4, you'll actually use these words that you're writing down on pages today as the basis for your rationale for the recommendation. So your recommendation will say, we think the city should do blah, 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 and then have a bunch of bullet points underneath that are like, because, according to whatever, whatever, this, that tells us this, this. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. I have a question based on that.
Absolutely. Hit me.
Are they wanting us to cite our sources?
They have not specified any particular form for this recommendation, but I think it's fair to say that if you have a source and you cite it, it probably makes the argument stronger. So,
According to your checklist.
according to your checklist is what I should say, exactly. Yes.
I just want to apologize because earlier I did some math about the what the inflation rate would be, and the 1.84 is still correct, but how I applied it was very off, and it looks like it would not 100% how the math works because it's been a minute since I've taken this kind of a math class, but to the best of my knowledge, it would be no more than $4,000 to the city instead of $15,000 like I said before, so it was very off.
Thanks for that clarification.
Maybe you did it retroactively. Instead of, because that would make sense.
All right. See any Cheryl?
So going back to the city recorder, I pulled up the job description for the city recorder, and I'll just briefly read it. Plans, directs, and administers all activities related to the city recorder's office. Plans, coordinates, manages projects and process related to the management of city records and information systems, develops schedules and coordinates work of staff members, monitors progress to facilitate design, development, implementation, and maintenance of records and information management system. As city recorder, this position ensures confidential administrative support is provided to the city manager, city council, and mayor. Clarification there.
Of what their job is? Okay.
I don't think I need to. You want to, add on to?
Yeah, I think we'll get you into groups. Just a couple things to keep in mind. The 6 modes of critical thinking. Lana or Naomi, can you hold up that piece of paper? Just as a reminder, this might be a good reference for you as you're looking for strong and important information and kind of sifting through the evidence. That might be something for you. For some of you, that might be a helpful tool to say, okay, how am I seeing this piece of information? What am I looking for? You also want to keep in mind what your checklist are on strong and important information. So those will be also reference checks for you in terms of if I'm pulling this up, can I kind of look through there and see which of these things it might meet or not meet. And then finally, I just want to point out the discussion guidelines. So as you're moving into this small group again, this is going to be even more sort of like critical, deep dive thinking, and it'll be important for you to kind of stay in that non-judgmental mode for now. You're looking for information. You're still sort of in that information gathering mode. Listening with care to others, so making sure that you kind of give each other time and space to sort of process in your small groups and maybe listen for some of the things that others can help. You lean into each other to kind of better learn and comprehend this information and decipher which ones are the golden little nuggets that Lynn was suggesting to pull out. Focusing on the issue at hand, so try not to get distracted, especially late in the day. Kind of try not to get distracted with side conversations. We have a push, but it's not, this is kind of your last thing for the day. So if you can just try to stay focused there. And then making sure you share airtime, participating fully, so leaning in with each other. You're really trying to help each other right now to kind of pull this information forward. And then, it's okay to disagree. It's okay to say, I see that differently. I'm interpreting that information differently, or I'm seeing that differently, and that's okay. It's healthy. So long as we're not sort of judging the people that are saying it's more about the information that you're really trying to critically analyze at this point. So that's the arc. That's what we're doing right now. And then tomorrow you get to do a lot of the creative stuff around ideas, options. But this is all going to be sort of the background information. You'll do the small groups to develop evidence claims, if you will. So each one of these pieces of paper will be a piece of information that you think is strong and important to bring forward. And then we'll come back as a large group and we'll organize them into categories. So kind of thematic areas of information that are kind of starting to clump together or lump together. And then we'll send you on your merry way. Is that it?
I thought of a quick thing.
Okay.
Which is, as you pulled up that, I just wanted to review this sheet because this will make it easier for us to handle up here in the bit of the process. So remember in the big section up here to write with those big markers, nice and big, so we can sort of see them as we're putting them up on the wall, and even hopefully some of you can see them. Don't worry, you won't have to read all the detail from far away or come up here in front of the live stream to read them, because tonight we will take them all down and type them up for you. And you'll get a nice big sheet of all your evidence. The other thing I wanted for tomorrow and to have with you the rest of the process. The other thing you will have, the other thing I wanted to mention is that unlike the questions before, you can submit as many of these as you want. But recall that this is really, we're trying to filter out the most strong and important pieces of evidence that you're going to use in the future. But there's no sort of artificial limit over, per person or anything like that.
Okay.
Cool. All right.
All right. So this time around, we'll number off, so you'll know which group to go to. We'll start with you. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1. 1. And 2. So group 1 is right here. Group 2 is kind of back there. 3 is the close in on this side, and 4 is in the back. The assistant moderators will not be doing much. We're not going to scribe. We're just going to kind of make sure that you're able to participate with each other. And if anything comes up, we can check in with Lynn. How much time do we have for this segment?
1 hour till...
We have 1 hour?
I'll put the time up here.
Small group or 45?
full hour in the small group.
Okay, so full hour in the small group. We won't call you back until 4 o'clock.
I know, it's a lot. But they have a ton of evidence to sort through. Oh, and I don't think so, but okay.
Should I bring Robin's?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, let's get Robin's computer out too, just in case. Sounds good, yeah.
I don't remember if we told them that we did send them the 365-page set.
I did tell them that they have that. So I'm just gonna make another announcement again and be like, hey, who wants a computer at their table? As I mentioned, we have computers if you want to see them. Which group would like a computer at their group? And otherwise, I'll just set it down somewhere else. Okay, if nobody, that's fine. No sweat. It'll be here if anybody wants it. It's great.
Yeah.
Robin, I'm wondering if we could actually meet well, this one that to finish tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I got this.
To finish up on talking about tomorrow. Okay.
Still only need 18.
I'm sorry, what? Look at no fishing at all. This is the land that I own. Don't put that in the recycle. Spray here. They had a 6-year-old girl yesterday. People were all over trash and recycling. No, I talked about someone else came on. They did it last year. It was like drove around for like 3 months. Took all the batteries and stuff. Like actually permanently dented. I mean, it was like, it was my own fault. I called. We're gonna put her out to pasture in my car. I have one in my building.
Combining? Can I assist you combining?
I
did it before.
you're just looking right down the window. I mean, here's some more, but. Oh, no, he didn't. I said all ours.
It's fine, whatever.
Find me the colors.
I'm not worried about that part, I'll be honest.
These are all the reds, these are all the blacks.
So Julian wants you to arrange those cables?
Yeah, so the HDMI cable goes with the camera, and the extension cord's just extra, I think. At least we don't need both of them.
Okay.
I can't find the extra wires. oranges. That's the block.
Okay. You're skilled.
What?
You're skilled.
Watched other people do this.
That's how we learn.
I don't know if we'll need them. We found the purple. They're right in front of me. There you go, there's that.
Sure.
They come with. Oh. is for that HDMI cable. Could it come with? The HDMI cable doesn't need a power source. The camera needs a power source. The HDMI cable is a cable portion. The cord powers. I understand. The HDMI cable does not need a power source. It's not about a power source. It's about the orange thing is what it was on. Yes. Sorry, not on. I thought you were on the extension cord. I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah, exactly. Sorry. The HDMI cable was on here. Oh, okay, great. It would be easier for them to control it in a massive room of equipment. Sure. That is ours and we're not that organized. So it's not nice to look around. That's how that works. All right, good. I mean, organized, that's something. Yes. Letter. You're going to check in with the table.
Make sure that they're on course. I haven't heard any. I blame this being like long days. I need one more. How do you think we should do? I mean, when they're not being used,
They're gonna try to put families together, black and whites together in white.
Even though we don't need the 20 anymore, I think just keep them separate.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to figure out. Like, some of them, like, the extras were all together.
Right.
And then it just.
Okay. I'm gonna check in on the table.
No, but yeah, no.
What do you want to do with this?
Oh, I don't. This is stuff that we don't need anymore, so I'm just figuring out after this is all said and done. How do you? Landon,
I'm gonna say that we're gonna put the blacks.
Oh.
That's black and white.
Yep.
And then
we have all these
the oranges here, blues here, purples here.
Yeah, we don't need these buckets anymore because they're already kind of broken out right now. And so this is what we can do for right now, just stack them. And that's a, there's different kinds. That's a separate kind. Thank you very much.
In the right route. Thanks, Don. You got all we can do here. Coming down I-5. So I-5 essentially sort of where we're actually good, and then north is anything. Because you're on the other side of the river and you're south. I walk past them and they don't tell me you're in. Welcome to Portland. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's, yeah.
Room one, you plug in. Yeah. More like the basic. Yeah. I don't think it's good. I think our quality of instant coffee is abysmal, and there's continual coffee. All independent, right? An extending opinion, so they're really adamant over weird things right now. Certain quota that I need to hit, so I'm gonna work on this. It's our outlet.
That was just something like
But they're taking us really much of the quality well, like strength. Independent. I've done it all.
If we actually come back at 4, we're gonna be like 20 minutes ahead of schedule. So take your whatever you're feeling in.
But they're gonna take a little break too.
Okay, they can.
Should we? When did we break last? Did we already break?
Just before this.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
So we could just bring them back.
We could bring them back. And I don't know, if you want to leave a little extra time to do the categorization, we have to be done in about an hour, so whatever that means. Ready for the evaluations in about an hour, I should say.
Okay. So we did. Come out. Yeah. I'm like not. Who are you? Are you okay? To be clear, I was sharing. And then I was having to read my dissertation research. Wait, I can compare this to an easy case study. It's an opportunist. This will be really easy. So, yeah. Yeah, PB participants, yeah. I look at like the schools of democracy arguments, doing different things, and people are looking at it, so there's a breakdown studying people's changes in knowledge and skills and practices, and kind of asking, okay, before you did it, and now how do you feel breaking down like 56 metrics? But asking then people to illustrate, like share stories and anecdotes that illustrate that, because people have a hard time observing how they change their tacit skills. Like, how do I know that I have more trust for somebody, or how do I know that I'm better speaking with their this or that position? So trying to like really nail down all of those attributes of what civic capacity looks like, walking change the process. So, yeah. Husband used heavily in PB, but not really in other programs. So branch it and start to kind of create the larger, which has been really interesting. We're going to create a different form of establishing a typology and a canon of what that actually is. I feel like get that.
Sir, if you could grab my laptop from over here on the other table. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Avoid reading if you can. Yeah, that's a win. I know. I'm totally with ours. Like any, I'm sure you've experienced this before. That it's like, oh, I got why? Why would you do that? You're like, but you're doing it. You're still doing it. I know, but why? Like, really, are you sure? Sure, you want to go to this level of social drama? Like, just don't want to make things difficult.
The only requirement I can do is still be full power this term, this winter, constitutional. That's stupid.
Right, I know a lot of like the folks I know that route. Yeah. Exactly that path you just described. And then the people in that one camp were like, oh, actually, this policy is different. And they're like always pointing them skip through and have conversation with them. They do. Yeah. Yeah, that's so true. It's just. Exactly. The only possible read you have it in, you want to be sorted, right?
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
like sets of them?
No, I just want to.
Oh, accounts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or just boxes.
So these are extra, so like I've pulled, yeah, this is all we have.
This is all we have. Okay, that's fine.
I'm gonna help you.
I think that should, yeah, that's great, that's great. I just first wanted to find all of the dots of all the.
That was pretty straightforward, there weren't a lot.
There weren't a lot, okay, that's good. I
So
think
these
there
are
should
over a full box, so like these are beyond, I pulled these from others, so these are like probably closer to 50,
Sweet.
whereas that is
Nice.
the not a lot.
Got it.
That's even less because it was a mixed color pack, so I don't know if 32 applies to yellow or
Got
to.
it.
Right over the caffeine mask. Emotionally, that sounds.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, decoration, size more neutral.
Oh, God.
Size. Seriously. Not neutral.
I think we're just fine with these. I think these are going to be. Okay, cool. Thanks. Perfect.
I also feel like helping you takes more time from what you're doing. I'm like, oh.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Yeah.
And we all had our different reasons. I was thinking about being able to realize that on this point, let's trust and I was on this case.
Okay, guys.
I'm like, that's why I'm always
Yeah. For sure. I just kidding that whatever I'm doing usually takes like 10 different steps around the logical tree. Yeah.
This is how the world works.
Tons of interpretation.
Well, I was in the military, so. And the reason I was able to retire early is
Y'all would have accepted it.
Y'all would have said, hey, we're not going to defend the position. Who wants to get out? That's what we did. Guess what? And it's so, but it was interesting. I had a lot of people leave.
What we can, we basically can go applicant and be a pedestrian and then. So I can't do. Even with the granted your car. Rainy on Tuesday. Wait, no, we'll be back on Tuesday. You're not. Teeny tiny star. The teeny
We can use decks.
Yeah, no, Gary, especially.
Do something. Yeah, sure. Yeah, fine. In among these boxes, a deck of playing cards. There's a deck, hopefully there's two decks of playing cards. I'm not sure. Give me only do one.
Like real life playing cards?
Yes, like for gambling. Yeah, or whatever. Yep.
Do I need to get those cards? I never did.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I'll step up when you need me. So eager. Want to move around.
That's all right. Okay. We can only keep you here for another 58 minutes, and we'll only keep you here as long as we have to, up to 58 minutes today. But we do have one final, very important task to do, to get you set up well for tomorrow. And that is you all just started identified kind of strong and important pieces of evidence. And we'd like to get the group's product up there. And so what we'll ask you to do is, as we're bringing individual sheets of a single piece of evidence forward, the author of that can speak to that. You can say what the piece of evidence is and any sort of thing around that you might want to offer to the group. And then as we go around, if you see that there's a like piece of evidence, that's something similar or could be kind of clumped together, we'll start to do some groupings of either themes of information or like information. So I think the way we'll do this is just kind of go around until we've got all the sheets up, and we'll start to organize them as we go, but then we'll do a whole kind of final organizing as well. And Alex is going to help us get the sheets up. So why don't we just start over here with Jeff? Did you have, or did the groups kind of keep them? You just kind of kept them together. Okay, so let's just go with one piece of evidence from your group, and then we'll kind of check in with others.
You want me to speak into the mic?
Yes.
Our first piece of evidence was the population of Milwaukie has increased from 20,600 in 2007 to 21,000 in 2019. And to put that in reference to how many people a counselor represents, that is one counselor representing 4,200 people.
Okay. Thank you. Next piece of information. Okay, Jackie. It's all going to go up there.
Time invested. Counselors devote from 20 to 40 hours a month, sometimes more, to their counselor job. Mayors sometimes need to devote more, and this information is from the city managers from Lake Oswego and Tualatin.
Okay. So time invested, population of Milwaukie. Okay, what else? Yeah, Victor.
So I think it's over with Jackie, but one of our points of evidence was that there are other ways to there are other ways to provide compensation besides increasing the stipend. For example, in Tualatin, they give you $20 for your electricity bill or your water bill. Thank you.
Okay. So alternative forms of compensation identified. Okay. What about over here?
Um, 10 hours a week, which would be 40 hours a month, is 25% of a full-time job.
Okay. All right, so we're kind of putting this stuff up, so you're going to start identifying if you see like pieces of information that you want to kind of categorized together. What's another piece? Do you have one in front of you? It's awkward with these microphones. Just, I don't know. There's no real easy way to do this.
I have compensation increase could encourage diversity, paying local elected officials. It's a slide from the Bennett and Lombos thing, slide 13, page 7.
I have that the council is majority female and half below the retirement age.
Okay, do you mind repeating that?
My piece of evidence is that the council is majority female, entirely female, and half are below the retirement age.
We also have that money is already allocated in their budget for meals, travel, and conferences.
So is anybody hearing any information so far that seems to be connected? That there's a category or similar piece of information? Anything up there yet? Or are they all kind of their own? It's okay either way. Okay. All right, who else has something written down? Looks like you do, Paul.
The inflation and how much it's went up.
Anything, Becky? Oh yeah, she says. Yeah.
Based on votes and any compensation, taxes should not increase.
Oh, I wrote down the council stated goals from the published budget. So I just have that they have the goal, and these are paraphrased. They have the goal to increase affordable housing. They've had the goal to implement the climate action plan, and they have a goal to complete phase 3 of the Milwaukie Bay Park.
You have something there, Cheryl?
Council budget was exceeded by 3,965.
This is encourage diversity. Council budget exceeded. Council stated goals, and there's bullets there about the council stated goals. 10 hours a week is 25% of a full-time job. Based on vote, any compensation taxes should not increase. There are other ways to provide compensation besides increasing the stipend. Inflation, 23% in Oregon. Time invested, there's some data around counselors devoting 20 to 40 hours. The mayor sometimes needing to reverse something more. And information, and then there was a quote, or it was a source cited. Council is majority female and half below retirement age. Council volunteer stipend hasn't increased since 2007. And then a statistic around the population of Milwaukie increasing from 20,000 something 600 in 2007 to 21,000 in 2019. One councilor represents 4,200 people. Yes, Luna.
We can put the council is currently all female and half below retirement age, along with the diversity bit.
Okay, so the female and half below it up there. Okay. Laura and then Anna. Get her the mic. She's ready.
We had the city budget is $154 million per year, and the most recent was from July 2018 to June 2019.
Okay. Is it similar to any or categorized with any of these?
I think it's related to a lot of different ones, so I think put it on its own for now.
Okay.
Okay. A part-time position may require close to full-time commitment. It's a direct quote from one of the slides that we saw. And I thought I could go with the time investment circle over there.
Time investment one?
Yeah.
All right. Looks like you've got another one. Go ahead.
Yeah, so these really go together. I just wanted to capture both. The first one is city councilors are paid an average of $130 per month as a volunteer stipend in Oregon cities of a similar size. And then in Oregon, similar size cities, mayors are given an average stipend of $365 per month.
Okay. Does that go anywhere with anything or just the two of them together?
Whatever other one was about it being a stipend, not a wage.
Okay, so stipend, not a wage. Right. It's like you've got.
I just wrote these down. They're like blatantly obvious ones, but they're stuff that we should just have as facts we know. That the city council gets paid $250 and the mayor gets paid $300. They're just stuff that's obvious but needed. Probably the not wages area. I just wrote down that the average inflation rate has been 1.8% over the last 12 years for each year. So, just breaking down details, I guess. There's a 23% inflation rate, which is basically if you added those all up.
Okay. Anybody? Did you have another one? It's already covered. Any over here? Did you?
I was just going to say, I think I read that the budget cycle for the city is every 2 years. So not every year. It's biannually. So there was something up there that was put every year. I think it's like $100 and some odd million for the budget. It's actually biannually.
Okay. Who offered the one about the city budget? Okay. Okay. So it'd be per biennium rather than per year?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So the author is good with making that modification to biennium, not annual, for this 154. And we'll make sure we can mark it up there, and then we'll make sure it gets into the typed up change. Over here, did we have more? Okay, I know that you have. No. Does anybody have any additional pieces of evidence that you want to get up on the board? Okay. So this is sort of the pool of evidence that you have now surfaced as strong and important. And it will be something that we revisit tomorrow afternoon, I think, is when we'll kind of come back around to this. So essentially, you'll be working tomorrow to determine what sort of criteria you would use to evaluate options. And then you'll also be brainstorming options and then evaluating them through those criteria. And then as you are looking for options, you'll be kind of bringing in evidence to substantiate those options, to help inform your view of those. So that's how this information will get used. We did want to say something about the final kind of phone a friend information gathering. So there's two things. Tonight you can go off and do more independent research. So know that that is available as a channel or an avenue for you to get more information into the pool of evidence that you can submit by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We would have you present that to the group first thing in the morning, and that would be something that you all could consider as a piece of information that you might want to carry forward when you're looking at options and creating advice for the council. Lynn was going to say something more about the use of the city recorder. You had a lot of conversation about that today.
Yeah, it occurred to us that in some of our other programs, versions of citizens juries, there's often on day 3 or 4 some fact-checking mechanism, some ability to call on an outside expert to just make sure there's not a little error somewhere or whatever. And that just occurred to us to mention that to you as a possible use for that city recorder, should you choose to. So, yeah, just wanted to mention that. We don't have to make any decisions or even discuss it right now. We'll discuss it again tomorrow and see how you're feeling about it still, and whether you want to invite them or not, which will be 100% up to you. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm on microphone. Not anymore. Oh, I think it died. It's cut me off. I was just going to do a little end of day sort of process wrap up, kind of where we're at, which I like to do at the beginning and end of each day. So where we've been is the first half. We're halfway through now. Congratulations. Yay. That's a lot. And we still got a bunch of work to do, but everything's going to change at this point, as I mentioned before. We're moving from the evidence stage into the recommendation stage. So starting tomorrow morning, first thing, we're going to move straight into actually starting to make some judgments. This whole time, all the poor assistant moderators have had to tell you, wait, hold on a second. Let's stay in a non-judgmental sort of place. Well, now that's all out the window. Now it's your job, in fact, to start making some judgments. And you'll have a wide open universe of potential judgments. So we'll start that whole thing tomorrow with some more fun voting. And let me just say a couple things about just how that's going to work. Is we're going to start off by identifying the kind of key evaluation criteria, like what's important, what are our values here that any decision that we make needs to follow. And then start to brainstorm options, all the various things we could propose potentially. There may be in lots of different categories of things. And then we'll do a small group process where you'll take the options and apply the criteria. Okay, does this option fit this thing on this checklist? Yes or no? And we'll do that for all the options. And then, toward the end of the day and through into day 4, you'll start taking the options in small design teams and combining them with each other, making them specific, putting them together, and such that, and finally, we'll get down to a single option maybe, or maybe a couple that will come out at the very end. So that's kind of the process. Don't worry, you don't need to remember all that all at once. That's a lot. But I just wanted to talk through it so you knew what was happening.
And also, if it doesn't sound crystal clear what you're going to be producing, that's by design. You know, as Lynn suggested earlier, you can answer the question however you want to. The question's been posed to you, and you can answer it however you want. So we don't want to be up here kind of guiding you to the type of response that you're going to make. That's really up to you. But what we want to ground you, we want you to ground your response in is the criteria that he just suggested, and then all of the information that's come to bear on the process. Those are the two pieces that we'll just be asking you to kind of hold true for yourselves in sort of informing that response to the council. So tomorrow's a really big day around kind of shifting into like the mode of, starting to develop what might be your advice to the council on this issue. So it'll be fun, but it's also going to be quite different and potentially exhausting. Guaranteed, probably. Yeah.
Thanks so much for your work in this first half, though. There's a lot of great evidence on the board that two assistant moderators are typing up in real time right behind you, and you'll have that all in front of you moving forward. And thank you so much for your work so far. And if we're done, then I think we'll hand it over to our friendly researcher to pass out this day's evaluations. Thanks so much for your candidness yesterday. We really appreciate it. Oh yes, absolutely. You can leave things here again if you'd like. Leave your name tags here. That's what I do, because otherwise I forget.
Yeah, just bundle your stuff together because we'll rearrange the tables again tomorrow morning.
Yep.
So make sure everything's kind of in a pile so we can move it for you.
I should ask just really fast, anybody have any questions for us before we hand it off for the day? Bye. All right. Okay, Jeff. Oh, it's that one.
That one?
Oh, here.
No,
Here,
I don't.
right.
All right. My question was, when we come to a decision, do we have to have like a unanimous vote or
That's an excellent question that I haven't addressed yet. Thank you. No, this is not a pure consensus-based process. It allows for disagreement in your group. That said, we will sort of at various points tomorrow and on Tuesday try to get as close to that as possible, because what the council would really love is one recommendation that has a lot of strong support, maybe is negotiated among all of you. You've sort of done the hard negotiation in a way, and gotten to a single recommendation. So we'll try to get as close to that as possible. But if there's some folks that are like, I've been through this whole thing and I can't live with it, that's okay. You'll have an opportunity in the report to write a minority report.
So after the recommendation is made to the city council, does that recommendation go out to anybody else?
That's a good question too. Well, there's been an article about this process so far in the Clackamas Review, and I'm sure they'll do a follow-up after the recommendation comes out. I would imagine. I can't guarantee there. I would suppose, and I believe it's going to go on the city website.
Well, and it will be a matter of public record, won't it, since it will be submitted to the council. So it will be a matter of public record.
Yeah, that's right.
The weight of this just hit you, or? But
yeah.
Yes, this is official business. Yeah, you are doing official business that will be publicly submitted in some form.
Yeah, imagine was the wrong word. It will definitely be out by the city. It won't have your names on it. Your names are still private. The city doesn't even know what your names are. Only we do. So. Any other questions? All right, cool. Well, after the evaluations are done, we'll see you tomorrow at 9. Thanks very much.
Yeah, hello again from my side. So I know you're all tired. At least I am tired, because I have to admit I woke up at 4:30 this night to watch my favorite German soccer team. So, but it would still be great if you could complete the survey. It takes, from yesterday about 10 minutes, and you would help me and the staff a lot. And don't forget to put your ID on the right corner.
you. Oh, send it to me. Yeah, it's USB. Okay, I sent you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Wow. Let's just call it like it is. Okay, will do. Space around, and we're not using screens anymore, so I think maybe once we run out of space, let's keep it up.
So if you have any comments to the staff, I mean, the comment section on the second side of the sheet, the back side, would be especially helpful for the staff, as I can pass it on. If you want to say something directly to the staff, just put it in the comments section. You can also say it, but I mean, it's anonymously.
I heard that. Oh, sure. We may, I think we need to do it tomorrow, unfortunately. Yeah, Robin and I just finished designing it just about 30 minutes ago. And I still need to work out some of the timing. You know what? Actually, no, the timing I have here. The basic timing. Basic timing hasn't changed. So, here. So lunch will be at 12, no matter what. Let me work backwards here. So, here we go. I have it. Break. 45. Yeah, we actually should be able to do this. This is a great idea. Break at 2:50.
Just kind of did like the broad themes of what's happening.
Perfect. Yeah, no, that's great. Absolutely can do. That's no problem. Yeah. You too? Nope. Oh, no. Wow. Power through. Lean on me. When you're not strong. Oh my gosh.
You can have this back.
Oh,
Just be
thank you, sir.
careful. She's doing the last.
Okay, sounds good. Hey, thanks very much.
Well, it is 2 words. No, my last name. Oh. They're combined. Yeah.
That's 8. That's 12. That's 16.
You were telling me about the training cards.
20.
I was like, are you me?
That's 20. That's 20. We're going to remove 1 red, 1. What's that?
What do you need them for?
I'm going to use them tomorrow. Okay, can you just make sure?
I can make sure of anything.
Fabulous, thank you very much. No, I think we've let me think about that question for just a second. Yes, sir.
Make sure that.
Make sure that there are 9 of each color, and that
9 of each one?
Yep, and then count how many, and then sort.
7?
No, 9 total. Oh wait, there's only 7. Hold on. I did something wrong. So I'll do something like this as well. I did something wrong. So that's 8, 9. Okay, because we have 18 here. And then that, and 3. That's
8.
perfect. That's great. Yep, that works. Okay, cool.
You need one black more. One more black.
One more black. Okay,
Right?
black 2 then.
8?
That's right. Yeah, perfect. Yep. So is that 9 now?
Yep.
Or is that 18 total?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. And we have 9 black.
Yep. 9 black, 9
Okay.
red.
Great. And we have 5 aces, 5 twos, 4, 4. That's perfect. Okay. Then you can throw those back into, you'll see which deck they belong to by the color on the back.
Thank you for the advice.
For the obvious.
Keep the clue.
For the clue. And then, if you could shuffle these a few times.
Oh, I will do that.
Okay. Make them nice and mixed up, and thank you very much, sir. Yes.
Okay. Why do you need them to
Thanks
be?
for asking, though. I appreciate it.
I have so many questions to you, but you're super busy.
Well, thank you.
Why 1 till 4?
Because what this is going to be used for is yes, absolutely. Oh, of course, absolutely.
Do you guys, I was asking earlier, but I didn't want to ask in front of everybody, because I really didn't want to start something, but are the people who, the extras, did they volunteer to do this, or were they compensated?
No, they're not.
I didn't think
I
they
should
were.
mention that.
You should, just because I think it would help people kind of try to figure out. Because I'm honestly, I'm really struggling to find relevance in like 3 to 6.
Yeah.
And I mean, only people that I found even remotely useful.
Yeah.
Especially the 2 women who came in today, they were great.
Okay.
And then I
Yeah.
think the attorney for the state ethics thing in
Oh,
Oregon,
okay, yeah.
if you had stuck the 3 of them on a panel
Oh,
on day
okay.
1,
Interesting, yeah.
it would have been, and then we could have spent the rest of today doing any investigation that we needed to do versus, because the city gave us, and this is why I'm bringing it up, the city, in my opinion, I mean, I was all open to like this whole thing, and I was like, hey, this is a great idea, and I still love the idea, but the city did not do its due diligence at all, and I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around, an adult, tax-paying adult, wrapping my head around giving them money when they can't do basic due diligence to violate. Do you see where I'm?
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
And I think if we were to go back to the man, if we were talking to at the city level, manager, and just let he or she know that. I mean, I've lived in Milwaukee since 2010, and I don't plan on moving.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah. Okay.
And I grew up in Westland, so I mean, I've got a good base for stuff, and I've seen government private laws, and in the process of retiring as an intermittent federal employee for an independent disaster team. I've seen government at best and at its worst used at its worst. So I always try to keep an open mind and try to get involved in stuff like this. It's been really interesting, and I know I'm not alone in this whole thing, and I'm sure you guys are beyond frustrated too, because you guys got your hands tied behind your backs, and you can't actually stand up without pushing yourself. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be
Well,
smart
thank you. I appreciate it.
I think this, in an absolute no fault of your agencies or your groups, it's just been I mean, kind of like a waste of time. And I'm feeling we could have done all of this in like 2 or 3 days, because we wasted basically like useless folks coming in that have little to, all very, very, very little knowledge of what we're being asked to do, to absolutely no. And that's a frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. You're talking about sort of two things. It seems like one, that the city didn't provide enough information. And,
No, they didn't.
And then
They
provide
didn't.
people here as well. What kind of people from the city would you, like, ideally like to hear from? Like, current, former officials? Or, yeah.
We understand that it's in a sticky situation.
Yeah.
But the other thing that came up from that was that I just did not want to get people going because it was just a simple phrase for it. There's a shortage of people who have a really good understanding of government and whatnot. And I'm not discounting them. I don't think they do. But they think but things from the vote from the and the only thing I found is that there are people who haven't been here for very long in Milwaukee. The high school senior, she's really sweet, but she's moving. So I mean, she's not even 18 yet, so she's not voting yet. And has no idea what the implications of this are. And there are no guarantees, you know, that this is gonna be beneficial to the taxpayer. It's, you know, there's no incentive to us to look at it and go, okay, well, you know, there's no only is the city not done their due diligence in providing us up-to-date, accurate information, we have to go out on our own or on our own time, which I did a little bit last night, but I decided it was probably just going to cost me and I wasn't getting sleep. So I just thought, okay, we'll just do it. They said we were going to do it, you know, in class.
Right.
And I thought that was more productive, and it would be more productive as a whole anyway. I mean, nothing's misconstrued. But I really think that the thing that Jeremy found, that's going to be the best piece of info we have, period. And people seem to be stuck on, well, they haven't gotten an increase. And yeah, well, where's the info that shows us that they are? You know, I can't go to my boss. I can't go to my federal boss and say, I want to pay this. Never mind, I mean, and I'm not happy why I deserve it or prove to them.
Yeah, I hear that.
And I know this is like a, I mean, it's not even a baby, it's a little.
Yeah, totally.
You know what I mean?
Totally. It was very new.
And so, I mean, this is how, and the reason I'm saying all this too is because I think that the potential is completely beneficial, not only in this area, but throughout the country. I mean, but cities and people who are asking voters to take time out of the day, they need to do their due diligence. I understand it seems like they went, like you were saying, they're either or there's like no involvement.
Yeah.
And you can't have no involvement because to people who've been around, you know, I'm in my mid-40s, and my husband is approaching 50, you know, and he only knows what was on the flyer because he said, don't show anything, don't say anything. So, but he's only read what was on the flyer that came with the house, and you know, the house I work in, it said, when it's over, I'll tell you all about it.
Fair enough, yeah.
He goes, I'm going to the coast. My folks live there.
Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, thanks for that. I really appreciate that feedback because, I mean, I think, you know, there's a number of things, I mean, there's a whole lot of things that we can see already.
Bad-mouthing the city because alternative is not actually, for one, or tasteful.
Yeah.
But I'm very disappointed.
Yeah.
Would be a nice way to put it.
Yeah. I mean,
in them, not this process, not, I mean, everything.
I appreciate that.
Great. I mean, it's been great. I mean, I have a food allergy, and Kelly's been really good about trying to make sure that's not an issue.
Oh, nice. Okay,
So,
that's good. I'm glad to hear that. That's great.
Well, I don't even know what geography exactly is. So far, so good.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
But anyway, I just kind of wanted to bring it. I just kind of. I mean, I'm not trying to come across as frustrated as I am, but I try to behave myself.
Oh, no, no, no. I mean, yeah.
I'm not sick that you guys are gonna get it, but I've been sick. Like, especially with today, I woke up. I'm like, oh my god.
Thanks for
And I
being
know
here
you're-
in spite of
and I know
that.
you're- Well, I committed to it, and it's not. I'm not contagious. So I mean, but anyway, I don't. I'm a little more patient because I'm trying to take the shit.
Oh, yeah.
And there's always somebody. I'm like, oh my god.
There's always somebody in there. I was going to say that that's all super valuable for us, and like the way we talk to cities in the future, the things we require of them, for example, like I mentioned, we require that they do certain things when it comes to, those require, you know, in the future, I think, we require that they be here, you know, and things like that.
So they're sitting there claiming that it's a conflict of interest, or that's what they're claiming, but in fact, that it's true that this doesn't affect anybody currently in office and won't go into effect until everybody currently in office is out,
right?
Then why aren't they here?
Yeah, it's an interesting.
I mean, unless they're blowing smoke. Sorry, that's. I've been around fire department way too long, and that's a nice way of
quite
putting
all right.
it.
Quite all right. I mean, I can't speak for them.
I know you
but
can't.
I've been talking to them for quite a while, and I was trying to be more. No way. No.
You can only be so transparent with the info you've been given. That's the problem, and I know people don't understand that.
No, that's quite all right. I mean, you know, the city's been. Sometimes that's that they're doing out of, you know, like concern or sort of undue influence. I appreciate that concern, as I mentioned. On the other hand,
but you can also be a grown adult and just keep your mouth shut unless you're asked a direct question. I mean, come on, we use common sense. It goes a long way. It's just like, you know, the standard man for your clerk. So, I'm pretty sure, even though the definition of their job was read, they're like a stenographer in court. And I almost would be willing to guarantee, based on what was read, that they aren't going to be able to discuss anything without a formal written request with Freedom of Information Act.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing.
I think it's not quite that much. I think they have more of a role than that. I can't.
No,
I don't exactly know.
No, I'm thinking they won't be able to say anything without the written documentation. You know what I mean? Like if a reporter comes up and says, "Hey, I want this information."
Yeah. No, I should ask. You know, that's a good point.
Or the city attorney, something. I'm guessing there's going to be a hang up, and we'll get a lot of I don't know.
Right.
To be brutally honest, I don't think it's going to.
Yeah.
Equally, I don't think it's gonna. I think it's gonna be a repeat of the other three that had no valuable info.
Yes, that's another thing that you mentioned is that the experts who were selected to prepare for it to be like all diverse sort of perspectives, but there's really not a lot that was like really practical.
There wasn't anything
practical to the city.
Right, nothing pertaining to the gal came up from Washington. I'm like,
Yeah.
I think she was literally able to sort of kind of partially answer one question out of all the ones she was asked. And it's not fair to her for one. I mean, she probably walked away going, what did I do? I mean, I just kind of feel like it's something severe too. And it's frustrating for those of us who know that we're not getting anything. I think the big thing is keeping like people who are attached to that city, currently attached, like for us, anybody currently attached in the city of Milwaukee, then yeah, it would create a huge bias issue or hey, what's their motivation for doing this type thing. But having somebody from Wilsonville, Lake Oswego, you know, that
more of that.
That is exactly what we need. Plus the attorney And if they all sat on the panel right there, I think a lot of people would have a lot of the confusion that we had on day one cleared up so easily. And then today, you guys would have been able to say, okay, you guys have an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to research. And then you guys need to meet in groups and figure out what all you want. Or whatever. I mean, I'm not an expert. You know this stuff way better than I do. I'm shooting in the dark. I know what to do with the permanent student. That's it.
Well, that's good. Yeah, those are good suggestions.
Anyway,
Yeah.
just.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, thanks so much. Let me know if you have other ideas.
My brain's a little tired. I don't
Which is interesting because some of the. Take care.
Thank you for all the time you guys are putting into this.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys really. Like, process itself.
If you don't want to answer this, but is this like a normal amount of registration or anything else?
Or say you're not doing all the stuff you were hired to do, you don't need to do all the stuff. Somebody else is doing it. Here's what I'm looking for. So there's no, that what, if you just rock their world?
Oh, yeah. Oh my God. Definitely that. You're being a smart ass, and Mike was being honest. They just looking back, Kelly, man. She knows how to. I wasn't looking at it about me, I just wanted the food to be good. Yeah.
No, it's just Safeway, the cookies are Safeway.
Saw.
You sorted 36 count cookie tray, $5. Mike files an official complaint. Cookies are bad. Yeah. Safeway is clean full of feathers.
Yeah, accountability, huh? Oh, gosh, you know.
Like, I should have read it. Yeah.
Yeah, Found this for sure.
Not really back to how many days he'll be there tomorrow.
Still funny when it's like with Exactly.
You don't have to do that. I can do that with later. No, yeah. I didn't say that to you. I don't know. You're doing it wrong? Yeah.
Appreciate you taking the time to.
Shameless, you'd be like fighting against it. This is stage time. And they're like, yeah, everything's that's just expect that every time. Yeah. I know, right? Yeah. Got to remind them, a lot to work their mind around, not only having to hold certain. Oh, you know what I mean? Waiting. Yeah. It makes me wonder. We will never know. We need more data. DJ, we will know. Yeah, it sounds like we may actually be worse Oh, maybe. CJs are growing in popularity. So we also just need you to find out about
Offers a day.
Christina's the cat.
Yeah. There is that.
It's okay, Amanda.
All right, everybody. We made it through halfway. Yay!
What's that?
Congratulations. Oh.
Your sides are very loaded.
Yeah. Yeah, congrats. We made it. What are some things that are going well?
We made it. It feels differently tonight than I feel last night. In a positive direction. Positive trajectory. I don't know. If anybody else shares. My feeling. Yeah.
I was getting the sense from them at the end that they were really starting to take ownership of the process.
Yeah. So really, I think we're on track. I think they're in the right space right now for where we were hoping they would be. Really good time. We ran events and things I mean, what we saw, and recalculating.
I think that they're more actively working with each other instead of leaning on us. Now, of course, we walked away.
Yeah.
But, of course, even
Which
before
choice
that,
did they have? You abandoned them.
We did show them.
Yeah, I know.
That's
They were.
another course.
I think the transparency at the beginning was just set the frame for the day and the right mindsets so that you can help them move off of yesterday's frustrations and sort of reset. Thank you.
Yeah, something we were sharing a lot with the experts were just really good. Like, not that yesterday's experts weren't, but I think that it was interesting because I had a conversation with Robin about in a citizen's journey that need for level setting of information. That, like Jeremy said, he's like, I don't know government. Like, I write my taxes, like I pay my bills, and they don't come back. So to have a panel like Martha and Carolyn first to like that on many levels.
Honest, but really said this. This is what it's like in my day or not shying away from the what ifs. But smart enough to know I can't use the Milwaukie screen.
No, and the University of just to like tee them up. She basically just teed them up for. She really was pretty phenomenal in that way, and really found relevance to sit down. So that was one of their complaints. Like, we need a city in Milwaukee, and it's like, yeah, but and you also have this person out there who can speak a lot to what you're grappling with. And for conference. I did text Sarah Giles, by the way. She said, hey, nice.
Good going.
That's the person who selected the experts. Yeah, she was originally meant to be on day one, actually, and then cut the switch, and I think it's worked out better.
Yeah, I think day one experts have a hard job.
It's a hard job. Yeah. Yeah, really hard.
Do you do more general, broad? People can have a broad knowledge?
Well, in the CIR, we do, and Lynn and I talked about this, a neutral sort of background information presentation, the level setting that Kelly was talking about, which was supposedly integrated into the experts here. I'm not sure that works. I think we might need to think about. That's a delta, but you know, once we have a great, maybe the sequencing should be different.
But I think that this first round of experts will be hard regardless.
I think, you know, it's tough. That's it's the tough slot.
And Sarah was familiar with that too, when we were talking inside. It's also they're navigating this new process, and it's almost like they almost can't focus fully on the content. The independent research segment for lots of crew, that was a really good design switch. I'm really glad we were responsive to that. And that's maybe something for longer term consideration.
It's just a nice relief valve. Like, good, go do it. You got questions? Go find the answers.
Yeah.
I like Jeremy teaming you guys up for like marketing meetings, like no business.
Yeah.
That was the best thing in the world.
Yeah. Right.
I kept looking at Lynn and Robin going.
Yeah, no, I took notes. Lake Oswego Community Center.
Hello. You're gonna call them. You're hot tip. You know you have some issues.
I want to say thank you again to the moderating team. Every single one of you are super flexible, super like just nimble to do whatever, whenever, and so appreciated. It's wonderful.
And you do it with
Great
grace.
idea.
There's so much grace in
Yeah.
that room with the panelists and with each other.
I'm tripping over everything, Robin. How do you use that word?
I mean, emotional grace. I can't speak to your physical capabilities.
Well, if that's the case, Alex doesn't possess that either. The way that she worked her way through that buffet is.
Maybe the rest of the 4 days.
I'll be a character witness. It's not bad. Dropped lettuce. It was the springing up of lettuce off the tongs.
Let's move over to deltas. I've allowed Robin's delta in, even though it's not applicable to the next few days. But other deltas.
I don't know if this is something that will be helpful to us tomorrow, but it might be, is that, and maybe this is just my like CIR burned into me, but there's a lot of confusion around getting new information into the process. There are a lot of different sort of like floating ways, and it probably won't be a problem, but it could. And it's just in terms of like fairness and what might happen at the point at which one person or a group of people says, wait, we need blah, 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 and we have to say, sorry, the door is closed, we cannot do that anymore, and then you have a much tougher job to have to explain the why behind that. Whereas when we keep it really clean, it's not, and I'm not really advocating either way, but I think we probably should be ready for that.
Yeah, we should.
In terms of like a process foul concern, and I say that, you know, extremely.
Well, that door was really, it was squeaking closed today. I felt they kind of got a sense that, I mean, you just say, you're kind of done with this end of it, and now you're into the developing your own.
Yeah.
I heard that. Now, I think this is far less politically volatile than a CIR, because there aren't advocates literally lurking in the room. So I think the volatility would be in the in-group dynamics more than that outer.
Right, I think that's really, a good clarification, that the volatility may happen if they have some
arguments along, is it enough, is it not enough, I mean,
Yeah, and the clarification about that line, because in CIR it's a little bit different.
it is a lot.
Well, it is a lot different in general, but we should maybe discuss this later. We should discuss this later, actually, probably.
So I
But
guess.
it's not necessarily a hard line,
No.
as hard a line. If there's stuff that isn't up here, it doesn't mean it can't end up potentially in front too.
Yeah, the core concern I would have is that when Justin suggests a 365-page document, he thinks is really important.
The bombshell?
Yeah, the bombshell, there's an access issue, and we just kind of having to be a little, figuring out how to manage that expectation and make sure that there's access to it and, I don't know, us being the gatekeepers around it at some point,
Do we I don't know how much time we have tomorrow morning, do we suggest maybe a shorter period of time for additional final independent research? Like, okay, this is your last opportunity, here you go, to.
Well, they would have to have brought it with them, so we'll know going in.
Yeah.
If somebody's done independent research.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I mean, thinking in the future about substituting out independent research with in-class independent research, and maybe something like that at this stage would still be appropriate if we're thinking about it that way. I don't know, it's an interesting idea. But it's not in the schedule for tomorrow. We should have done the schedule for tomorrow. We've been pretty clear about this, the line between those 2 and 3. So,
So this is like that idea of you've had your chance to add whatever you need to add, but.
Concern is even with a really short window though, that you could find another 365-page bombshell.
Right.
And then you're just kicking that can down the road.
Readily available on the.
They do all have the link too. Not that they're all gonna sit and read it tonight, but that was emailed out and y'all were blind copied on that, so.
They're also aware, and I've heard it mentioned at least once, about the information bias. They're sort of keeping that top of mind. It's just sort of gratifying, like, oh, holy mackerel, someone paid attention.
The bias slides, some kids will.
That was great, that came through.
Thank you, New Democracy, wherever you are.
Yeah, that was awesome.
In Australia.
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
Next week.
Yeah, that was a good.
I don't know if this is a change or if it would accomplish anything different than what we're already seeing. I know you had mentioned, and I think most of the moderators, most of the, if we have a couple, like 2 or 3 people that are always at the same table.
Oh.
So maybe figuring out a better way to randomize people, but I don't know, it doesn't seem like it would have changed anything with others. They're pretty easy to get along with everyone. But I wonder.
So right now, we're randomizing them in the large group, each day you're gonna get different. And my 2 methods for getting them organized in small was count off, or I'm gonna take the first 5. I chose to do the first 5 for the one small group exercise because they were reporting back as a small group. And it just didn't make any sense to have them all scattered around. But I don't know, maybe there's 1/3 way that we can randomize.
Yes, this is the problem with random, is that it's streaky. And it's not
And I don't know if it
random.
would change anything. I mean, the only idea that I would have is changing up people at each table is to give people interaction with somebody new.
And actually, tomorrow we do have a solution for that. Yeah, so we actually, yes, we are doing.
Yeah, you nicely teed up a new kind of activity tomorrow.
It's
Which is
amazing.
already in the plans.
It's like I got really lucky. I mean,
any other deltas for this practical
With
things?
the other end of they're working with each other, there has, like, times when we have pulled back, it's kind of that tension of, like, are the things they're coming up with robust, are they going off track? Like, there's a couple, like, when we have pulled back and then peaked, and it's like, that whole, oh, you guys are talking about something about this, what are you talking about right now? And so, just the tension still. And I think initially I felt like comfortable like knowing what kind of facilitation style we're supposed to be doing, and then like the whole change, it feels like we're pulling less and less where like we're not even process people. So I talked like with
which I don't know if that was intentional, where like we were supposed to, because that wasn't clear to me until now. It's like, oh, if we're not supposed to be doing this, we shouldn't be here. So
Yeah,
that's,
it was intentional.
Yeah.
Maybe not as well as me, or, but that's the whole arc, is over time, we become less and less involved in facilitating those conversations, because they, as you noticed, when you're sitting there, they're talking to you, they're asking you, they're engaging with you, and they're not actually working with each other, and it's important at that certain juncture when they really need to be forced to do it, and they actually do it. It's like somebody says, like, well, they didn't lean on us so much because we let this people. Yeah. But to your point of sort of what's the expectation around facilitation, and maybe we talk about it in this room more.
Yeah, and that move right there wasn't planned in advance. I should be transparent. We decided to do that because we sort of saw the dynamic.
The crouch, I think that's a great word for it.
Yeah, yeah. Or Robin soft. And but tomorrow it actually is planned in there. They're working in teams for at the very end of the day that are not facilitated. Maybe designing combo options by themselves. We should hang around a bit and check in every once in a while, but yeah.
Would you say that that's kind of the theme overall tomorrow, is we'll continue to step back even more than today, or will there be, like, tomorrow morning, will we be more involved as we transition them into this?
I think we should discuss that a little bit, maybe, but I think that you'll be a bit involved toward the beginning of the day, because I think it'll be necessary, and then toward the end of the day when they're getting creative. So that's kind of the thing that happened here, is this was a creative point. This is a point in the CIR where they wouldn't necessarily be facilitated. They wouldn't be facilitated often doing this kind of thing. And at the end of the day tomorrow, when they're getting creative about options, that's another sort of creative point. But there's other points tomorrow, like during the discussion about criteria, when like that's going to surface some values that could be contentious, and we could start to get out of non-judgment zone into judgment zone, and may need a little bit of facilitator assistance just to help people be respectful of each other's views and experiences. Stage inquiry. While also expressing values and sourcing out values. Yeah.
Yeah, it's warmer today.
Oh.
Oh,
I thought it was colder today.
I thought it was colder.
I thought it was
Really?
colder.
I thought it was freezing yesterday.
I think it was
I'm in
the
my own
part
little
we've had the windows open all day
microclimate
today.
over there.
We've had the windows open all day today on purpose because it was really dark. And it would have been darker. That was intentional, I think, that they.
Oh, I was chilly.
Two of the four walls are glass.
It was
And you were warm yesterday?
Yeah, well, I also.
And I might have just been my clothes.
All right, well, so much for the temperature check.
We can just leave it at.
Everyone's got a different part of the elephant.
Yeah. Well, quite honestly, I don't know that there's anything we can do. We don't have facility help here, so.
Bring
That's
a
the layers.
wrap.
Yeah.
Bring a shawl.
Yeah, bring a shawl. I love the windows. Yeah, I was wearing a sweater yesterday.
The light was nice to me.
Yeah. I wore that.
I don't know how much ability you have to address this, but one of the things I was processing is that this definitely seems to privilege people who have the style of read and comprehension or verbal comprehension, and you definitely catch. I've definitely had several folks where I can already tell that they're like not getting the directions, like they're going to absorb it a different way. So just thinking if there's ways to adapt to the difference, because it's like what I've seen is the people in the group who are really good at like read comprehension will like lead the group, and other people are like, wait, what are we doing again? So just maybe considering the different learning and cognitive styles.
And I've noticed some of the cameras helping with
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing we were talking about when we were in there, and Amanda and I were just chatting about things and talking about how interesting it was to do that study time in the morning, and how there was a table that was chatting with each other a lot. They weren't quite as interested in diving into the materials and doing that research. And so it seemed like the different tables had kind of different priorities, if you will, or interests around it, and how interesting it would be to try to think of different ways to engage investigate what they need to investigate in a way that engages them in a way they like to engage. If that makes sense, like inviting who they are. So like, for example, the table that was chatting, I don't know the answer to this question, like, but I wonder, how could we engage them? Like, what would be an engaging question for them to answer that's adjacent or helpful to this inquiry? And I don't know the answer is for this particular scenario, but I do wonder about this around learning styles.
Maybe at a minimum, because I did talk about that early on, so maybe at a minimum, we could just kind of again acknowledge that there are different learning styles or ways of processing information, and that they are invited to really assist each other as they have been, with sort of everyone kind of having the level of confidence that's needed for them to make some informed choices.
I do think it could also add an element there are a lot of team building exercises out there that are about information gathering or digesting or putting information together. And so I think that's something to explore for the future. Like, what are some of those kinds of elements that could engage them, on a Latin spirit?
We didn't get your Four Corners exercise out from community oriented.
No.
Developed a massively complicated
And everyone is shocked.
game.
There were spices, there were puzzles.
Do something for them to get to know, and it'll be fun, and it turned into
a
day of Lynn working by himself.
It was
Lynn,
epic.
in the future, when you go down that route, that's like my specialization, team-based facilitation.
Hey, nice.
But even just simple real-time ones like a think, pair, share, or individual writing before they go to groups. Because right now it's only small group, large group. And I had like somebody like, I'm just warning you, I can't talk right now because I'm an internal processor. And she had the awareness of that, but other folks might not, and like try and push themselves to go what the group is doing instead of having time to process in the way they need.
We have left out dyads.
Yeah.
And we almost, that's a big thing that's missing this time around. We normally have a dyad. We build them all with dyad stuff, so we need
Yeah, I mean, we could.
figure that out.
I think it's actually written into the dyads for the morning fair share.
Okay.
And we just have to
We
keep
sent
forgetting.
Reminder.
But yeah, and also the CIR has more stuff with like in the small groups, individual writing, and we've done like the individual reading, but not individual writing.
Right.
There can also be other like more creative design options for small group stuff. Okay. Yes.
One more thing. So I'm wondering about the couple, specifically for the couple of individuals who haven't barely spoken up in a big group, like the one or two that I'm concerned about whether some like fundamental pieces of the process are feeling accessible, and I'm wondering if there's any check-in, like one-on-one check-in that happens at this stage. So I'm curious, I don't know if it's okay to use names in this context. So Paul, I feel like there might be a hearing accessibility bit that I don't know if that's being managed. Okay, so it's being done.
That's why I moved him to the front.
Okay. It seemed like even in small groups, he maybe wasn't hearing across the table. So I'm just wondering if like a one-on-one check-in would be useful there.
That's a thing I should have asked at this specifically. It's actually if anybody knows, notices things about individual panels that we should know right now. So that's one. Do you feel comfortable checking in with Paul? Is that something that you do? Do you have to do that?
I'm forgetting her name. Short hair, small frame. Christy. She's mentioned, and she kind of, I think she chatted with you guys before she walked out. She's like, I have really bad ADD, all those noise, I have to walk out and process.
And she's also mentioned her hearing, but I do
Yeah,
feel like
hearing
she's compensating somehow to stay with him, but.
She's also taking care of herself. She goes out when she needs to.
Yeah.
That's true.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, she's really engaged.
She gave you some feedback tonight after the process.
She did. Yeah, she was talking about the bigger picture stuff, the relationship with the city, and
she's been at my table a lot. She has opinions.
And how the experts are selected, and who the experts should have been very useful. Which is which is great feedback. I think that, the expert sequencing and other ways to source other ways to think about a local government thing like this, it's not, it's a little bit different than how we normally do, and certain guarantees that we need from the city perhaps in the future, things like that. So,
She also
always
asked
good
me
people.
whether the experts were paid.
Yes.
It's also
They
really
are
interesting
not.
though that for the half that she probably found valuable and the half that she didn't, I think we could ask another panelist and they would feel exactly the opposite. I think that's the beauty of the experts is that different pieces of what they say resonate with different people. In addition, there has been, I think, it's something I don't know how better to manage this because I appreciate what Sarah does and how she comes it over to Robin, essentially as sort of expert pair. But there's a lot of talk about, you laid it out very clearly, like we don't select them. We actually purposefully make that independent of us. It's intentional. It's to create all of these things. And then, but then all of the experts have been like, well, then
yes, oh God.
It still sounds a little bit.
Thanks, and we'll be democracy.
It still sounds a little bit like backdoory, and I think that so for someone like Christy, if she already has suspicions, it's kind of furthering that. I know that it's not true, but if that's for future citizens jury, that there's a possibility of that it never comes to us, that he's more like Sarah Giles continues to met. I don't know if that's possible.
Or they send it to a panelist.
Yeah.
Just like designate someone from the panel to receive the information directly from the expert that comes to them.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah,
the expert selection, the expert selection, I feel like is one of our sort of deeper ethical points in the process that we have we need to think about that in the future. But actually, yeah, she mentioned that to me too, and I was thinking that that maybe I would just there's yet another opportunity to just mention like tomorrow morning they're not paid, and yes, I know they said our names, but their contact info after the fact.
Was it suspicious about expert? Is that the framing, like it's particularly suspicious, or was it not finding them valuable?
Oh, it was both.
Okay.
I mean, she said both. I didn't put the valuable up here.
Okay, because I heard the valuable piece from multiple other people.
Yeah.
I haven't heard the suspicious piece.
Okay, interesting. This is what I just put up here because I could correct it, or I could do something about it.
Right.
They've been here, so I can't do anything about them being valuable or not. Yeah. She wasn't like super suspicious. She was really positive about us, but I just thought there's a point there to clarify. And with that, Yannick, are you ready to give us some additional stuff? Just because we've been talking about one panelist's opinion, I want to make sure that we don't just select for one data point. Let's find out what the whole panel thinks.
That's all we care
So it was a bit more diverse than I expected. So the first question on the moderators, did the moderators demonstrate any noticeable opinion on the issue of this citizens jury today? Definitely no, 10 answers. Probably no, 2, unsure 2, probably yes, 4.
Do you think they're conflating the experts with the moderators? Well, go ahead.
No.
That's a big question. I know, because
We
we've
worked
talked
out
to
a
them
table.
today.
We interpreted our absence.
Concerning the emotions they experienced, anger 2, anxiety 3, enthusiasm 7, happiness 2, sadness 1, sympathy 2, and then 1 put irritation, frustration.
Anger was way decreased though today. Wasn't it?
That's good.
Yeah, it's definitely changed.
Yeah, no, anger no. Anger was also 2, but anxiety.
Oh, anxiety was
Yeah.
good.
Anxiety, sorry.
There's also enthusiasm stays about the same.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Yeah, so.
That could have to do with anything though.
Yeah.
It's just-
Yeah, that doesn't have to do with anything.
We don't have to own
The
that.
moderator scores though
necessarily.
are lower than normal. So that's a little bit of a worry. Okay.
Do we need to address that?
Maybe. Sorry about that later. Yeah.
Usually every 5 years.
Well, it might be coming.
Oh, that's true.
So on performance of the staff, adequate 3, good 6, and excellent 8. It was better than yesterday. Not really. Yesterday 1 was poor, but more excellent. 11 excellent. So today, yeah, similar. So I had some more questions today. So on the learning, if they learned something during this citizens theory, it was really diverse. So from not at all to a great deal. So it's quite diverse. And if they had problems,
Bullshit on not at all. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
So
their experience.
I'm sorry. But do please go on, y'all.
There are some cynics in this group, though. There are some hard.
whether they had problems of understanding, who never, ate rarely, and ate passionately, and often and always was not mentioned.
Wow, that's better than me.
Yeah.
Opportunity to express your views. Unsure 1, probably yes 11, and definitely yes 4. So no one said no.
That's all.
That surprised me.
Yeah, that does surprise me too. Those wranglings.
Okay, so I read the comments now. This one is hard to read. I think it reads something like I enjoyed it and learned a lot, but I'm not sure.
You can tell her she can
I'm
read.
really
Handwriting.
Yeah, I mean, enjoyed and learned a lot.
She's our paleontologist.
Oh, I forgot.
I have been learning, I enjoyed the something, I've been learning a lot.
Yeah.
Class maybe. Yeah.
If we get out of here before 6, I don't have to buy more of these. But who is going to take the first ridiculous chocolate
Who's
turkey?
the turkey among us?
Who is it? Okay.
Who can I share turkey with?
Turkey.
All right.
I'm going with Scotty.
Yannick's still going.
Today went better than yesterday. The small groups were better informed of our purpose for each session. The panelists today were helpful and relevant to our questions.
Did you adjust it?
You were teaching the things we complained yesterday about, it all worked out better today.
That's right, lower their expectations. So we come out on top.
Let's try to keep focused a little bit.
We are not always sticking to discussion guidelines, and no one is suggesting we do.
But yet I do remember Robin very clearly reading off of the post-it put on his board.
Well, in the small groups, maybe we need to say like,
It was helpful to have an agenda. Maybe recommend or remind the citizens' jury that this is not a place for complaining or gossip, and that we should be staying on task during work.
Did I miss some gossip?
I know.
That definitely was happening. Like, I can confirm that was a thing.
Yeah.
The people who spoke to us today.
Posted it on there and just.
Yeah, sure, yeah. And I think these have the little, or if they don't, maybe they don't actually. They don't have any numbers or anything, right? Okay, so some sort of identifier with them, that'd be great. What section they were from. Otherwise, good. So,
26.
Any other final questions?
Are we gonna receive a revised facilitation guide for these three?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Tomorrow morning?
Yes,
Okay.
we'll go over it. for hopefully the full hour that morning. So I don't think we have a lot else to do. Good.
Yeah.
Do you have any
Which means that when we get
I
back
did
to
random,
the,
like just
to,
like,
give
and
the
trying to
agendas.
keep Jeff
But we already have
forward,
information for those.
Jeff
Oh,
over here.
Well, we'll
Um,
just take your.
no. Oh, yeah, you can decide to do this in the morning or not, but I have it ready for you. There you go. There's the agenda.
I can do that with you again.
That way.
Or were you gonna do it now or in the morning?
We'll do that.
I think my brain is cashed out, I think, right now.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
Morning.
Mm-hmm. We'll go over
So
exactly what's
I will
happening in the
write
morning.
down day 3 agenda.
Cool.
Good. Well, thank you, Lynn, I appreciate that. That'll make it easy tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you guys for doing that. What am I doing?
Yeah. I borrowed one to mark the place in my book. I was starting to feel like crazy. I went through pages.